Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me, no.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live for the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. Man, dude, I'm sick as hell, but listen, we're going to keep this show rocking and rolling, man. You know what I'm saying? In the words of the great philosopher, Blue Blood Sports TV, man, the grind don't stop. You know what I'm saying? We working, baby. We working. Listen, Adrien Broner, man, he's only saying what I already knew and what most fighters tell me. You know what I'm saying, in the DMs, you know, that's basically what's going on. You know what I mean? So I knew what was going on, man. I know this is the type of shit that happens, man. You know, black fighters can't even get a fight date nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and when they get one, they don't even maximize the opportunity of the fight. You know what I'm saying? Adrien Broner, I know he you know, he didn't perform his last fight in the way we wish he would have, but I still think he deserves enough credit and enough love as it pertains to that, because let's be honest, man. He's one of the main reasons why Showtime is Showtime. You know what I'm saying? He's the reason why the PBC is the PBC, man. You know what I'm saying? He's the reason for that. So you got to give that man that credit and that love. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like Udonis Haslem. He's not the player that he once was. But the Miami Heat still hold him in high regard. That's like Ray Lewis. You know what I'm saying? He was older. He couldn't do what he's supposed to. He couldn't play on the level that he wanted to play on. Still, the Baltimore Ravens showed him love in that. You know what I'm saying? It's something you got to show the elder statesman some love, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, they put that work in. No matter how bad they performed the last couple of times, it's like, dog, he still was the reason why we watched Showtime. If it wasn't Mayweather, it was him. You know what I'm saying? And I think the PBC owes him more than what they're giving him, dog. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he could be abrasive. Yeah, he could. He's a loose cannon. Yeah, he gonna talk some shit. He gonna do all that. Yeah, I get all that. But at the end of the day, he deserves the respect of not just the boxing fans, but of the suits, man. The man put that work in. He put that work in. You know what I'm saying? He's fought everybody that wanted him to fight. Everybody put in front of him, he fought. He had no business fighting Madonna. None whatsoever. But what'd he do? Fought Madonna. Yeah, he wasn't focused. Yeah, I get all that. He was on tour with Rick Ross and the whole shit. I get that. But at the end of the day, he fought who they wanted him to fight every time. Every time, dog. He fought who they wanted him to fight, bro. He was going up a weight to just try to make some shit happen. But, you know what I'm saying? I think that he deserves more respect. At the end of the day, man, Adrien Broner has done a lot for the boxing community, bro. Especially when Floyd walked away from the game. You know what I'm saying? You can count on him to talk up a fight, no matter what, dog. And let's talk about this factor, dog. He gives the young fighters game. You get what I'm saying? He's not just keeping the game for himself. He's telling them, yo, you should do this. You got to do that, man. In order to stay on top, there's something you got to do. Mr. Water? You know what I'm saying? So you gotta respect him for that, bro. Like Earl Spence said, man, Adrien Broner showed him so much love. He gave him so much game. He gave him way more game than any of the old fighters. Any of the retired Hall of Fame fighters. He said Adrien Broner showed him the most love. So, you know, you got to respect that. Thank you, man. Yeah, man, give that man his respect, dog. For real. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Well, salute to H-Sneak. Salute to you, my brother. Highwayman, salute to you, my brother. Yeah, that's true, too. I got you. We know he's not the same fighter. We know that. But at the end of the day, what he did has to be commended and respected, though. You still have to respect him for what he's done. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my boy Scotty, World Combat Sports, man. Salute to him, man. Like we said on Fred's show, man, you deserve that Terrence Crawford exclusive, bro. It should be up for discussion, man. They need to come to you and sit on your channel for about 2 hours. As much as you ride for him, they gotta give you that just do. Yeah. So y'all, August 13th, man, we back in Vegas. We gonna hang out, kick it, chill, do what we do, man. It should be about 10, 15 of us, man. We just gonna go out there, have a good time. I'm trying to get that Deontay Wilder energy. You know what I'm saying? We had all the brothers out there, man. I mean, it was amazing. That was an amazing event, and I just want to recreate that camaraderie. You know what I'm saying? I want to recreate that camaraderie of just the brotherhood. So August 13th, man, we there. Jashawn Brown, salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you for coming on. Oh, man, I fucked with the church's money. Man. Give me 1 second, y'all. God damn. That's how you know I'm sick. All right. Well, yeah, man. So that's what I think. But I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Top rank, they pretty much got everybody, bro. You hear me? They got everybody. You know, they get them early in their career. Me and World Combat, we was in New York and got to see a lot of great young fighters, man. I'm telling you, dude, like, eventually, dog, it's gonna get good. It's gonna get real, for real. Hey, if Tank go to Atlanta, I'll see you there. Straight up. If I see, if he fight in Atlanta, we going. I don't give a, he can fight me. Shit, I'm going to the fight, goddamn. Because it's an event. And then in Atlanta, that shit's so fucking lit. They could damn near go to the Mercedes-Benz the way he pack it out. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we there. We there for sure. Because that's another camaraderie trip where everybody can kind of slide through. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really worried about the Spence Crawford fight, bro. To be honest with y'all, bro, everybody keep talking about this. I ain't waiting on the goddamn thing. I'm waiting on shit that I can go to. I'm waiting on shit that's right in front of me that I can get on a plane and go to. All this fantasy shit, I don't give a fuck. Because at the end of the day, dog, a fantasy is just a fantasy until it becomes reality, bro. Until they give me a fight date, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Whether you got Spence, you got Crawford, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Until they fight, give me a fight date, I'll get excited then. But until then, dog, we just having banter about who gonna win. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? August 13th, there's a fight. August 5th, there's a fight. You know what I'm saying? September 3rd, there's a fight. September 10th, there's a fight. September 23rd, there's a fight. You get what I'm saying? So we got Shakur Stevenson, we got Clarissa Shields, Albert Bell, we got Maury Jones, we got Troy Izzy fighting, bro. All these fights in front of us, man. Let's enjoy that, because I'm done with the Earl Spence, Terrence Crawford saga, bro. For real. They keep telling us that it's close, it's close, it's close, it's close. Well, shit, nigga. The fucking the grocery store is close to my house. That I mean I'm getting my ass up and going. You know what I'm saying? C357, salute to my brother. Appreciate you for pulling up. And that's a fact, man. Cause we raising our blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? We arguing with niggas and shit. We arguing back and forth about who gonna win and all that. And then just for the fight to say, oh, we're gonna have it in October. I told y'all niggas, I ain't nigga till I get the confirmation, nigga. I don't see no fight happening in October. You know what I'm saying? Didn't happen. Bang. So now, it's November. So yeah, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? It's too much negotiating. It's too much behind the scenes shit that we gotta worry about. It's too much money involved for niggas not to get money. You know what I mean? It's too much, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just too much. You know what I'm saying? Because if we could be honest, man, we like the fucking that we like the we like that can of soup in the store. We just sit. You know what I'm saying? We like soup in the summertime, dog. We just sitting. You know what I'm saying? We just sitting, bro. And I'm telling you, boy, we like a winter coat in Arizona, nigga. We just sitting. Ain't nobody worried about that. And, you know what I'm saying? For real, dog. We are a winter coat in the summer in Arizona, bro. We just sitting there. You know what I'm saying? Picking up dust. So for me, the fights that's in front of me is the fights I'm worried about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna be saving up all my money for a fight that I think gonna happen. Bro, so many people have been talking about they got this date saved. What date is there to be saved, bro? There's no date that should be saved because nobody signed anything, bro. There ain't no press conference or nothing. Y'all waiting on it. Y'all talking about, oh yeah, I booked up October 22nd. For what? For what? You know what I'm saying? For what? Oh man, I'm finna get this weekend in November set up. I'm finna do that. For what? You know what I'm saying? And listen, y'all know Errol Spence my favorite fighter. Terrence Crawford my second favorite fighter. Y'all know that. Y'all know I love them two dudes for sure. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I support both of them. I've been to most of their fights. You get what I'm saying? So I ain't trying to hear that. And I'll be at the fight if it happens. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like tying my money up, wait on the next nigga, please. Ain't no way, man. I'm going to get mine. I'm going to enjoy Vegas. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to enjoy Toledo, Ohio when I go out there. You know what I'm saying? If they got a fight in New York, shit, I'm getting on a plane and I'm showing my ass out there. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking about going to the Daniel Garcia fight, bro, to be honest with you. To be honest. You know what I'm saying? Who we got covered in this joint, man? And you gotta show your face, big dog. I gotta make sure who you is. So you can show your face and I'll let you on. But other than that, look at him. 817. What's going on, big dog? What's happening? Yeah, 817 one of them niggas. He one of them niggas. He one of them niggas that oh shit. hey, dog, you can't be out here scaring me like that, bro. For real. All positive. What's up with it? All positive.
Yo, what's up? You hear me?
Yeah, man. Hey,
Yo,
look,
man, it's
man.
like, I tried to find my other picture, man. I couldn't find my other picture, so I had to use a picture of my haircut. I got on my phone, man. Man, it's like I had to come in through Google instead of Safari. Safari always acting up. So my other name, All Positive Network, is on Safari. So I use my name with Sean Taylor on this one.
Man, Ant, what's going on, big dog? What's up with it? Yeah, man. We talking about AB, and then we talking about the Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence saga. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, y'all still on that Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence fight that ain't gonna happen?
Listen, you know me, dog. You know me.
You know that fight ain't gonna happen, man. I hope it happens, but I don't see it, man. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, bro. Like, there's no way I'm gonna tie my money up waiting for some other niggas. You know what I'm saying? There's no way I'm doing that, bro. That's how you got a chance to get some Jordans. And then, so you wait on him. You like, oh, I'm gonna just wait on my homeboy. Then he'll end up getting the shoes, and then you missed out on getting the Jordans. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, yeah, man.
Like, damn, nigga, I should just got him. Nigga, waiting on your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Well, who's got that? Who's on waiting on other niggas trying their money up, waiting on other people? Who's doing that?
My good friend 817.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to my dogs, my boy Scotty in the building, man. World Combat, man. What up, Scotty?
What's going on, Kyle? How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good. Well, not too good, but shit, I'm good enough to get alive. So.
Yo,
what's up, Tom?
Hey, how are do you just have the flu? What do you have?
It ain't COVID, so thank God for that.
I'm about to say, yo, you know what I got? I caught that monster the last time I was up here coughing. Yo, I had that monster for like 3 days again.
Yeah. Shout out to it not being COVID though, boy. Thank God for that.
And
I don't get enough rest, man.
You know, I hope this is not me being negative. I hope this whole Tank Haney thing doesn't work out the same way, where they're not going to. It's going to wait 10 years to finally happen if it does happen. Like, is that me being negative or is that me being realistic?
No, it's being realistic.
Realistic.
It's realistic because that's the way a lot of fights are going nowadays, man. Like a lot of fights now should be on their trilogy, but now they're waiting them out 3, 4, 5 years, and by the time the fight happens, and it doesn't live up to the hype.
You know,
I mean,
because
it's not. Yeah.
it's like college basketball. You know what I'm saying? It's like somebody going to Duke, man. They one and done. You know what I'm saying? No, we got lucky with Oscar Valdez, Shakur Stevenson, but that was the luck of the Irish.
Yep, I agree with that.
Realistic for me, I think Ryan versus Tank happens before Tank versus Haney, in my honest opinion.
You said what?
I think Tank versus Ryan happens before Haney versus Tank.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't believe in none of them fights. I mean,
I believe. Yeah, I agree with Kyle. I don't believe none of them will happen, but I think that would have happened before because Ryan Garcia's not. He don't want to fight anybody. He calls out people to keep his name out there in the news. That's all. He doesn't want to fight Tank. He knows better.
I agree.
And I'm just like, for me, dog. Like I said, I'm only worried about fights that's in front of me, bro. I'm not like because you can't enjoy the sport when you like hoping that some shit gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? You can't enjoy the sport.
Nah.
Yeah, so let's talk about a fight that's actually official now. El Rey versus Sonny Edwards. At
You said who?
112. Julio Cesar Martinez, the guy that lost to Chocolatito.
I'm gonna be honest with you, big dog.
That's 115, man. 115, the best weight class in boxing.
I know about 2 people at 115.
So 115,
No,
you just
112.
mentioned who?
It's 112, not 115.
Yeah, it's 112. I just about to say because you got
my
Joshua
bad.
Franco and all them people that's fighting.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I got him at 112. Yeah, because Chocolatito's up to 115 now. Yeah, 112. My bad.
Yeah,
Martinez fight is a big fight though. That's a big fight, man.
The only reason why I know Bam Rodriguez is because some of the homies told me about him. But
Well, Bam had beat Quadras, and then he destroyed Visa. I picked Visa to beat him. That's 115. Yeah, that was at 115 though.
Yeah, let me be honest with y'all, man. I don't be going. To be honest with you, man, if I could be completely honest with my friends on here, dog. If the motherfucker don't look like me, dog, I rarely.
No, but Kyle, the smaller weight classes, 115, 112, 118, all the top 10 guys fight each other. It's like UFC. So it's never waiting around like my side of the street and this stuff. Like all of the top 10 guys always fight each other. Like Nietzsche's just fought who was this for? Who was Nietzsche's just beat? They just fought Franco. They fought each other.
Listen, I get that they fight. This one I'm saying for me.
Not Franco, my bad. Ioka.
Like you got to be very, very special for me to say, you know what, I'm going to go watch him. Like Neverete, I like that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I like that motherfucker. So
you don't watch Chocolatito? You don't want Chalk? You don't watch Chalk?
I think he's an overrated experience. I think
Chocolatito won the last fight. You know what I'm saying? I think he.
Right, that could have went either way. That could have went anyway with Estrada, but he did beat Estrada the first time, and they said Estrada won, so it could have went either way. You know.
I'm just saying from what I looked at, I thought I beat him, and so now he won Estrada vacated the WBA title. Josh Franco is gonna pick it up and fight somebody for the vacant.
Yeah, because he was supposed to fight Franco, but Franco, I guess the fight he had pulled out. I don't know if he had COVID or something. But the fight's supposed to happen a while ago, but I don't know, man. But you know what I'm saying? Estrada's fought all of them, man. It's like it was the 4 kings with Estrada, Quadras, Chocolatito, Visa, but Quadras he got bumped off, and then
and Monster. Don't forget Anui.
Well, Anui, he's at 118 though. He's at 118.
He's at 118. He's unified now. He only need Paul Butler over there at the WBO to pick that title up.
You know what? I've noticed this recently with those divisions, the ones we're talking about right now. It's dominated a lot by foreign fighters. You don't see a lot of Americans.
Well,
except for
you got Dylan Price down there. You know he barely get recognition. He's trying to move up the ladder over there, flyweight.
Well, I tell you, like I told my mother.
World Combat. It's funny that you say that because he's the only person I really know down there, bro.
Yeah, exactly. He's the only brother that's down there, right? You know,
and he hit hard as shit too.
Yeah. But I tell you, like I told my mom, because I was telling my mom watched boxing before I was born, and we watched through the 80s and 90s. But I was telling my mom about Inouye something like last year sometime. I was reminding her about it, about this new guy coming up, Inouye. Like, and my mom's like, has he fought anybody black? So I asked my mom, I like, how many 118-pound black guys do you know? You know what I'm saying? How many 118-pound grown black men do you know walking around?
Well, it's two that fight in that weight class, Rashi Warren and
Yeah, I know.
Joshua
I'm saying, but
Brazilian.
it's not
If
many.
he comes back,
It is something there, but I'm saying it's not many. You don't find many 100
nah,
black people that small.
nah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
not at all.
and in general, it seems like America doesn't develop some bigger fighters more than those small guys. Like, except
But
for Bam. Bam
but
and his brother.
back in the day, we did have Mark Too Sharp Johnson though. Too Sharp.
Yeah, we had Too Sharp. Yep.
Why is it that the U.S. has moved away from developing fighters in those divisions, guys? Why do you think that is?
Well, you got to think about, dude. Look at if you go overseas, look at what their fast food sizes are. Like our small cups are large overseas. Look at our portion sizes to the portion sizes overseas. You know what I'm
We
saying?
get bigger a lot faster, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I
even
think most of the American fighters don't stay in those divisions long enough to even dominate and stuff like that. They start moving up and stuff like that.
because, dude, I was 135 pounds in 7th grade. I was 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? So I can't remember. I've never been like a teenager in my 130s. In my teenage years, I was 150s, 170s, 180s. So, like I said, it's just
It's
not.
weird. At most, my 9th grade year, I was like maybe 115, 116. I was a skinny kid. I was tall and skinny and stuff like that. I didn't get big until in terms of weight, I didn't get big until my junior and senior year of high school. I was always skinny and stuff like that.
Americans, man, we eat good over here. So, I mean, you're not gonna find too many.
We're to the extreme. That's the problem with the Americans' diet. Like even for athletes, they do it to the extreme and stuff. So
Yeah, I just for me, dog, it's crazy because a lot of dudes that's that small, they end up being comedians. So you know what I'm saying?
I'm 6'1". I'm not that short. I'm like 6'1". I had hit a growth spurt after my senior year. I topped out at 6'1". Like I was maybe the shortest guy in my class in 8th grade, like 8th or 9th. Then I hit a growth spurt once I got into 11th and 12th grade, my junior and senior year of high school. Is that what happens with these boxers? They don't hit a growth spurt. Like some of these guys don't get taller till they get into their high school years and stuff like that.
Yeah. Normally growth spurts happen around for Americans. I would say around 15 to 16 years old because I was 5'4" at 15, and then at 16 I was 5'11". So that's how I guess that's how.
No,
it
my
happened.
growth spurt hit when I was when I was 18 or 19.
So it's kind of rare you find, like I say, I'm not saying it happens, but you're not gonna find too many 115-pound American fighters. It's just not gonna find too many of those.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think it's how we train our athletes too. It's not that I'm not saying we stick steroids in their system and stuff like that, but
Well, the steroids in the food though. The steroids are in our food over here. So
yeah.
they shoot up the animals. So I guess that's a part of the reason too.
That's what's his name? Who was the fighter that said he got tainted meat? Like there was.
Oh, that's Canelo.
Canelo, sorry,
Canelo.
Yeah, Canelo. Sorry.
Combat.
Yeah.
Is it different? Like you do watch MMA and boxing, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Is there a difference? Is there like have you noticed there's a big difference in how boxers train compared to MMA fighters? Like
Yeah, the sparring is different, and they train off the wall and they train off the mat. Yeah, the sparring is much different.
You have to be. Do you think you have to be more athletic in MMA compared to boxing?
Oh yeah, I mean, because it's no sparring. You're not gonna do sparring unless you have shin guards on and
Mhm.
elbow protection and gloves. You know what I'm saying? Like you pretty much spar with the same gloves boxers do. They have the bigger gloves, but when it comes down to shin guards, you actually executing kicks on the end of your combinations.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they level change
Grappling,
too. Yeah, they level change for grappling. Off the wall grappling. Put you on the mat. Say you
Brazilian, jujitsu, and
yeah
like jujitsu.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I kind of wish there was a lot of. I, I wish there was boxers that did that, like trained in jujitsu to be more athletic, because it seems like some of these guys are very like stiff.
Well, you'll
Very,
never use it in the boxing. In
no,
boxing,
I know
no.
that, but as a
That's not
training
That's
method,
not true. That's not true because
that's not
J
true,
Rock,
Taylor. That's
yeah,
not
J
true at
Rock
all,
used
bro.
that. Yeah, because you know, God, dog, J Rock. That's what he used against Jared Hunt in that fight.
oh, J Rock, Julian J Rock. Oh Jesus!
I'm not talking about actually, some of the methods and technique they may use in MMA that contributes to boxing is being in the clinch, learning how to have different type of foot movement, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They move different when they striking, especially in the clinch.
No, I'm talking about flexibility in the hips because I noticed like
Yeah,
the heavyweights, like
yeah.
guys like Tyson Fury are very like they're very stiff and stuff like that. Like these boxers, it seems like they're athletic, but they're not athletic in the hips. They're more like they're athletic from uh
Lomachenko trains mixed martial arts. I mean, he's been at it for a while now. He can actually, you know, fight pretty
transition.
well.
You think Loma can transition to MMA
Oh
pretty
yeah.
well?
Oh yeah, definitely.
The thing about MMA though is that you have more injuries in training than you do in boxing. I mean, because there's been a lot of big fights that have got called off like a few weeks out, like from injury. I'm talking major injuries. So there's way
Oh,
more
like
injuries
torn
in
ACLs and stuff like that.
yeah.
Bro,
So it's way more injuries in MMA than boxing.
I don't know, man. They have more big fights than boxing all the time. They
So
recycle
you got a point
their
in that too. You got a point. They do
they
have more
recycle,
big fights.
a champion get knocked out in one round and Dana White gives them immediate rematch and they
Mhm.
fighting what 2 months later.
Yeah, but I'm just
This is
saying
Box
it's more injuries though. Like as far as MMA
this
though
is an
and
honest
training.
question. When you guys look at Khabib, let's say he would go into, let's say he transitioned into boxing. What weight class would he actually be in? He's at 120. What?
well, the highest he ever fought in was 155, which is lightweight.
So he would be at 135 in boxing.
No, the highest he ever fought was 155.
And
So
MMA.
he'd be a super welterweight.
Mhm. And he ain't beating Charlo.
And he ain't beating Charlo because
Yeah.
because you're not level changing and you're not doing any of that. His boxing is not all that. Come
Mm-mm.
on now. His boxing is not all that, but as an all around, level changer and sambo world champion, yeah, that's his world. But he ain't beating Charlo.
Do you think a guy like Rampage could transition well into boxing if he was younger? Rampage.
Yeah, Rampage can
Yeah.
box, man.
Remember,
Rampage can box.
Rampage was mostly he had a little he had graphic skills, but he was mostly hands on. He loved stand up.
Yeah, his whole thing was his boxing and everything else, and he had a wrestling background too.
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowed to
Well,
talk
I'm
MMA
sorry,
stuff.
DJ man. It wasn't my idea. He the MMA guy on the channel.
Yeah, bring this shit up, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, like I think there's only two guys I can see transitioning well. Maybe Fader can do it. Fader might be able to do it. Liddell might do it, and like I said, Quentin. Maybe Tito to a certain point. Maybe
Tito who?
I know
Ortiz.
Tito
Ortiz.
Tito Ortiz in MMA, he's been retired for like 30 years now.
No, I'm saying if they were younger.
Oh, I'm like, okay.
I don't know, man. I don't think I don't think so. I know a lot of those
He ain't got
guys
no chin,
had
dog.
had pretty solid knockouts back then, but the whole MMA game was undeveloped. So what they was able to get away with back then with knockouts, they couldn't transfer over to boxing. Not in my opinion. Everybody can't do what Holly Holmes did. Holly Holmes was a multi-time world champion in women's boxing, transferred over to kickboxing, then became a world champion over in women's mixed martial arts at 135.
Holly Holm, my favorite fighter. I like Holly Holm.
Yeah, I like Holly Holmes too, man.
I was looking at Holly when she was fighting on Friday Night Fights. I was always recording her fights back in the day on ESPN too, and
I
stuff
mean,
like
she's
that.
been the most successful too. Like
Yeah.
Heather Hardy has did it. Amanda Serrano has did it.
Mhm.
Carissa Shield as a recent, she need more work. But Heather Hardy, out of all those, besides Holly Holmes, she's tough. I don't see
Well, Heather
her
Hardy,
getting her shit
Heather Hardy,
split open.
she almost got beat to death by Serrano, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a
Yeah.
massacre, man.
Yeah, people were a friend of mine who's a big fan of women's boxing. We were talking about this, and he brought up a fantasy fight he would have wanted to see, but I'm like, I don't think Clarissa could handle Layla.
Nah, man, I think she could. I think she could. Cause Layla never fought nobody.
Huh?
Yeah,
Clarissa
Clarissa
Shields
would
is close
definitely
to
be able to box with Layla Ali.
Yeah,
Guarantee that.
Layla never fought nobody, man. And
Now, Ann Wolf's a different story.
yeah, that might be a different story. But when all the competition started coming in with Layla, that's when she retired. When all the competitions started getting competition within her weight
No, in
class.
terms of how big Layla is, I'm saying I understand the skills are not there, but do you think who's bigger when you look at Layla and
Layla's bigger.
way bigger or
Well,
No,
no, they would be in the same weight class.
She has hips. I mean, they will fight in the same weight class, but right
Yeah.
now they're not the same size. You know what I'm saying? Layla's much
Yeah,
bigger.
Layla's like 200 something right now, 200 plus. But if they fought at 168, I still would favor Clarissa Shields because, like I said, Layla didn't fight anybody. I mean, look at all the girls that Clarissa Shields beat. I mean, a lot of those women went on to unify other divisions. Like Franchon Cruz. Franchon Cruz is the unified champ, like the undisputed champ, and that's her first opponent that she beat.
And that's a big girl. She could put them hands on you.
Yeah.
side dude. Is this DJ?
Good old Centos, man. Good old Centos. What up,
What
Centos?
up, fellas? What it do? What it do?
Hey,
What's going on?
what up?
All right. Just got my
Yes.
load. Just getting on the road.
All right. You waiting on Mex. And, man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, boy. I'm hurting like a motherfucker, man. I'm just happy that y'all came on tonight, man, because y'all helping the show out a whole lot. Because, man, only thing I can eat tonight is fucking fruit snacks, bro.
Did you eat any soup? Kyle?
I can't even eat it. I ain't gonna lie, man. My wife made me a pineapple bowl, man, with chicken and all that. I looked at it, and I'm gonna stew up, fam.
Hey, you might have that monster, man. I'm telling you, you might have it, man.
And I already tested myself. I already got tested.
Oh, okay. All right.
You drunk some Pedialyte, man? You drunk some of that Pedialyte?
You know what? That's I'm gonna do that in the morning.
You know what you should do? How about the vitamin C packs? Have you tried the vitamin C packs?
Yo, the emergency? No, I didn't do it fast enough, man. It's too late now.
Or maybe eat some bananas for potassium.
Dude, I eat hella bananas, man.
Make smoothies, man. Bananas, orange juice, and strawberry peaches. It's a smoothie.
Where I messed up at, though, I ain't gonna lie. I think it was I had drunk a milkshake last night. That kind of probably just threw it over the top.
See, that was your problem, man. You drinking milk. Man, I drink almond milk. I don't drink dairy milk.
Yeah, man. I need to get some oat milk.
Oat milk has no flavor. I can't drink oat milk for some reason. Like if I drink oat milk, I have to put a lot of sugar because it's very bland. Like.
What do y'all think about Michaela Mara versus Alicia Baumgartner. What do y'all
Yo,
think?
did
Love
you
it.
see that picture? You see that picture she put up with the clown? Yo, Baumgartner tripping, man.
Alicia's getting knocked her out. Honestly, I don't
Nah,
think.
dude, I think Baumgartner is gonna. I think Michaela Mara might outbox her like for a close decision. I
Man,
think I
Kayla
like them
Mary is
both.
gonna be a problem for Alicia,
Yeah,
man, for
yeah. I
real.
mean, I got Mara winning this fight by a close by this
That's not a
maybe
small
this
girl, man.
yeah like 8. I got to winning it probably like 7-5, 8-4. But like I said, I
Where
like both of them.
she
Where
get
she put
busy
that
though.
pick out? IG? Where she put that pick at?
Oh, it's on Instagram. She when they were standing beside each other. She got her picture and when Michaela Mira's beside her, she got a clown face on
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
gee.
I'll pull it up, World Combat. I'll pull it up.
I think that fight might be about 50-50, but I think if anybody gets knocked out, Alicia she's shown the ability to be able to knock out her opponent. But
So has Michaela Mara though. Michaela Mara
So
got
has
some
Michaela,
plus too.
You talking
Michaela
about
can
Terry
box.
Harper? Terry Harper wasn't easy to. I mean, it wasn't difficult to knock her ass out.
But she didn't just knock her out. She froze
Oh.
in
There you go,
midair.
World Combat.
Yeah, that's a nice one right there. That's nice.
She bad as motherfucker though, boy. No,
her. Oh
no.
yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
bad.
bad, man. She
Yeah,
bad.
I like a nose, man. I like a pretty chick with a big nose, man. I don't know why.
Who's naturally bigger, Alicia or Michaela?
Shit, Michaela Mara big as a motherfucker,
She
dog.
taller. Yeah, she
Kayla
taller.
Mary got that height on her, and she a big full size.
Yeah, man. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I love Tony Harrison and all that, but your corner make a difference. And
Hmm.
she got Al in her corner.
Yeah,
You dig what
and
I'm saying?
there's
So
gonna be a big difference right there.
the big difference in them adjustments. And let's be honest, Michaela Mara is a bad motherfucker, dog. Like I met her in Vegas, and she was I know she had heels on, but nigga, she was way taller than me. I'm like, damn.
You know, she was just out there in NYC when that last fight we was at, man, at the Hulu.
Yeah, I didn't get to run into her, man. I don't like how the Hulu is set up, man. You can't really run into nobody at the Hulu like that, man. The way it's set
Now
up,
you got to go down front for that.
yeah.
So I know, but Amanda is probably like 5'10", something like that. So how tall is Baumgartner? She's like 5'7".
Let's do this. What up, Max? I'm let me pull it up.
gang.
Let me pull it up there. I do not like this new setup.
Michaela's definitely a problem. I think they're both
That's
problems for each other.
Yeah, that's why I picked I picked Michaela because I know she has the longer reach and she's taller, but I picked her by decision.
Yeah.
But if it's a
She
knockout,
look,
I think that
and
I'm gonna get the KO if it is, but I don't see it.
it's she's
And
not
she
a
also
punk either.
she also got that Olympian pedigree that Vince Puig talks about all the time.
I'm just surprised
Yeah,
they
she
even.
she got that, man. But women just got into this Olympic thing, man. So recently, a few Olympics ago. So I don't know what.
I'm saying, but you still got to
exact
beat hella
level.
girls to get to it, though. You still got to beat girls to get to it.
Well, some girls didn't have the opportunity to get to it. That's what I'm.
Well, Alicia Baumgartner did, nigga, and she
wasn't
lost.
available for.
That's one of the
I ain't
things.
saying she did lose and didn't make it there. I'm just saying.
No,
I ain't ready to put that tag on the women just yet, like I do the men.
What I'm saying
I'm
is you got to
surprised
go
they
through
even
a lot.
put Baumgartner in here so early, man, and she haven't had the opportunity to defend her belt multiple times yet.
Yo, these women lucky to have opportunity in general, man. They should just count their blessings.
Yeah,
Come on, Max, don't come in here with that,
what
man.
they count their blessing with, they ain't getting paid that much money to step in there and have a title fight like
They
that. So
they don't
early.
deserve no money. They don't bring in no money. No one gives a fuck about women's sports. Women don't even give a fuck about women's sports.
Yeah, I know.
I know
know. I'm
you
just trying to.
bullshit, Max.
I'm trying to get in the Christmas spirit. I'm just trying to get in the Christmas spirit.
Let's not go back to boxing now. Let's not go back to boxing now. Hold on. We were talking that good shit a while ago.
DJ ass, huh? Well, let's stop talking about boxing.
We were talking that good shit a while ago. No, we ain't going to boxing yet.
No, hey, we back on your MMA. Go ahead, DJ. Hey, do your thing.
Man, we just had possibly the fight of the year announced today, man. Islam
You talking about
Makhachev
Nate Diaz and Hamza
finally
Shemaev?
gonna get his comeuppance when he faces the champion Charles Dubronx Oliveira. I feel an ass whooping coming. I feel a stoppage coming, and it's gonna be by the hands of Charles Dubronx Oliveira. Islam Makhachev, the exposure is about to happen. Can't nobody else hide this kid from nobody. I'm sick and tired of folks acting like everybody ducking him when really he the one turning down fights out here. Yeah, we know the truth, Mex. We know the truth. This man tried to sit on the sideline and wait until everybody else took each other out so he could be the last one standing. No, I'm sick of the bullshit. He finna get his ass whooped come October, Mex. He getting his ass whooped and he don't get stopped.
Put a dub on it.
Put 50 on it. Put 100 on it.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
How you feeling?
Make it count.
Put 100 on it. How you feeling? He getting stopped.
Whoa. Don't be hitting no triple
He getting
digits
stopped.
now.
He getting stopped.
It was a point in time where you know I didn't have too much faith in Oliveira, but now I do. You know, even though he lost his title in the scales, I don't know what was up with that, but
it was some funny business. It was some funny business going on.
Be a good fight between him and Islam.
Ain't gonna be no goddamn good fight. It'll be a good fight for the first round till his ass gets stopped.
Good fight, bro. It's gonna be a good fight. Islam ain't easy work like that, bro.
I'm telling you now, once Islam takes Charles Oliveira down and realize he can't just lay on him, because Charles Oliveira got these long limbs. He's the human anaconda for a reason. He's got these long limbs. He's big for the division. Huh?
He got to kill a guillotine. You know, his grappling's on point.
Guillotine, Darces, anacondas, triangles, arm bars. It's the reason why he has the most submissions in UFC history. It ain't gonna be just, even if he does get taken down, it ain't no picnic holding him down. It ain't no picnic just laying the ground and pound on him. Islam is gonna have to work if he actually gets that takedown. But if he doesn't take him down, he gonna get fucked up.
He's getting that takedown.
Maybe. And even if he does,
you have to look at it. It's not like he is impossible to take him down. Kevin Lee took him down a couple of times. He just stuck his head out there too long and got put in the, front side choke.
It's because Oliveira's not afraid to get taken down because of his jiu-jitsu. So he doesn't really care about takedown defense. If it goes to the ground, it goes to the ground. But we're about to see, man. It's all about to be the truth, man. And then you can stop hating on all these Russian fighters, man.
I don't hate on all the Russian fighters, just the ones that's about to be exposed.
Valentina, that's Valentina. But other than that, I don't hear you.
Hey, you know the co-main event for that card, Max? You know the co-main event? Another stoppage coming. TJ Dopershaw getting choked out. I'm calling it now. Third round.
I like that Dopershaw. TJ Dopershaw. He's clean now, dog.
TJ Dopershaw getting choked out.
He's off EPO now. He's good.
By who?
Aljo. They announced that fight. That's the co-main event.
Let's go, Funk Master. Fuck TJ, man. Fuck
yeah,
for real.
I'm going for Funk Master. Real talk. Yeah.
Real. Yeah. Backpack City, baby.
Hey, DJ, I can go to sleep now, nigga.
The hell you can. I got a few minutes I can come out to play. I got to go back and finish something, man. One of the damn joints blew up today, so I got to repair it.
Hey, did you hear that Nick Diaz might be fighting Hamza Shemaev?
Yeah, they've already agreed. They've already agreed to the fight. Man. I think it's gonna happen.
They agreed to it, but they ain't signed though.
Yeah, I think once they put it out there, like the UFC is real good with that. Like they usually don't put fights out there on their page until it's signed. Like, so I believe that fight's gonna happen. The reason why I say I believe it's gonna happen because somebody might get injured, pull out, all this type of stuff. So, but Nate Diaz doesn't have a history of pulling out in fights. Hamzat Chimaev does. So we'll see what happens.
He got exposed a little bit his last fight too. So it's gonna be interesting. You know what I'm saying? On how it all plays out.
I thought they were gonna put him in there with Kobe Covington, but it looks like they decided, we're gonna let this kid cook a little bit more before we put him in there to get beat the fuck up.
Yeah. What about that fight with
Usman? He started to fade in that third round. You really want to put him in there with Kobe if he fading?
Yeah, Kobe got that gas tank now. It would have been pretty interesting.
Absolutely. I tell people that all the time. Don't get
He got
confused
pretty good
by him
boxing
being
too.
a douchebag. The kid can fight,
This
man.
is
Yeah,
a
he can fight.
5-rounder
Kobe
too.
Covington can
This
fight,
is a
man.
5-rounder. This is a 5-round headliner.
And we all know the more Nate gets his ass whooped, the harder he fights.
Yeah, when he starts slapping the shit out of you in the 4th round, you're in trouble.
Yeah. When he starts slapping you and talking shit to you, a lot of people can't take that.
Nah.
No matter
Bro,
what kind of ass whooping, no matter what kind of ass whooping you putting on him.
I don't care if Nate or Nick is on a 30-fight losing streak and they're 110 years old. I'm always gonna go for them motherfuckers. So that's what we doing over here.
Facts. I'm just
Diaz
upset.
Army, baby.
I'm upset we never got that Diaz McGregor trilogy.
They trying to,
That's some bullshit.
speaking of Connor's trying to make a rematch with Floyd Mayweather, I heard.
Now, Floyd mentioned that mess, man. He's like, yeah, well, maybe I can fight you again.
Come get it.
But he has a fight over there with another Japanese MMA fighter, and after that, he's trying to make another fight with Conor McGregor, so he say.
God Body, to respond to you, yes, Izzy and Alex Pereira are the next two in line to fight. That is going to be the next fight. They just don't know when.
That's going to be interesting. I think Pereira
very interesting.
has enough
very
to,
interesting.
Make it interesting with Izzy, man. Izzy's becoming boring fighter in some of the big fights. He's becoming boring, man. He want to play it safe.
Yep.
It's not that he won't play it safe. It's just you need a good dance partner who gonna actually try you.
Nah, Izzy don't engage.
Robert Whitaker tried him.
Yeah, and he beat Robert Whitaker ass. Almost stopped him in that second fight.
I don't know about beating his ass. He did.
Man, he thoroughly beat
Robert Whitaker had an injury too. He had an injury. He had other shit going on too. So
nigga, stay in your fucking lane, bro. Fuck.
Ooh-wee. Somebody got the road rage bad.
Nah, bitch ass motherfucker starting up in my shit, bro. Niggas on my fucking lane right now, man. Fuck. Now I'm the motherfucker to get pulled over for some bullshit. You know how that goes, shit.
You in Texas or something like that? What?
Yeah, I'm in Cali.
Oh, I was just about to say, the laws over there in Texas and ATL and there where it's Wild Wild West, man.
Yeah, our Highway Patrol, we got some dickheads as Highway Patrol, dog.
Yeah, Izzy to me ain't boring. He just don't. He's not necessarily boring. He just don't have the dance partner, man. He don't have a dance partner to really challenge.
He don't fight like how he fought when he was trying to get the belt. And now that he got the belt, he turned GSP with it just to stay this route possible to not lose the belt. You're not putting on performances anymore. You're not even entertaining anymore.
Bro, what do you mean, bro? He pieced up Marvin Vettori. He knocked out Paulo Costa, who came after him. Like, what are you talking about?
Paulo Costa is a juicy.
Bro, these are fights since he's had the belt. No, these are fights since he's had the belt. You need the dance partner, bro. You need a dance partner who's going to challenge you.
And Paulo Costa,
he doesn't have that dance partner who's going to challenge you.
But Izzy's a horrible dance partner himself because he doesn't want to engage anymore.
It's not that he doesn't
want to. Late kick jab, 1-2, late kick jab. That's it.
I bet his ass won't go up to 205 no more.
Nah. Yeah, and all that shit he was talking about John Jones would have beat the shit out of him and stopped him, and fucking John did that shit. John Jones would have fucking manhandled him. Yeah, humble that ass real quick. That was like when Ronda Rousey talking about she was going to beat McGregor's ass and got her ass knocked the fuck out. Yeah, humble your ass real quick. You can't fuck with the GOAT.
Hey, Ronda Rousey said
that's how I know you really don't remember that fight with him and Jan Blachowicz. The first 2 rounds, he was piecing Jan Blachowicz up, and Jan Blachowicz came out in that 3rd round and said, "Put your wrestling shoes on, baby."
he had to know. Izzy had to know it was going to the ground anyway. It was gonna get the takedown. There's no way that fight was gonna go all 5 rounds, man, and it's gonna be a stand up. No, hell no.
But to his credit, like Izzy ain't a picnic to take down, bro. Like it ain't easy.
He got way better. Yeah,
I think John Jones takes him down easy, man. Easy.
Oh, John Jones would have killed him. John Jones would have killed him. But that's neither here nor there. John Jones would have killed him. But We fucking know that. Like, let's stop acting like that was a shot. Like, until John Jones loses a fight, like, I'm not picking against John Jones.
Hell nah.
So
He's always gonna find a way, man. He always gonna find a way.
Uzi needs that dance partner, and I think Alex Pereira is gonna be that dance partner. If you really like, y'all go really watch those kickboxing fights. Even though he got slept in the first fight, that second fight was very, very close. And these are only 3-round fights, man. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens in this fight. And then
what if Izzy learns how to wrestle from Usman and he just fucking takes Pierre down the whole time and just manhandles him? That'd be crazy.
And you be mad at that, right? Let's stand and bang.
You heard it here first. Izzy goes take that motherfucker down.
What y'all thought about that Volkanovski and Holloway trilogy?
Bro, we don't talk about that shit, bro. We don't talk about that.
That was sad, man. It hurt my heart seeing Max get his ass beat like that.
We'll talk about that shit on this channel.
Shit out of Max Holloway. God
damn.
Hey,
World Combat. You know that song on the Disney Channel that all the kids are singing? We won't talk about Bruno no more. We'll talk about that.
Why we gotta bring up old shit?
He still won the first two though. Fuck that.
The first fight was kind of easy. It could have went either way. The second fight, Max definitely won, but the third fight, wasn't no question. Ain't no question.
What third fight? I don't remember the third fight.
That was a thorough ass whooping.
Hey DJ, he said when he was fighting Calvin Kattar that he was the best boxer in mixed martial arts in the UFC rather, and he got his ass outboxed by Volkanovski bad.
That cut didn't help him at all. Neither that cut fucked him over too. That shit.
Yeah, I mean, that came from a punch.
Brutal.
That came from a punch. Volkanovski split his shit over, and Volkanovski was talking shit to him the whole time. That's what made it even worse.
He's a bad dude, man.
I knew Max wasn't gonna win when he didn't say one word back because Max was talking too. So I'm like, he ain't even talking back. He ain't got no confidence. He can't touch him.
I think Max a little punchy though. He need to get ready to lead the sport, man.
Oh, yeah, that motherfucker already punch drunk for sure.
Them dudes, 4-ounce gloves, elbows, shins, man. It's time to go.
Yeah,
he knows he's taking too much damage. He don't even spar like that no more.
When he split Max shit open, he was like, "Oh, that's a bad one, boy." I was like, "Oh, Max, come on, man. You gotta bite him now." Like you,
He tried to fight him, but goddamn Volkanovski comment was on point though. He tried to fight him. Volkanovski jab, god damn, his jab was on point. Isn't he over there with Henry Cejudo and them? Volkanovski.
The way Volkanovski covers distance, the way he covers distance has improved fight by fight by fight by fight. And man, I'd love to see him in that 155-pound division right now.
Hey,
you telling me?
World Combat asked the question. He asked the question.
I didn't hear it. My bad. Go ahead.
I was saying, isn't Volkanovski over there training with Henry Cejudo camp? Isn't he over there with them?
No, Volkanovski is out there in Australia. He's in City Kickboxing. He's out there with Izzy and Dan Hooker and all those killers out there at City Kickboxing, man.
I just wonder how his boxing came up the way it did, because none of them really have superb boxing.
No, they're all kickboxers. They're all kickboxers.
Yeah, but I'm just saying his boxing is on a whole nother level now. Volkanovski.
I mean, that was his third time fighting Max. I'm pretty sure Max don't change too much fight to fight. He is who he is.
And what really got me in that fight was he made Max put his hands in his pockets, man. We know Max for volume. Max put his fucking hands in his pockets. That's another way. That's another reason I think Max can get his ass whooped. Every time Max started to come forward and get off, he'd always hit him with a nice he'd always jump in and hit him with a nice 3-punch combination and back off.
Yeah, it was all bad, man. It was all bad.
Yeah, that was all bad. We're gonna get off that, man. We're gonna get off that. That was heartbreaking. What'd you say?
Hey, beautiful.
What'd you say, World Combat?
No, I was saying it took me back to BJ Penn back in the day when he started. He was known for his hands too, and then he started getting beat up. really couldn't pull the trigger anymore.
But see, Max is in this crazy situation, just like Kobe Covington. He's gonna smoke all the other featherweights. He's gonna beat the Caters and the Emmets and the Brian Ortegas and the Yair Rodriguez. He's gonna beat those guys. He just can't beat the champion. Just like Kobe Covington is gonna beat the Leon Edwards and the Jorge Masvidals and Hamzat Chimaev and the Gilbert Burns. Kobe's gonna beat all those guys, but he can't beat Usman.
I mean, Usman has separated himself from the rest of the pack, though. He has, man. He's on a whole nother level right now, man. It was a point in time when I was looking at Usman, and I was like, man, he's one of the most boringest fighters. When he initially won the title from Tyrone, that was just a wrestling whole Johnny Hendricks, Robbie Lawler type shit. And since then, man, he's came full circle, man. He's on his shit now.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you, World Combat. That's when I knew that motherfucker was serious. I mean, he beat the dog shit out of Tyron Woodley, man. It made me cry.
I was about to say, nah, go back and watch that fight. He beat the shit out of Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley might not have been all bruised and cut up, but go back and look at them body shots he was hitting Tyron Woodley with. He beat the shit out of Tyron Woodley.
Yeah, but see, Tyron wasn't the type of fighter to get knocked out from, shots like that, especially.
Man, Tyron Woodley was coming out with his mixtape, dog. That's the only reason that even happened, bro. He's concentrating on his career.
I mean, he was having issues at home. He was having issues at home too.
Hey, Max just talking shit, dog.
I was just trolling. I was just trolling right now.
He came out without beat your ass. He came out without beat your ass. That did like two gold spoons.
That shit went double wood.
Double wood. That's fucked up.
That's why ain't on Jake Paul's level.
Here he go with his bullshit.
Of course not.
I was talking about the music.
And we all know Tyrone threw that fight in the rematch with Jake Paul.
His planting face first on the ground is not how you throw a fight. How you throw a fight is what Fortuna did against Garcia. You get hit, you go down, and you stand up after the count's over. You don't just voluntarily get knocked the fuck out and land on your face. No one does that.
Hey, Max, no, I disagree because him and Ben Askren are training partners, and they was knocked out the exact same way. They fell down face first, just like they practice in Creed, man. I was there at the fight, man. I'm telling you.
Willie was a meme. That dude was done.
Hey,
Askren looked like a throw, maybe. Like he knew he was just done.
Both of them threw the fight. Ben Askren and Tyrone threw that fight. Both of them.
Quick question. Quick question for you, World Combat.
Jake Paul gonna get your respect one way or another.
What's up, Cal?
But let me ask y'all this though. I want to ask you, World Combat, because we talk about this shit all the time. Hakeem Rockman Jr. Do you think he gonna throw the fix on, or you think he gonna fight his ass off? What you think?
Look, I'm going off what I heard the man say. The man say, why would he disrespect the family name, by throwing the fight? Of course, no fighter is gonna sit there and admit in front of millions, whoever was watching, that they're gonna throw the fight. But them two used to be sparring partners. I just don't see him winning. I don't see him beating Jake Paul right now.
Not cool sparring partners.
And if he
what you mean not cool?
The spar, if he ain't been true to his
training, he
definitely won't win.
I mean, they can have bad blood, but when it comes to business and he's giving you an opportunity for a paycheck,
you're just trying to build an excuse that if Jake Paul knocks his ass out, supposedly was it gonna go all the way up? Every fight Jake Paul wins is thrown, except the one he loses. If he loses one,
I don't think he should knock him out. If it's what I'm saying, I don't think he should knock out Rothman, but Rothman just came off a loss of fighting an undefeated dude, and he was stopped in the 5th round, so he might get stopped by I don't know, man.
He shouldn't though. That motherfucker has like over 100 amateur fights. He only got 1 L. That's fine. This is what people have been asking. Fight a real boxer with amateur experience, with professional experience. He's doing it, and now it's like, he just come off a KO loss. Jake Paul's only did 6 fights of his boxing career, and you want him to fight undefeated champions and shit now? Like, I don't know where
I mean,
No, I'm
And
telling you.
if he's not
the
trying to
difference.
fight undefeated champions, he should keep his mouth shut and stop trying to,
Why?
pretend to the people that he's this real boxer.
Why? But here's the thing: every real boxer you know and love, their first 6 fights weren't against undefeated champions. So how do you have that expectation for Paul?
Undefeated champions. Who's undefeated again?
I'm saying, period. Your favorite fighter, Muhammad Ali, Floyd
So,
Mayweather,
and your favorite
Earl
fighter not
Spence.
out here fighting NBA slam dunk champions either.
Yeah, but some are fighting fucking 0-0 taxi drivers from Mexico that serve tacos on the weekend. How's that any better?
Absolutely, I agree. That's just the way the format is. But we're talking about Jake Paul. We talking
But
about
that's
him
what I'm
fighting
saying.
Nate
So
Robinson.
why is
Nate
Jake
Robinson
Paul
was
held to different
undersized.
standards?
Nate Robinson was undersized. Ben Askren had a hip replacement. Tyrone Woodley
For
needed
sure.
the money. Tyrone Woodley needed the money. That's why he went, the distance the first time, and then he cashed out with the knockout.
So what's the excuse now for Rockman?
For who? I'm
For
not
Rockman.
giving an excuse for Robin. I just hope he go in there and fight, and represents his family name. Real talk.
I hope so too. But even before this fight,
I don't
I
care if
think
you take it down or not. Rockman got a Lex. I'm gonna stay fucking consistent. If Jake Paul go in there and beat Rockman, bro, I'm giving full credit for that.
there we go. I like it.
I've been waiting on. Nah, this is what I've been waiting on, Mex. You know me and you go back and forth with this shit all the time. I've been waiting on Jake Paul to fight an actual boxer. If he's gonna call himself a boxer, stop fighting YouTubers, stop fighting undersized NBA players, and stop fighting 2 washed up MMA fighters who've never had a boxing match a day in their life. He's fighting an actual boxer with an actual boxing record. So this is the fight I would give him full credit for if he wins.
Check this out, DJ.
There's one more
Rockman
thing. There's one more thing he needs to stop doing. He needs to stop overly putting conditions on these fighters to fight him.
Yeah, rehydration clauses.
What do you mean? He's fighting a fucking heavyweight.
So
I don't
what?
give a crap.
but
I don't give a crap.
nobody
boxing
cared about that when he was fighting. When he was fighting these other guys, nobody cared about that.
Logan
They
Paul
just seeing Jake Paul knocking these guys out.
No, they did care about it, DJ. They just weren't saying nothing. Rockman is the first one to coming out speaking on it, but the rumors are already out there. It's just that he's making sure everybody know about it. The rumors were already there.
I mean, he get 20 pounds. I think it's 220 by fight night or 210 by fight night. Like, because everybody said before that, okay, he needs to fight someone his own size because he's fighting people that are way smaller. Now he's fighting someone 2 weight classes bigger or a weight class bigger at least. But
I'm gonna tell
I mean,
you now, the who's who of boxing are never going to give him full credit until he stop doing that. Bob Arum's already on record saying that he still ain't giving him credit for the fight because of the overconditioning that he's putting on fighters. So
nah, he's just the easiest dude to hate right now because Mayweather's gone.
If he's gonna be a real boxer, he need to do what real boxers do. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, rehydration calls what real boxers do on a regular basis.
Not on no regular basis. You got certain fighters that are known for that. The De La Hoyas and the Canelos and all that.
Canelos.
Everybody don't do that. But
And let me ask y'all,
Canelo's the biggest boxer in the game.
But it ain't
Let me
that
ask
ain't
y'all
the
this.
only thing he's doing. He's doing a whole lot of other stuff too.
Who do you see winning between Hasim Ruffin Jr. and Tyrone Woodley if they was to have a fight in the boxing ring?
I would hope Robin Jr. would, but maybe I don't know. I think he's pretty trash myself.
So no, I was just asking because I was trying to compare it to what should happen when Rothman step in there with Jake Paul, who already fought Tyrone. I see Hasim Rothman Jr. defeating Tyrone Woodley, and he should be able to go in there and defeat Jake Paul. I see him the much better fighter.
He should win easily, but the problem with
he should be the favorite.
Rockman's problem is he don't train. He's not dedicated to the sport like he should be, and that's what his dad.
Yeah, his dad
about.
said that. Yeah, he said he never had to want for anything. So
and he admits to it himself. Exactly. And I see what they're talking about.
Yeah. I respect that he even mentioned that he never had to want for anything. You know what I'm saying? It's good that he even mentioned it.
See, that's what separates Devin Haney. But see, that's what separates Devin Haney from everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't want for nothing either, but he still took boxing serious.
Yeah, he'd be pushing pavement early in the AM. You know what I'm saying? His work ethic is out there.
But and from Devin Haney's mouth, I mean, all the boxers that have trained with Jake Paul say the same shit. He's actually committed. He's not just half-assing it. And he's only 24.
No.
I mean, he's
Jake
doing his
Paul is
thing.
training seriously. He's seriously training, trying to be the best he can be. I give him that. But all the different little clauses he put in these contractual
he ain't gonna be a Hall of Fame
fighters,
fighter,
I don't
man,
like
that.
No,
He ain't gonna be a Hall of Fame fighter.
I mean, but you
right
gotta have
now,
that same energy for everybody else though, with the hydration clauses, man. Everybody got them. Everybody doing it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta.
I don't think. I know some fighters doing it, but he's overdoing it. It ain't the only condition he's putting on fighters.
Listen. If I'm the A side, if I'm the A side, you ain't gotta sign the contract if you don't want to. You ain't gotta fight me if you don't want to. You don't have to fight me
until he stop. If the hydration don't bother me as much as some of the other stuff he's supposed to be doing.
Listen,
but
man.
When he
Daniel Jacobs did not have to fight Canelo Alvarez. He did not have to fight him.
Regardless of what we say, he's still conditioned to fights where it's in his advantage. Regardless. He's
if you're the A side, that's what you do.
That they don't do.
That's what you do. If you're the A side, you make all the stipulations. You make sure.
Here's the crazy part. Even with the Canelo Daniel Jacobs,
allow you to do it as far as see, there's no sanctioning body with this fight, so it don't matter.
But the Canelo and Jacob shit wasn't even 20 pounds. Like Jake Paul's fighting someone significantly bigger than him. Significantly, not like one weight class where you're kind of the same and you don't understand why there's rehydration clause. Like there's a big one, and he's the A side. So
Floyd did it with Logan Paul. Floyd did it with Logan Paul, even though it was an exhibition. Logan Paul outweighed him by what, 30, 40 pounds?
Yep.
And then he held Logan Paul up so he wouldn't fall.
Yeah, he held him up, didn't he? It's good to do charity work sometimes.
I'm gonna tell you something I do love about Jake Paul and Logan Paul. Because of them, women are getting real paychecks now. I love that. And I think they're gonna be some of the best promoters of the game. I really do. So that's one thing I love.
They have the money. Yep. They have the money. In order for you to be a promoter, you gotta have a little bit of change now.
They're gonna look out for the fighters, man. I love that about the cats, man. I ain't mad about how they doing their hustle, but this getting credit thing about, are you a real full-fledged fighter? Until I see a even fight coming into the fight, I can't do that.
I'm gonna say this: he's a real fighter because he's got people interested within his first 5 fights, which rarely ever happens. He's got pay-per-view. He's got people arguing about him, people talking about him. If you can make one of your biggest
paychecks, you will be interested too, Max. These guys ain't fighting for free; they fighting for money. That's what it's about. They ain't worried about trying to prove. Look, these fighters are not trying to prove something. Say I'm one of the best fighters by beating. They trying to get a check. There's a difference.
Can you name another boxer that had this hype all 5 fights though?
Getting a check.
Can you name another boxer in the history that's had this hype off 5 fights? His first 5 fights.
And even being on pay-per-view headliner too. With 5 fights.
He's an entertainer. That's how they came to the game. On paper, they did their own thing.
They was doing the Vine shit. They was doing the Vine shit on social media.
A whole different ball of wax. They're not under the same restraints that all these other fighters are. When it comes down to the red tape and the BS with the promoters and the managers and all that stuff and the networks. These guys made their own lane. They doing it the right way. As far as making their own lane, that don't surprise me. And they ain't making no history in boxing. That's making a history in entertainment. There's a difference. I ain't knocking the guy's hustle, but I ain't gonna never put him in no. I put Jake Paul in the same category I put Butterbean. And Butterbean he was very entertaining.
Now I don't put him on the same as Butterbean.
Butterbean was knocking motherfuckers out.
Butterbean was taking heads off, dog. I seen him fight. He was taking heads off.
Butterbean wasn't always sanctioned in the beginning. Is what I'm getting at. But Butterbean didn't
still
run
knocking heads off.
He didn't. I'm not saying he wasn't. Jake Paul knocking heads off too. But what I'm saying is in the entertainment category of boxing. That's where I put him at. I put Butterbean there and I put them there. Now Butterbean was very competitive and he really worked for what he got. But surely he didn't get this.
Butterbean was fighting
fight.
dudes in his weight class too. That you know what I'm saying? Like he was fighting more credible opponents. He wasn't fighting basketball stars and over the hill MMA guys. You know, with replacement hips.
YouTubers and stuff like that. Right.
He wasn't. He wasn't fighting nobody either.
77-10.
Hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie. The nigga Butterbean wasn't fighting nobody, cuz I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like
he was fighting some big dudes.
Man, hold on, bruh.
I
Y'all
could tell
saying
his
he
box.
fought nobody? He saying look like nobody.
Man, you wouldn't have fought no Butterbean, that cow. Butterbean would have fucked you up, dog. Butterbean was that guy. He was him, dog.
That overhand would have fucking cleared all your cobwebs out your skull, man. For sure. Hey, he was 77-10 though, bro. He had 91 professional boxing matches.
Yeah, man.
I mean, whether those people were something or not, that was 91 people that stepped in the ring with that guy. That motherfucker had no neck.
Hell no, no neck. So how you get knocked out, really? You know, you got to have that power.
He fought a few real boxers.
You know what? I'm gonna put I put AB in that category now. That motherfucker just an entertainer too, so ain't no fucking difference.
AB ain't
we gotta give him a little bit of an I don't know.
I mean, the old AB, the one that we all still love, the one that he's still riding the coattails of his past accomplishments. But that motherfucker ain't fought what 3, 4, 5 years. He's not the same guy.
Max, man, what I tell you about that, man?
Who? Adrien Broner? He just fought last year, bro.
No, Adrien Broner slander, my nigga. You gotta relax. You gotta chill. But
out of 77 wins, he lost 10 times now.
Let's go through. Let's just see his wins and losses, brother. Play.
Not the box record. Not the box record, bro.
Adrien Broner is a Hall of Famer, bro.
He is a four-weight champion Hall of Famer. You're right. He is, man.
He's a Hall of Famer, bro. Don't give him that respect. Despite what's happened to AB in probably the last 6 years, like
friends and family.
AB still a Hall of Famer, man.
Look at the
stars. So is Butterbean.
Look at the stars, bro. Can we stop this shit, man? That nigga got his only 2-star person. Is Larry? What the hell? What the hell happened?
What's his level of star?
What's going on?
So you mad because he fought Larry Holmes?
No, bro. That's only 2-star athlete he fought, dog.
That's all he need, man. If I fought Larry Holmes, I would have retired too.
Man, look at this shit, dog. We gotta stop this shit. He ain't beat.
You got some target workers in there, some stock people, yeah.
Man, hey, look at Adrien Broner's first fight.
Some cross guards up in there.
Listen, don't bring up Adrien Broner.
Butterbean was a tough man champion. At the end of the day, that's like I said, it's entertainment.
What you call him?
More or less what real fighters have to go through.
A tough man.
Yeah, he was a tough man champion. That's why he came about.
Man, you can't say nothing. Hey, listen, you can't ever say that about Jake Paul if y'all root for Butterbean. That's a fact.
I'm telling
you, the same way you look at Butterbean as in the fight game, the same way I look at Jake Paul. Entertainment, extra entertainment.
Man, Butterbean would have fucked up Jake Paul and Logan Paul in the same night, man.
Well, hell yeah, he would have fucked up Logan Paul. Logan Paul can't fight
against boxing.
I mean, shit, Logan Paul can't fight, so they ain't saying much.
I'm just saying. I mean, a lot of people believe that they really driving the hype of Jake Paul. As long as he always puts stipulation, and it is what it is, man.
Yo, how about this? Kyle, look at Canelo.
You breaking up. See, God didn't want to hear from
He about to tell you to look up. He about to tell you to look up these guys' first 5 opponents.
I said Canelo. Look at Canelo. Look at DJ. Canelo's first 5.
Hey, DJ, God didn't want me to do it. That's why he cut him off.
No, I was turning on my Wi-Fi. That's why I got fucked up.
20 some of Canelo opponents was in Mexico.
I'm saying look at his first 5. Look at his
If we
first
gonna do
5.
that,
That's it.
the
First
first
5.
60-some Julio Cesar Chavez opponents was in Mexico. So I mean, if
Yeah,
we're gonna do that, we got to do that.
absolutely.
So
I'm saying, look at Canelo's first
I
5
ain't
right now.
shitting
Look at
on
their records.
Mexico.
Look
I
at who
ain't
they
shitting on
were.
Mexico. They happened where they happened. Either they were gonna happen in Mexico, or a bar in South Dakota, or on an Indian reservation in Mississippi, or in the middle of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like all these guys start out in a gym on a random Saturday night. You know, hey, come watch some fights. $20
Are
at
any
the
of them
door.
being Tyron Woodley? No.
Maybe shit. We don't know.
Nah. Canelo's first 5 opponents are like a combined record of like 1 and like 7 or some shit like that. There's like a 0-1, 0-1, a debut, a 0-1, and then like a 3 and something. Try to recall correctly.
I think Shakur's first 5 opponents. I think only one of them had a losing record.
I know Teofimo Lopez. He don't have a losing record on his resume.
Oh, Teofimo, you said?
Yeah, Teofimo. He don't have a losing record on his resume.
I haven't even seen his resume. But I'm saying that goes for like even fighters I love like Bud, Mayweather. These people, their first 5 fights are nobodies, bro. Like there's never been this amount of criticism in any fighter's career for the first 5 people they fought.
I think Bud might have an undefeated fighter in his first fight. I think Bud fought an undefeated fighter, if I'm not mistaken. I think he has a 1-0 dude. If we really want to be petty, you know what I'm saying? I think he has a 1-0 dude on his record. Let me see.
I mean, but Max, the point I've been trying to drive home with you as long as we've been having this conversation is they probably weren't that good, or they were probably mediocre, but they were actual boxers. They might not have been that good, but they were actual boxers. They weren't NBA stars. They weren't.
The only thing that makes them an actual boxer is a license, dog. That's it.
And somebody who's actually been training that discipline for
all you need
years.
is a license.
Don't mean you that good at it, but somebody who's been training that discipline for years.
Pass the eye test and the HIV test, and do.
And Jake Paul has also been training for years.
Yeah, he's a professional boxer though. So I mean, but he's that. I mean, when he fought his first fight, he's a professional boxer. So I'm saying, like a lot of these dudes, a lot of them, other than the stars that we know, they just pick this shit up as a hobby, win professional, make some fucking money, and they never fought again. Some of these dudes' career records are like 0-4. So I don't know, man. Like it's hard for me to say that these random ass Mexicans from Mexico are better than Tyron Woodley. Whether Woodley has professional boxing experience or otherwise, he has professional fighting experience and knocking people out experience.
Do you see him fighting in a sanctioned championship fight next?
A championship fight? No, probably not. But sanctioned fight, yeah.
Then.
He's ranked.
Every fighter I know has always had aspirations of being a champion, a world champion. If you don't have those aspirations,
I think. What about Butterbean? Hey! What about Butterbean? What about Butterbean?
Butterbean never ran around. I'm the real man boxer. He was a tough man.
Hey, check this out. This is how crazy boxing is, right? They're gonna, if Jake Paul stays around long enough and if he continue to build himself up, right, and these other promoters get behind him or whatever, they're gonna set up a belt for him to fight for. Watch, they're gonna set up a belt for Jake Paul to fight for, and it's gonna be a legitimate belt too, man.
Yeah, it ain't gonna go well.
They're gonna pick the right opponent. They're gonna pick the right opponent.
If it's the right opponent for him to win easily, then it's not.
Man, they're gonna pick Mukabu.
Hey, how many people do you know up at cruiserweight? How many people do you truly know at 190 pounds up there that you can say, you know?
Bro,
you don't know too many of those fighters up there.
They're gonna pick Mukabu like Canelo and then we're trying to do and go get that little belt.
Yeah, Mukabu.
We'll see.
Macabo would be a good person for Jake to fight and come off that WBC because Canelo wanted to do it, but they said, nah, we don't want you to look that bad. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, even if he don't get a real belt, he might get like a silver belt or intercontinental belt or some weird shit like that.
I guarantee
But-
you. I guarantee you, he's a world champion.
A world champion.
I guarantee you, Jake Paul is gonna be a world champion. Yeah, I'm willing to
because he's in the right. He's in the right class to do it. The cruiserweight. He's in the right man. Don't you?
He got the
cruiserweight.
He got the complexion for the protection for the collection.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Nah.
I don't see it.
If he could ride that overhand to success, maybe, because he does got power. That's one thing you can't deny. The motherfucker got power when he throws everything he's got into that shit. He's rocking motherfuckers that. Because one thing is, I know Askren and Tyron Woodley may not be boxers and all that shit, but they've been hit. They've been kicked in their fucking face. They've taken some hits, bro. And that motherfucker laid them the fuck out.
But him and Tyron Woodley in the first
they've been knocked out before. They've been knocked out before.
Usman didn't knock Woodley out.
Who knocked Woodley out?
Nate Marquardt and Kobe Covington.
When he didn't even have a school. He didn't even have a class.
That's what I'm saying. How far back was that?
What, Kobe Covington 2 years ago?
That was in
Kobe
strike
didn't knock
force.
him out.
Yeah, Kobe stopped him.
Man, come on now.
What?
Come on now.
Kobe stopped Tyron Woodley.
Come on now.
Okay.
You gotta show me proof of that. But either way, that motherfucker still, you go back to Nate Marquardt, which was back in what?
Tyron Woodley had an injury there, DJ. I don't think he got stopped by a knockout punch. I think he had an injury.
No, he just faked. He faked the low blow. He took a body punch and faked the low blow.
Yeah, it was a body punch that he went down. Kobe went on top of him, about to finish him, and then he was like, my rib.
Yeah, injury. Injury. Yeah. But the only one
that injury came from a punch. The injury came from a punch.
The one that pretty much got up on him with a flurry of punches was Nate Marquardt in Strike Force. That's it.
Yeah, that was like one of the Mortal Kombat combinations that he hit Tyron Woodley with.
Bad too.
So I'm saying, and Woodley's been hit with some shit. Like he's been against some dudes. He's been hit with things other than just
his last fight in one of his last fights in the UFC was him getting slept in 5 seconds. Like, come on,
yes. But he got punched by Robbie Lawler with 4 ounce
got
gloves.
Put the fucking sleep, and they should have stopped that fight.
Nah, he ain't put.
Go back and watch that fight. He got put to fucking sleep. Like, come on,
Lawler
man.
was the one that went out. Robbie Lawler was the one that went out.
Robbie Lawler got smashed in 1 round, lost his title
by Tyron Woodley. I was at that fight.
Tyron Woodley knocked him the fuck out. And Tyron Woodley landed that shot on Jake. And Jake, if it was a little more seconds that round, Jake probably would have been done. And we wouldn't be having this conversation. But the fact that
they went the distance their first fight, though. That's the real Tyron Woodley right there. He can go the distance with Jake Paul.
Bro, that was the real one the second time. Like, thing is, no one's giving credit. No one wants to give him credit.
Video, dog.
Jake Paul set the trap, bro.
He gave the signal with his right hand. Said, "Come on,
Jake Paul ain't set no
fucking signal. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro. Come on, man.
He ain't skilled enough to set trap. Talking about Jake Paul set trap. No. Tyron Woodley dropped his fucking hand and said, knock me the fuck out.
Jake Paul was hitting him with the body the whole time.
His hands was already down. His hands was already down. He didn't drop him. They had been down for like 5 freaking minutes while they set up the finishing blow. Come on. I'm waving my hand. All right. Man, come on. That was fake as all get out, man.
Man, he got knocked out, bro.
He did. That's not the question.
Yeah, I'm talking about legitimately. He got knocked out.
Hell no, he didn't.
Oh yeah, he definitely went to sleep. We're not questioning. We're not questioning the fact of whether or not he went to sleep, Senso.
Okay, why was he the first one back in the press conference?
Confidence in that second fight because it's in the first fight, and he went in there.
How was he overconfident? And he was getting paid again from Jake Paul. They had an agreement.
At that point, he was overconfident. He didn't protect himself like he should have. That's why he got caught.
Oh no! That's not Tyrone.
Hold on, Tyrone was out before he hit the mat. He was out.
Man, I followed Tyrone his whole entire MMA career, bro.
I've been watching him too. He got knocked the hell out against Jake Paul. Real talk.
I know it looked like that to you, but that was a fix.
Nah, it
He
wasn't no
didn't
finish.
get
Nah.
knocked out. He
It
was
wasn't
the
no finish.
first one back to the
He got
post-fight
knocked the
presser.
fuck out.
He was the
No, it
first
wasn't no
one
finish,
back to
bro.
the post-fight presser, bro.
Wasn't no
He
finish.
was sitting up there waiting for a bag lunch.
Yeah, a lot of them
Bro,
wake
he
up
was
after they've been
he was
knocked
the
out.
first one that left the fucking ring, bro. Of course, he was the first one at the presser.
I'm
The
just saying
losers
he
are
wasn't
always
hurt
the
that
first one at
bad.
the pressers.
He wasn't hurt
That's
that
nothing
bad.
new.
He wasn't hurt that
The
bad.
bro, he was knocked the fuck out. He was asleep.
He
What do
wasn't,
you
bro.
mean?
They would have
Tyrone
took
don't
him
All
to
right.
the
finish that guy.
doctor. You've been
You know what
around
you need to
boxing
do?
just like me. He would
You
took
need
him
to
to the
email.
doctor.
You need to email Jake Paul and spar him and tell him don't go easy on you, and then you can come back and be like, oh, that boy can hit. We're gonna see that because
Set it
this
up.
Jake Paul slander is the
Set it
most,
up.
bro.
I'm not.
I
I'm
know
not
you hate it.
sold.
I know
I'm
you
not
hate it.
sold.
I
Hey,
hope that you beat someone you
And I'm.
really like and
Hey,
love,
Mex.
so I can
Mex.
hear
I'm
another
gonna need a cup of
conspiracy
urine,
theory.
Mex. I'm gonna need a cup of urine too before I get
Hey,
in there.
he signed up for Vada for the Tommy Fury shit. Tommy Fury's the one that bailed out like 4 times, so that's not his fault. And he offered to move the fight all the way to UK and fight him, and he still didn't want it. So
Okay.
he said Vada, he would have. So
Let me enlighten you on something. Tommy Fury was never gonna fight him the first time. They just said that, and because Tyron Woodley was on the hook. You know, the first time they came down here, you know, they wanted to, you know, for the Tyron Woodley fight. They said Tommy Fury was coming in for the rematch. When the rematch happened with Tyron Woodley, it's supposed to have been Tommy Fury. No, they always had Tyron Woodley on tap to fight that rematch. They were just using Tommy Fury's name, you know, to bring hype to it. He was never gonna step in there with Jake Paul, just like this fight.
hey, listen, Tyron really got a Rolex after that fight. So, nigga,
Yeah. Come on now, the dude. Look, how many times he's been knocked out clean in MMA in the UFC? Not many, right? So for him to go in there and leave his hand down, his left hand down, and then you know Jake Paul flicks his right hand, get ready. It's the closer. Come on, Tyrone. Bow. It looked good. It looked really
but
good.
I mean, it's the boxing experience. In MMA, he'd be able to go for a double leg or a single leg in a situation like that. It's years of habit.
Now Tyrone just don't get caught like that, bro. He just don't get caught with his left hand down and waiting on somebody to punch him in the face and don't do anything. I mean, come on, this man is not known to get slept like that. He's not known for that,
And he went in overconfident.
bro. He is not known to get slept like that in mixed martial arts with everything you can throw, spinning back fists, heel kicks, high kicks, low. I mean, come on, man.
That's a whole different discipline.
We understand that, but if look, to be honest, if you haven't trained it and get touched,
but
we all know
Tyron Woodley
4
has
ounce
also
gloves
never
is different
fought a
than
light
8, 10,
heavyweight.
12, 16. We all know it's
Conor
different.
McGregor ain't usually getting knocked out, but he got stopped against Mayweather too.
Yeah, but if
Oh
that
my
was
God,
MMA, if that was
Mayweather carried
MMA,
him for 10 rounds, bro.
if that was MMA, Jake Paul would be a light heavyweight. Tyron Woodley never fought a light heavyweight. He never even fought a fucking middleweight. So who knows? If you got hit by a light heavyweight, you probably would have been knocked the fuck out. People forget Jake Paul's a big motherfucker, bro. He's not no little white boy, bro. He's a big
Jake
guy.
Paul is like 185, 190,
Hold
bro.
on, man. I'm glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. So why does he want rehydration clauses if he's so big? He didn't want. Listen, he didn't want a rehydration clause against.
Rodman's like fucking 60 pounds bigger than him. What do you mean?
But see, that's what I'm saying, Max. He didn't want a rehydration clause on Lil Nate. He didn't want one on him. He didn't want a rehydration clause on Ben Askren. He didn't want a rehydration clause on Tyron Woodley.
Okay.
Because you know why? You know why? Because he outweighed them by 20 pounds.
Correct.
He had 20 pounds on all of them. So now when somebody's his size, he wants a rehydration clause.
Dude's not his size. How you gonna say he's his size when he's 60 pounds heavier and like 2 inches taller?
He's not 60 pounds heavier than him.
Bro, Rasheem Rockman fought at like 2.
Bro, at the same. Listen, on the night of the weigh-in.
Look it up.
On the night of the weigh-in, they're both gonna be 200 pounds.
Correct.
No, what I'm saying is, look up Rockman's last fight, the one he got knocked out in, and see what his weight was for that fight.
But this a moot
And
point because
this fight is at 200 pounds.
It's like a
rehydration in there.
6-pound difference. 190 is what they agreed on for the Tyron Woodley second one, right? So Jake was 190. So if Rockman was at least 250, that's 60
and when
pounds.
Jake Paul rehydrated to 215, and Tyron Woodley only went up to about 200, because that's naturally what he weighs. Tyron Woodley naturally weighs about 200 pounds. Jake Paul is naturally about 215, 220. He weighed in at like what 190, 195 against Lil Nate. Nate was 189 pounds. That next night, I guarantee you, Jake Paul was well over 200 pounds, and Nate Robinson probably didn't gain another pound. Ben Askren is naturally around 200, 205 pounds. Because these are guys who fought at 170 pounds their entire career, right? They fought at 170 pounds. These guys are naturally around 200, 205. Jake Paul is naturally around 215, 220. His brother is like 230, 240. They not small dudes, right? So all of a sudden, when he's fighting somebody a little bit bigger than him, he wants rehydration.
Bro, it's a lot of bit bigger. Rockman's bigger to Jake Paul than Jake Paul was to Woodley.
But yet you want a rehydration clause on him. It's cool when he was the bigger guy, but now that he ain't gonna be the bigger guy, he want rehydration clause.
That's the A-side things, right? I mean, that's what A-sides do, right?
Right.
I mean, Rockman signed the contract, did he not?
He signed the contract.
He wanted to say after he took the money. He wanted to say
the excuses go out the door. I'm just pointing out the facts. That's why the excuses go out the door. Because at the end of the day, Rockman signed the contract, and I will give Jake Paul full credit if he beats it. But let's not ignore the facts of the situation.
But let's not ignore the fact that Jake Paul's fighting a legit heavyweight boxer. Not only is he fighting a real boxer, he's fighting a boxer that is in the king division of boxing. At 24, with only 5 fights experience, while this dude has hundreds of amateur fights plus 15 fights professional experience, and this is what everyone wanted. So I mean, this is what it is. He said, "Hey, you can't gain more than 20 pounds. He could be up to 220." They can both be 220. You're saying that Jake's natural shit is 215. He's still 5 pounds heavier than them, weight advantage, if that's what the case is. Or if he wants to go 225, take the fine.
Mix.
You can't. You're right. You can't be bigger than. You can't be bigger than me at my natural weight. You can't be bigger than me at my natural weight.
Hey, Mix. Did you know that the great Joe Louis always fought around the 190s? Did you know that?
Yeah. He was undersized as far as heavyweights go.
Yep. Okay, then. 190s, 220, 210, 215, 230. What's the difference?
What do you mean, what's the difference? The difference now is there's a cruiserweight division.
190-something pound man and a 230-something pound man, the power was about the same. Natural power.
I don't know. I think Joe Louis is a bad example because he's arguably the greatest heavyweight of all time, but definitely one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. So it's like he's an outlier.
You talking about size. You're talking about size. So
but you're talking about one of the greatest of all time, though. That's not average. That's not typical. It matters. Bro, this is bad debating, though, when you take the exception to the rule and make a point on it.
Come on, man.
You're comparing, dude. The fact you're even comparing Joe Louis to Jake Paul lets you know what's cracking with Jake Paul.
I'm not comparing him. I'm just telling you.
You're making a Joe Louis excuse.
The man fought in his 190s is what I'm trying to say.
You're like, yo, the greatest heavyweight of all time fought this. Why can't Jake Paul do it? It's like, what? That makes no sense. Hey, but it's good. It's good.
I'm not going to lie, Santos. That's some wild shit to say, though.
Since Joe Louis did it, why can't Jake Paul do it? Like,
hey, salute to my dog, World Combat, man. Appreciate you for sliding through the panel, man. I appreciate you. Joe Louis wasn't
putting hydration clause and all other kind of clause on his opponents.
I mean, back at that time, as a black champion, you couldn't really make no clauses on shit.
Matter of fact, Joe Louis is the only
another bad example
history that I know of that had in order for him to get a fight with a guy, he had to give up his purse. His career. Now that's what kind of guy he was.
Well, we're talking about arguably the greatest heavyweight champ of all time compared to Jake Paul. Like, you see where there's just a big.
We're not talking about that, Bill. You keep talking about how small he is. And I'm just trying to give you an idea that one of the greatest heavyweights, if not the greatest heavyweight in the one is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, I get the point you're making, but it's like a fun
No,
fact
you don't,
point
because
because it's not comparable.
No, if you get the point I'm making, then you wouldn't be saying I'm comparing Joe Louis against Jake Paul's abilities. It ain't about their abilities and the skills. I'm just saying, competition-wise,
But
they had a man that was at his best in his 190s.
But it is about abilities because it's Joe Louis's abilities that allowed him to get over the disadvantage of being undersized.
I got another one for you. Wilder always fought heavier guys. Okay, I got another one for you. Canelo was bigger than Floyd.
Wilder was also taller than mostly everyone he fought too, though.
Yeah, and Canelo was heavier than Floyd. And he still got the break speed off of him.
Once again, Floyd is the greatest boxer of all time, so we're using like the top level.
Canelo's one of the best of all time. It don't matter. He got the break.
That's what I'm saying, and we're comparing these people to Jake Paul. What Jake Paul should be doing in his 5th fight. What you're telling me that is what Joe Louis did it, Mayweather did it. We could take Pacquiao because he was undersized all the time. Pacquiao did it, Wilder did it, but it's like you're talking about great Hall of Fame boxers, and you're talking about Jake Paul in his 6th fight. And you're saying that Jake Paul should be doing shit in his 6th fight at 24 years old.
I wasn't talking about Jake Paul's ability compared to those guys' abilities. But when you describe Jake Paul yourself, you putting him in description like he's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
No,
I think you may not hear yourself when you explain when you're talking about the guy.
No, I just think he deserves a little more credit than what he's getting. I'm not saying he's Hall of Famer. You asked me if he's going to be a champ. I don't think he's ever going to get a belt.
Okay, makes you the same person if you get a real boxer.
What was that? You broke up, said though. You're breaking up bad. All I heard was licensed boxers. But I'm just saying.
No, did you not say that? You get a license to box.
He is a real boxer. Yeah, he has a license. He has a 5-0 boxing record. Yeah.
You need to let the guys come in at their size, and he fight at his size.
Yeah, I mean, well, technically, I guess you could say he's never fought no one his own size because he went from fighting smaller dudes and now he's fighting something bigger. He still hasn't fought no one his own size, but I don't see nothing wrong with what he's doing at this point in his career. I think if he does end up trying to fight for a belt and tries to do that type of shit, I think that would be a bigger issue. I think if he wanted to fight for a cruiserweight belt, but then wanted a rehydration clause on his opponent and shit, I think that would be way bigger news for sure if he gets that far. But I think in his 5th fight, and it's his first real test.
If he's gonna fight if he's gonna full credit for me, I'm just saying for me, I want to see him give these guys a fair, quit putting all these disadvantages on these guys. That's what I'm saying. But he coming in and fight like that.
You're breaking up bad, Santos.
Hey, Max. Let me ask you something else, Max. Since y'all talking about that, something completely different. What would you think if Floyd lose one of these exhibition fights that he's trying to do? Because he's getting up there in age, and eventually he's gonna slip up.
Nah.
You don't think? No, I'm just saying hypothetically. Let's just say he lose one of these fights.
Nah.
I mean, I know you don't want to think about it. I'm
gonna keep it real with you, Pittsburgh T. Floyd is one motherfucker that I want hypotheticalize or nothing about it because to me he is the GOAT of boxer of all time. He never fucking lost. He never looked bad. None of that shit. Like I will never even think about what if he loses because I think he knows himself enough to know that there's a chance he's not gonna do it. So
I think age, Max. All them dudes, you remember. All those boxers, those egos get them at the end.
I'm gonna say right now, I think Floyd right now could still be probably 80% of 147 fighters.
He can't, bro. That's why he's not.
Bro. He doesn't get hit. What are you gonna do?
But he's not fighting that. That goes back to the Jake Paul argument. He's not fighting boxers though, bro. He's not boxing boxers, bro.
It don't matter. He's a GOAT. He didn't just retire and give away his skills and just say, "All right, skills, don't need you no more. I'm just a dad now." Come on, no.
On that
No, that's
level, he
just been
did.
ingrained of him since he was fucking born, bro. That is his natural. That's just who he is.
But
That
you
he
can't
didn't
have
do this.
you can't bring your history into the ring. Your fight history
You can
before
bring
you
your
step into that
reflexes into
ring,
the ring,
your reflexes fade as you get older. That's
and
science.
then that's
You
where
ain't
your
gonna defy
fundamentals
that.
and your technique. That's where your fundamentals and technique. He's not Roy Jones. He's not Roy Jones. All right, he
Nah,
didn't just rely
Hopkins,
on
Roy
athleticism
Jones.
and
It's
reflexes
I
and
mean
then
that
fade off when he didn't have it no more. He don't get hit. You don't need much of a reflex just to keep your shoulder like this, to keep your glove like this, and just pop shot, footwork, pop shot, footwork. I don't know. I don't see it. But if Floyd does lose one, I mean, it's exhibition. He'll probably be like 60 years old. So,
okay.
it's not happening no time soon. If he still keep going like 60, 70 years
He
old,
gonna
he wants
get
to do
touched up,
exhibition.
man. He gonna get touched up. He keep
Maybe.
getting in that ring with these young dudes. He gonna get touched, man. Trust me. That is not all these dudes that fight past when they should have stopped. Eventually, somebody that you don't see coming hit their ass up, and then everybody like, well, why the hell he got in the ring with that young dude? That's usually what happens eventually. And then you could go,
Man,
hey,
this
wait,
is
it
gonna
don't
be.
matter.
This is gonna be. If one day, Spence and Bud ever fight, Floyd just gonna come out of retirement and fight the fucking winner. That's it. Boom. Out of
Man, you
retirement,
crazy.
10
He ain't
years
gonna fight
done,
them dudes,
50
man.
years old,
He
fucking
ain't
12
fighting
all
them.
round. I'm out.
So you think
Floyd
Floyd
go.
could beat one of them dudes at his age he is now, man? You realistically, you think he could beat him?
I'm telling you, Floyd Mayweather is a man I don't doubt. So I'm not. I mean, I know it sounds crazy because they should be able to beat the shit out of him. But at the same time, we can all agree. I mean, most of us can agree they're not on Floyd's level. Even right now, as great as they are, they're undefeated. They're in their prime. They've had a great career, great champs they fought. They're not on Floyd's level. There's levels to this shit.
But what do you mean, like his level? Clarify that for me. What you mean?
I'm saying, okay, if right now is their prime, which I mean, I think it's safe to kind of say because Bud's getting older. Spence probably got a couple more years. He might be doing a couple more things. But right now, we'll say like, realistically, they're in their fucking prime, athletically, career-wise,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now compare their prime, which is what we know of their career, to Floyd's prime when we know Floyd's whole career, so we know exactly when his prime was. It's not close. The skills are not close.
What kind of skills you talking about, though, Max? They still
just in that ring.
did what he
I
said
think
he was
that
gonna
Floyd.
do. What he
I think prime versus
decided
prime,
to
Floyd
do.
washes both of these guys, and I love Bud and Spence. I like both of them, but I think Floyd washes both of these guys prime for prime.
But why though? Why would he though?
Because his defense is too good, and theirs isn't.
Okay, so
neither one of them, and he's too accurate.
Well, what we do? What are we matching up now? Wait, hold on. What are we matching up? We matching up prime, or we matching up where they are now? What are we matching?
So
what we doing?
This is the thing. We don't need to match up prime because Floyd washes them. Floyd beats them in their prime. Period.
I don't know if he watches them, bro. I don't know if he watches them though.
I mean, what are they bringing? First of all, they both get hit. Floyd's the most accurate boxer of all time. Floyd doesn't get hit
too, man. He got hit too, man. A couple of them fights, man. That's just the narrative.
Floyd is the least.
He got hit
Floyd
with a
is
couple
like
of fights, man.
Since they've been able to do statistics, Floyd is the least landed on fighter in professional boxing history from information they have that they can confirm. Right? Obviously, older fighters kind of hard to tell, but since they've been able to document, they have, and Andre Ward is second in both categories. Also, is the highest percentage of landed, least landed on. So it's like if you're both in the same category, that's why it's hard to beat a guy that can hit you, but you can't land a clean hit for a judge to see. You can go ahead and barrage them, throw 8-punch combo, hope the judges give you 2 of those just off GP. But like you're not landing clean ones. You can count on one hand how many times he's been caught clean and rocked in his whole career. 20 years.
It only takes one. Yeah, but it only takes one, Max. You don't got to get rocked 50 times.
There was never that one.
The fighter that you're fighting, if he rock your ass, that's it. You don't have to be rocked 50 times.
That's why you don't get rocked.
Oh my God.
That's why you don't. And he made a habit of not getting rocked.
But that's what I'm saying, Max. Okay, so let's go back to the original statement that we said.
All right. So now I'm bringing it to present Floyd right now.
What's the difference between Floyd and let's say these guys' skills? Because they got different sets of skills. So they're not going to be Floyd, and Floyd is not going to be them. So as their skills are right now, Like where you see that. That's what I'm saying. Like we can't make those guys
See,
into Floyd, the defensive
no,
fighter.
no.
He
See,
is.
see where
They're
their
not
skills
that.
are right now. Where their skills are right now, I think it evens the fight out. That's where I'm at. Because for me, I'm like it's Floyd 99.9999, and whoever else 1% puncher's chance. Right? That's the only chance anyone has. They can't outbox him, so that's not happening. So you got to hope to land that one punch because all it takes is one. That's what everyone thinks. All right, cool. So I go 999. Now that he's where he's at, I'm gonna assume that if he got a contract, he would actually train. So we're gonna say he's gonna be a little bit better condition probably by the time fight night comes. And then where Bud and Spencer at right now, I think he evens it out to a 50-50. And when it's coming down to it, I'm still gonna pick Floyd in a 51-49 split because I believe that he will always find a way to win, and his defense is too good to get landed on cleanly, regardless of your athleticism, regardless of your power, regardless of your size. He's shown it time and time again. He won fights he probably shouldn't have won pretty clearly. So at the end of the day, it's like, I think Floyd is just still, the same way I feel like, Tim Duncan come off and give us 20 a night. He won't be prime. He won't be an MVP candidate, but he might be able to just win you a series. I don't fucking know. I believe in motherfucking talent. I believe in fundamentals. I love athleticism, but I believe in fundamentals and technique over everything. If George Foreman could come back and just fight a couple fights and win a championship, Floyd could do this shit. Pick the right fight.
But remember George Foreman, his whole career was just that power. He never lost that punching power he had. I mean, he didn't have no hellified defense. He was eating punches even when he was in his prime.
Yeah.
He wasn't like avoiding punches, and he wasn't light on his. He wasn't doing.
He had a good chin and great power. For sure.
Yeah, so nothing really changed besides him getting a little bit older and bigger when he got older. So his style didn't. Stylistically.
Uh-oh. I don't know if that's you or me.
Yeah, that was him. He fell off. DJ, you still here, big dog?
Huh?
Hey, there you go. He back. Next.
Hey, y'all been shit. Y'all, hey, listen. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. I gotta lay down. So y'all make sure y'all just DM DJ. Or if y'all, I'm like the last resort. If you gotta call me, Mex, just call me, bro. I'm like the last resort. But just try to make sure y'all try to get Centos back on if y'all can.
Okay.
And tell him to put it in the main chat, not the private chat, because everybody can't see it.
For sure. No, I mean I'm super biased, bro. I'm super biased. I'll admit that.
No.
Floyd,
but that's all about opinion. I respect you. Like you're a Floyd fan, so I mean that's cool.
Yeah, for sure.
I ain't got no problem with that. Yeah,
so,
I got no problem with that.
like I believe that Floyd and I believe that Earl and Bud would be favored as they should, right? If they're prime, if that fight happened before the end of the year type shit or beginning of 2023 for sure. But I just think that Floyd,
I'm talking about prime. I'm talking about prime versus prime. Are you talking about like those guys
I'm talking about prime
fighting Floyd at this age? Oh nah, man, they'll beat the shit out of Floyd, man. Stop it, man.
I don't know, bro. I don't think that happens that easily, man.
Nah, man, that's an old dude, man.
I think he has too many tricks to trade. He's too good at adjusting. He's good at setting traps. The footwork is different. Like, I don't know. I think he can land that will on either one of them dudes with just pop shotting and staying out the way. Pop shot and staying out the way. I'm not saying it's going to be exciting. I'm not saying it's going to be dominant. I'm not going to say it's going to be like prime Floyd. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I think he could do enough to win. That's it.
I mean, we'll never know because them dudes ain't gonna do it. So we'll never
for sure they're not. No, for sure they're not.
We never know.
But as far as like when it comes to these exhibitions, to go back to the main thing, is exhibitions, I just don't think that he will. I think he might at times he takes chances to entertain, but I think he knows when he can and can't. Well, I don't think he would take those chances against like someone he felt like, you know what, he feels dudes out. I think he knows within the first round, like that day might come where he's like, you know what, this needs to be my last one. This motherfucker's different. Right, and he might get caught some shit, look old as shit, but I think he'll always find a way to win when it comes to boxing, which is why he makes these MMA fights. Other people just go to boxing rules because it is a limited skill set, and no one does it better than him. So, no matter how much of a killer he fights, that's not a boxer. I mean, every now and then, they might come. He is getting what? He's almost fucking 50 now, I think, right?
Yeah, man. He late 40s.
Yeah,
mid to late 40s. So it's up there. I mean, reflexes ain't what it is. I mean, hell, you start falling down at that age. You don't jump up the same way. Nothing reacts the same way as you get older.
Here's my
This is
thing though.
all
You know,
body conditioning.
this would be something crazy, and this is just I've been smoking, so this is just one of them thoughts, right? But
Go
what if
ahead,
this
throw that,
motherfucker?
man.
What if this motherfucker just wait and wait out the 147 until those one eventually that undisputed is gonna go. It's gonna be 4 belts up for grabs. There might be a number 1 contender. He might get a fucking a Yildirim type motherfucker. He might just fly back in there at 50-something years old, one fight, beep, 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 against someone that probably doesn't deserve a title shot, and then just get out and become the oldest champion ever. Like, I don't
It's
know. I think
possible. He got enough ego to do it, man. He's an egomaniac.
that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean,
That's what I'm
he got
saying.
enough. He's an egomaniac to do it because, like, if you notice, like, he always try to do those exhibitions and announce all that crazy shit. Whenever somebody get a little bit too big, he got to throw his name back on top of that. Like,
He
he's
keeps his
definitely
name
an
in the mix
egomaniac
for
to do
sure.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He won't go off in the background quietly like most people when they got to a certain
Because
status.
who is it right now? It's Hopkins, right? Who's the
Uh,
oldest champ?
I think
it's like 50-something.
It's either Hopkins or George Foreman. One of the two.
Yeah, one of the two.
It's either, I think it's Hopkins, though, for sure. I think it's Hopkins. I'm not sure, though. Help me out, chat.
Yeah.
Help me out. Everybody listening in the chat, everybody listening. Who is the oldest champion? Not heavyweight, not class specific. Who is the oldest champion? I think it is Bernard Hopkins, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I think what it was.
Steve Ward. It's Steve Ward, 64.
Who?
Steve Ward. Steve Ward,
Oh,
64.
yeah. No, Mayweather getting that one.
Is the oldest boxer. Nottingham.
The oldest champion was 64?
64. Steve Ward.
Damn.
I guess he fought over there. He got these British. They got a picture of him. He got these
Commonwealth?
British. Yeah, like the England like symbol or whatever the fuck from over there across that water.
The Union Jack. The Union Jack.
The Union Jack.
That's what that flag is called. That's what the UK flag, that red, white, blue UK flag. That's what it's called, the Union Jack. Oh man, 64.
I'll be funny to get that one.
That is a that's gonna be right there.
I could see Floyd coming back in his 50s to fight Conor Benn for a vacant title. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like some motherfucker where it's like, you know what? This Floyd got a chance. Like motherfucker not that good. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, bro. I don't know. Like a Deloney or some shit. Someone that clearly don't deserve a title shot, but they happen to be ranked next up in whatever organization. That shit happens all the time, bro. Like, especially after a big champ leaves the division, they go vacant. Usually, whoever wins that title is not. I mean, sometimes you're like, who's this? Who are you? Why
you Miguel Cotto about corruption? Salute, bro. I like the name. King Israel said B-Hop. Jalen said B-Hop. My guy Best Pugilist said my big bro B-Hop. Yeah, I think it is B-Hop, man. But 64.
I don't know. He just read it was Steve Ford, man, at 64.
And that was for like what, the British International some title.
Oh no, let me see. Let me look it up.
I don't think if it's really 64, ain't nobody breaking that, man.
Hell nah.
Because you gotta come back and fight somebody. You gotta come back and fight a 30-year-old at 65, bro. Good luck with that. Speaking of which, my guy L Dub put me on a fight, man. While we talk about these old guys coming back and fighting. I don't know if I spoke about it last night or not, but I think I told y'all yesterday off camera. Marcos Maidana is coming back for a fight this year.
All they're saying is B-Hop 49.
No, we need world champions, not that Commonwealth shit. World champions, that's Bernard Hopkins. Yeah, okay.
Foreman was 45, and then Sugar Boy Malinga 42, Cornelius Bundridge 41, Pacquiao 40.
Yeah, I thought it was B-Hop. B-Hop was damn near 50 when he won that title, or 50 when he won his last championship.
Yeah, it was 49.
That's great. Man, just That's insane. He is out here. He was out here at
What?
48, 49, busting these young dudes up, man. Okay. Best pugilist, join the panel if you can, man. Join the panel. Okay. Yeah, it was Bernard Hopkins. I couldn't remember whether or not it was Bernard Hopkins or George Foreman. I knew it was one of the two.
Well, George
Oh no,
Foreman,
Absolutely.
George Foreman started off. Bernard came in and bust that record up as far as age.
Steve
Bernard
Ford was
Hopkins
the
broke George
oldest
Foreman's record.
boxer. Steve Ford was the oldest boxer, not the oldest champion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his oldest boxer.
Okay. So it was Bernard.
So the oldest champion is 49, bro. Mayweather coming back at 50. He's about to fight a no-name heavy 154 for a vacant belt. Get it, get thing, get out.
Who gonna be no name in these next few years? Who gonna be no name at 154? Because right now, what it's looking like, he's gonna have to come back and fight Boots and Virgil at 154.
Nah, well, I mean, if both
by
Charlos move
the
up,
time he's 50, it's gonna be Boots and Virgil who's gonna be at 154, or maybe even.
But there's gonna be four
it all
vacant
depends
belts.
on how fast they want to move Troy Isley and Xander Zayas. Even though I think Troy Isley's a middleweight right now, I think Troy Isley's at 160. Yeah.
Because Charlo, there's gonna be four vacant belts, right? So I don't know if anyone's gonna be unified by then. Because I would say that Charlo's not fighting to the end of this year, right, or beginning of next year against Zoo. They just announced that, so if he's just still gonna have the belt after that.
I think he needs to come back and fight his IBF mandatory sometime this year, sometime before this year is out. Because I really think he can smoke him inside of 4 rounds. That Bakram guy, I've seen a couple of his fights. I went and looked up a couple of his fights. Dude, Jermell Charlo can smoke him inside of 4 rounds, in my opinion. Now, only thing that matters that is left to see is the application of that. But I think he can smoke him inside of 4 rounds and still be ready to fight Tim Tszyu in January. Like James, oh man, why would you? Never mind. I get riled up even thinking about how in the hell are you scheduling a fight 6 months out? That shit is crazy to me. What's up, best pugilist? What's going on, brother?
Yo, yeah, what's going on? Yeah.
What's up, OG? Where you been, man? You coming to Vegas with us or what?
I don't know. I gotta see. I got some things going on.
Let's go, boy. Come on down.
Going on, though.
Okay.
I'm taking care. But I'm gonna see if I'm available because I do want to get up with the fellas, though. But yeah, in terms of that world championship shit of Floyd doing some crazy shit like that, but it would be if he did it past 46, because the world champion is Bernard Hopkins. That shit is bullshit. That other shit with that dude, them Commonwealth shit, that ain't the same shit. We talking about world.
He read it wrong, pugilist. That was just the oldest boxer.
Yeah.
In general.
Yeah,
not champion.
Yeah. Yes, he was like 2 years older than my OG, which was Sal Manby. Sal Manby had his last fight, and he was 61 or 62 over in Thailand some years back. But yeah, championship is Bernard.
They got a brother. There's a brother on the streets right now knocking out youngsters in his 60s. Some fighters ain't documented. But this brother got video footage. Giving them the business.
Right. So if you win a championship and you above somebody, if Floyd was actually able to pull that shit off and come back at 46, above 46, he would be the oldest. Because that's Bernard is the oldest listed now.
Bernard was 49.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
so he'd have to be 50.
So he's 46 or 49. No, I think Bernard was 46 at that time.
Bernard was 49 and Foreman was 45, almost 46.
Yeah, Foreman was 45. No, I think Bernard was 46 at that time when he fought on Pascal.
We looked up the list right now because I didn't know he was that old.
He wanted at 46, but I think he held it until he was 49.
Yeah, he held it till he was
Yeah,
49.
there you
Yeah,
go. Yeah,
yeah, he held
yeah.
it till he was 49, but he wanted it. He won it back at 46, which made him the oldest, even winning it, because
Yeah.
he topped George Foreman, which was 45. You know, and
Yep.
stuff like that. You know, so
I mean,
yeah.
Floyd could do it, man. I'm just saying his style is the type of style that can do it. The whole reason Bernard was able to do it too, right? Because defense, right? He doesn't get hit clean a lot, and he can make it messy. He can fight inside. He can box, get the points, win the rounds. So that's all you got to do. I'm not saying it'll be no prime Floyd shit. It'll be enough to win rounds to win the fight, and that's all he needs to do.
It'd be tough.
And grab another
But
couple
see,
$100 million. Go on.
You know, they would be those fights. Obviously, now for sure they would be closer than maybe in their prime. But you got to remember, Floyd, even when coming towards the end of the last couple of years of his career, when Errol Spence made a name for himself, with the last couple of years of Floyd's career, you know, the fight would be a lot more competitive, even if they was younger with those type of talent, you know. So, but I would, you know, Floyd Mayweather is a uniquely gifted dude. So, if he was motivated to fight, which he's not, that's why he retired. Floyd didn't really retire so much because his skill set was getting debilitated and he was going down. It's like at some point you just have to know, like, it's time for me to move on from this shit. You know, I done did what I did. He hit the mythological 50-0 mark, you know, past Rocky Marciano. That's more mythical. It's not really a record. It's just that as far as the status, Rocky Marciano was 49. So if you get to that 5-0, that's a big thing. You know, but it's not actually a record in that sense. It's just that he just topped that, but they pushed that 49-0, just like Eddie Murphy said in that fucking movie. That's day one. You know, pull that motherfucker out their pocket. Whenever you're talking about good, great Black or Latino fighters, the whites always pull out Rocky Marciano and shit. That nigga 49-0 and shit. So
yeah, but that was mob time too, though. So how do y'all rate that 49-0 that he had during those times with the mob and all that bullshit? Like, what do you do with that?
Well, for me, I have it as lit. Like, because a lot of people like to, you know, over the years, you know, a lot of people like, I tend to give Marciano more credit than a lot of people who, or historians who study boxing do. Like, granted, yeah, he beat Joe Louis when he was old, Ezra Charles when he was old, Archie Moore old, Jesse Joe Walcott old, but those guys could still fight very well prior to that. And they only was losing to that elite type of fighter. Like, they wasn't really losing to like the average club fighter still at that point in his career. But Joe Louis had been on, when he lost to Rocky, Joe Louis had been on a 10-fight winning streak, and he was beating the top contenders of the heavyweight division at that time. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was just fighting just regular Joe Schmoes, nigga to pull up the front. He was beating the top contenders at that time. He had a 10-fight winning streak. So, and same thing with Ezra Charles and them. Granted, they was older. They was not at their best like they was, but they could still fight. Because I don't know if you guys ever seen that first fight with Jersey Joe and Rocky Marciano. Jersey Joe was giving him the fucking business in that shit. Like, had Rocky not knocked him out, he lost the fight. He lost almost every round in that fight, yo. He was getting his ass kicked. He got knocked down for the first time in his career. Jersey Joe was giving him a straight business. He just got clipped in that fucking 13th round. But had he survived that fight, he would have lost. Rocky would have lost. So, like, I tend to give him more credit than most people do, because despite those guys were older, he still managed to find ways to get them victories based on his determination. Now, he was far less skilled than all of them motherfuckers. And he was much smaller. He was much smaller and far less skilled, but he did have a lot of determination. You understand what I'm saying? He had a lot of heart and a lot of determination The man got his fucking nose ripped in two from an uppercut by Ezra Charles, and they gave the man, "Yo, I'm only giving you one more round. If you don't go out there and knock him out, the fight is over."
But
He went out there and did that shit,
I
you
give him
know?
credit for those fights, but not so much for his overall record because remember,
So,
those was during those mob times when all that shit was fixed.
yeah, well,
So
a lot of it,
yeah,
but still, like I said, if you in a fight, and like I said, like clearly that fight with him and Jersey Joe, that first championship, that shit wasn't fixed. Jersey Joe was whipping his goddamn ass, and he just got caught with a big shot. You can see it clear as day. He just got clipped because he was just lighting his ass up, which can happen. You know, when
yeah.
you whipping somebody's ass so good, you could make that mistake and leave yourself open that one shot, and they catch you with that one desperate shot, and that's basically what happened. He was just
But
digging in his ass, and he was handling the fight so easy. He got just careless just that one time, and it was a fatal mistake in that fight.
without
Other
that
than that,
record, we wouldn't know who the hell Rocky Marciano is, and that
Mhm.
record seems like it's padded. You know what I mean? If you
Well,
look at the times, yeah, without that
yeah,
record being padded, we wouldn't know who the hell he is. I mean, he has some
well,
good individual
yeah,
fights, but he wouldn't be large like the way he is now.
well. Like I said, the mere fact early in his career, of course they're going to do that. That's how boxers. That's the sport of
Yeah,
boxing.
yeah,
But that shit even applies to now. If you got a good
of
management,
course.
now, they're going to build you up with fighters that nobody don't really know. You understand? That's what they're supposed to do to get your
Rocky Marciano
fighting status
record,
up. You know?
Rocky boxing sounds crazy. Rocky
You know?
Marciano record was trash. He won, but you have to look at the fine details. That's Reggie Owens.
Now, I read it, but that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. But what I'm
no, I was
saying
reading.
is, but even when saying that shit, you certain shit you can't take away from, like, you know, fuck the racist shit. Take the racial aspect out of it shit. There's certain shit you can't deny. Because like I said, Jersey Joe dropped his ass and was fucking him up. Archie Moore dropped him, was digging in ass. You understand what I'm saying? He had to fight with everything he had to come back and win that shit. Archie Moore is the all-time knockout leader in boxing. And Archie Moore was a man of principle. Archie Moore wasn't taking no fucking dive. Rocky had to fuck him up. You understand what I'm saying? At that point, he was a man of principle. He ain't taking no dive in that fight. Rocky had to fight hard to win that fucking fight. He took everything he had to win. That's why that shit was his last. One of the reasons it was his last fucking fight was because of that shit. He's like, I can't keep this shit up with these type of dudes. And then you figure a few years later, then you having motherfuckers like Floyd Patterson came along after that shit. And then within 4 years, you had Muhammad Ali and him turning pro. And you know, it would have been hard for him. So, like I said, I tend to give him credit, not for his style, just for the fact that he was a determined dude. Because yeah, they padded his record more than likely early on, as they did most of those guys. But
I mean,
at some
he had
point,
49 wins with 4.
but at some point, you gotta, like I said,
No
by the time
losses.
you started getting in there with Joe Louis and them, even though they was older, if you ever look at like still pictures of Rocky Marciano's face after the end of the fight, his face was fucked up, yo. And that's with the old Joe Louis. His face was knotted up and shit like that. He said it.
I
He
was
said,
toward the end of
"Yo,
Rocky's career too.
he said, yo, that's the greatest." He said it straight up. He said, that's the best boxer I ever been in the ring with my life. And shit.
Joe Louis only had 2 losses at that time of the fight.
That's right. That's right. Only 2. That's what I'm saying. He only had the 2 losses, and he lost to 2 champions. He lost to Max Schmeling, and he lost that comeback fight against Ezra Charles. And then he went on a 10-fight winning streak after that shit, before he lost to Rocky. So that's why I'm saying it's not like it's not.
There was another dude, Roland.
I can't give it as bad. I can't give it as bad like that. It's like that because he still has some ability left. It wasn't like he was, but of course he was nowhere near the legendary Joe Louis that we know. He was nowhere near him.
Yeah.
You know, but still,
I don't think nobody's saying he's a bum. I think that record kind of like throws people into a loop. Because without the record, he's a good boxer. He's not great. He doesn't make him great without that record. So that record is like, come on, man. You ain't 49-0. Come on, man.
Yeah, but
I don't know, man. I think he's still
it's not really But that's his. That's this. People keep like. I have to always clarify that. People say a record. It's not a record. It's his professional record. It's the record he retired with. But it's not a
Right.
record. It's not like
But
Henry Aaron. It's not like when Henry Aaron broke Babe Ruth's home run record. That was a record. That is Rocky Marciano retiring at 49. No, it's not an actual record. That's just the record that he retired with. He happened to have been 40, but it's not like a record. It's not like it's like a record in the books, like it's the greatest. No, it's not a record like that. That would just happen to be his record. Because technically speaking, you can have somebody like in the heavyweight division. In the heavyweight division, you can have somebody like because it's technical aspects that's missing. Because you say you take somebody like Gene Tunney. Technically, Gene Tunney was an undefeated heavyweight champion. Because Gene Tunney was 77-1. But that one loss he had was at light heavyweight. He never lost a heavyweight fight, though. So it's technicalities to that shit as well.
right, but I mean, but like my issue with him is like I say, it's that we know that the mob was running that shit. They was running all the books, the gambling, all that shit. So and it was people taking dives. That is what it was for them, like you say, for them to pad the stats. We never gonna know. I mean, he showed up to them big fights and he fought his ass off for them big fights.
Yeah, and
But
that's what I
without that
focus
record,
on.
yeah,
And that's what I focus on. I don't focus on that early shit. I focus on them
yeah,
big shits because them big shits, it was a lot more on the line. And he still managed because he was in tough situations in a couple of those fights. And he still managed to pull that shit out. You
all
understand
right.
what
But
I'm saying? Like you can't fake.
Lucius, let
You
me
can't
let me
fake.
get let me get your opinion on this me and Max thing that we had going with did you hear the thing we was talking about with Floyd? What you think about that?
But him coming back and fighting.
Yeah, what you think about that? Fighting like
Good.
Errol or Crawford or one of them dudes, Prime or
Yeah.
even now. What's your thoughts on that?
He'll come
Prime.
back and beat Adrien Broner right now.
Prime. I would definitely give this slight edge to him, but not like heavy, like how Max was saying. Nah, I give him a slight edge. You know what I'm saying? Because his ability to do what he do defensively and just his overall boxing IQ. So I'll give him a slight edge. But they would be close. Those fights would be fights would be competitive because those guys are both good boxer punchers as well. You gotta remember Floyd. Part of the reason why we know Errol Spence because he made a name for himself, sparring with Floyd in the last couple of years of his career when Floyd still fight a little bit. You understand when he still wanted to fight. So I would definitely think those fights would be more competitive. Now I would go slightly with Floyd as of right now. As of right now, but both of those cats got more to do in their career, so we got to see. But as of right now, I would have to go. I would go with Floyd. Just because his overall body of work and he showed what he could do with certain style in there. But for him to come back.
Are you speaking of Prime? Are you talking about Prime Floyd or are you talking about right now Floyd? Prime
You're talking about Prime. You're talking Prime. For him to come back now.
Prime is not even close.
No, it's closer than you think. It's closer than you think, man.
Now with those,
boys can't do no
with those two dudes, it would be because those guys are both boxing punches similar to him.
But they have no defense.
Now what it is that they both tend to be more aggressive fighters in their offense. Perfect. So that'll leave them a little bit more open because of that.
Floyd's gonna land all day long at will, whenever he wants.
Whatever he wants back.
Whatever he wants. What are they gonna do? Neither one. Okay, you guys can't tell me those dudes have elite defense. We know they don't.
Yeah, no, they really don't. But you can't really say that per se. But you got to remember, like I just said, with Floyd, as good as he was, Errol Spence gave that nigga a tough time in that sparring session.
No sparring, bro. Sparring don't mean shit.
No, yes, it do, man. It do. It do too. It do too because it gives you an idea of the skill set that you would be going up against as a fighter. So you would know that shit. Like, so yeah, you might not be going as hard, but on the same token, like, think about it. Of all the years you've been a fan of Floyd, Have you ever heard that shit said about any other fighter before?
Yeah, it was that one dude. But was that dude?
Spadafora? Paul Spadafora?
Huh?
Paul Spadafora.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Now think about it. That's the only other time you ever heard that shit. And mind you, I seen that sparring session. Floyd was off, but he wasn't fucking Floyd up like that. Like how people exaggerating. Because I seen the sparring session.
Yeah.
He wasn't fucking Floyd up like that. That's a lie. Floyd was a little off of his timing and shit like that. He was missing. It was that Floyd was missing more than he was hitting Floyd. Like that. When Floyd is normally the more active fighter. But I've seen the sparring. I seen the footage. So he wasn't fucking Floyd up like that. That's a fucking lie. But the rumor is that he fucking gave Floyd that Errol Spence fucked Floyd eye up. They didn't say that shit about Paul Spadafora. You understand what I'm saying? They didn't say that shit about Paul Spadafora.
But I'm saying you let him go 12 rounds with all the big lights on is different.
True. This is true.
And don't nobody do it better than Floyd when those moments come.
Now Floyd gonna be, he would have to be more. He would have to be more sharp. Obviously, he gonna have to be more sharp.
But it would probably be a boring fight because you would probably have to just win rounds, point fight, do a counter punch, point fight, footwork, defense, 12 rounds, point fight. But he's gonna get it done. He's not gonna lose.
It would be interesting. Those fights would be interesting.
Well, it'd probably be a better matchup with Errol Spence because he got a higher work rate.
I think those would be
Crawford,
I think those would be very interesting fights in the prime.
Yeah.
In the prime, unlike like when he fought Diego Corrales, I never was impressed with Diego Corrales. That's why I won so much money the night I bet that fight. Because everybody was on the dick. It was like, nigga, he had no defense. None.
Zero.
At all.
I feel like Floyd won both fights pretty easily, man. I don't know whether I think the Corrales fight.
No, I'm talking about Corrales, not Castillo. I'm talking about Corrales.
Oh, you're talking about Diego. Oh, Diego. Yeah. Okay.
That's why I won so much money in that fight, because I was never impressed.
Oh, hell yeah, me too.
I never was
money on that shit too.
I went crazy. I fucking robbed the bank and shot with a bunch of high fighters.
Floyd is the only athlete I ever bet on. Floyd and John Jones.
Now, as far as the Corrales, the Castillo fight, the first fight was close. Second fight, Floyd schooled him. That first fight was close. There's no way you can look at that shit and say that shit wasn't close. There's no fucking way.
I scored it recently, and I think I had Floyd by like 3 rounds.
Yeah, it was still close though. That shit was not like
close. Yeah.
Floyd didn't dominate that shit like he did in the second fight. The second fight, he dominated that shit.
And the cards were close on the second fight.
The second fight was more Floyd, vintage Floyd Mayweather, because he made that adjustment. Haven't been in there, But so I would expect that a fight against Terrence Crawford or Spence in his prime would have been, those fights would be a bit more competitive. Just stylistically, both for what those guys could do as well.
But is Crawford more of a counter puncher?
Yeah, I would say he can be. He's real versatile. He really could do a lot.
Yeah, he's real versatile.
Technically, he could do a lot. He just sometimes he get caught up in his ego. But technically he could do a lot. Because he could move if he wants to. He could move if he wants to. A lot of times he just chooses not to do it because he got such a chip on his shoulder. So he gets pulled into fights when he really
but I think that fight with him and Crawford fight might be a little bit more boring because he's more of a counter puncher by nature. The way I look at him, could be wrong. So you might not get as much action as you will with Spence because his work rate is a lot higher than others. So I think it might be a little bit better of a fight. I mean, we just hypothetically anyways.
I think that fight. I don't know, man. Because I think the other thing underrated about Floyd is his body work and his inside fighting. He just has it all. I don't know. Floyd, I just don't see a weakness in Floyd's game. I can't see one consistent weakness where you could be like, yo, this is his glaring weakness. Like,
I tell you
I
what.
don't see
All
it.
right. All right. Well, how about this?
Power?
Let's see. We doing hypotheticals. How about the prime Roy Jones and the prime Floyd? What you got?
Well, I mean, Roy Jones is way bigger, so.
I
But
mean, when he
if they,
first started off, he wasn't. When he's early in his career, he was like what 160. No,
Yeah,
I don't even know.
he turned pro at junior middleweight. But I'm gonna add something too. I heard Max say that talking about like Floyd never kept getting hit at all. That ain't true because Shane Mosley damn near knocked his fucking block off.
Yeah, he did.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He has like maybe 5 in 20 years.
So you can't say he ain't never
Didn't
got
even
hit.
drop him though. Never even dropped him.
He damn near though. That knee damn near hit that fucking floor. Not once but twice. I gotta give it to Floyd. He got hard because he fought through that shit. You know, a lesser fighter would have probably went, but he fought through that shit and came back and dominated. But he was hurt that's the most he's ever been hurt. His career.
Yeah, Corley caught him good. Zab caught him.
So he been stunned a few times, but that was the worst he's ever hurt though. You know, his whole career. He was never as hurt as bad as he was that night and shit. But one thing he's always in great shape, so he recovered fast as fuck.
What about Sweet Pea? What weight was he at?
135. He fought from 131. He turned pro at because he won his gold medal at 132. So he fought from 135 up to 154.
Okay, so that would have been an interesting match right there.
Yeah, because they both got good defense.
Yeah. It might not have been as exciting because they're not. That would have been a good fight.
So I don't know. 5 versus 5.
I remember, like people got this notion because of the money he made. Pretty Boy Floyd was an aggressive fighter, though.
The first part, yeah. Pretty Boy Floyd was, yeah.
See, Money Made is more the defensive aspect of his style.
Yeah, because that's what he was in his late 30s.
Pretty Boy Floyd was an aggressive fighter, yo. He was knocking people out. You know, he was knocking motherfuckers out. He was an aggressive boxer puncher, you know, with movement. So that Floyd right there was very, very tough for anybody stylistically. Because he could move, but he gonna be trying to attack you at the same time. You know? Rapid fire combinations. And fighting out of fight defense like he fought Arturo Gatti or Diego Corrales. You know.
How good do you think Gotti was? Think he was a little bit overhyped?
He was good. He was good. You know, he was good.
Yeah,
he was good, but you know, he wasn't in Floyd no class, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, he wasn't bad, but he wasn't where they was putting him at either.
He was good, but the reason why Arturo, who was a good friend of mine, the reason why Arturo was getting that shit because he was exciting. That's why he got that attention. He was an exciting fighter. He was exciting white fighter that bring excitement. Boxing at the end of the day, people want to see blood and guts, man. People don't really like the skill shit. They like people to this day. People still want to see blood and guts any day over a real skilled master boxer. You know, that's what they really want to see. So if you show a guy, you put a guy in there with some heart who would get knocked down, get nubbed and all that shit, that's what made him get famous. But as far as the skill level and shit, yeah, he was a C fighter in comparison to Floyd Mayweather, A fighter. Floyd wasn't lying when he said that. He was like, yeah, he's a C fighter. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth in comparison to him.
Yeah, he was all right. He wasn't. Yeah, he got a little bit. That was not his fault though. He got overhyped. Of course, I mean, he gonna take what he can get. It's not his fault. And I got another question for y'all. What happened to Bernard Hopkins, man? Y'all watch some of his last pressers that he been doing, man? What's wrong with that dude, man? You hear none of some of the ridiculous stuff that dude been talking since? I know he's a promoter now, working up under Oscar, but just some of the stuff he say when it comes to like regards to Ryan.
You just answered your question. That's my big bro. You know, that's my big bro. Like, I was in training camp with him and everything. I had serious, intimate conversations with him and all that. You just answered your question.
Yeah, some of that stuff, man. Like these dudes, man.
Because he worked hard. He had to, you know, he got that shit from the dirt. And he in a position now, and some time, man, when you get in those positions, you know, and he's, the brother I know is solid, but sometimes they get in these positions, and their opinion and their view change. It takes you got to be a very, very strong, solid individual to not have your stance change when you're around certain individuals and you're doing business with these type of people and shit like that. And his life changed, man. His life changed a lot. You know, from when I first started going down there with them training, and when he got that money and shit, and his life changed drastically from where it was to where it went and into where it now is. So that's
Yeah,
that's why you see
he
it.
just,
Sometimes I'll be like, damn, I can't believe you said that shit either, but that's still my bro.
yeah. I mean, look, I would rather have if I had to pick between him and some of these other guys that's promoting. If I was his fighter, I would love that shit because he really go overboard with the nonsense he be saying. But you'd rather have that than a narcissism where you got other people who either A, don't promote the fighter, or B, they get these guys and they encourage them to come in the camp with them, and they're in the corner and they're gonna do this and they're gonna do that, and it's like a firecracker. It's a dud. They don't do shit for the guy. And then later on the back end, the dude is complaining, but they trusted this older fighter who's supposed to be the vet to show them the way, and they don't do anything. I'd rather have the guy caping is just out there just saying outrageous shit than not do anything or getting in the way.
Well, you remember we had this discussion a few days ago. Me, you, Santos, man. You know how it is, man. When I was saying like how people could change when you start living a lifestyle. You coming from, as most people come from, a poor background. When you start living that certain type of lifestyle, man, motherfuckers don't want to go back to where it was when it was poor. So, motherfuckers make these changes. We may not agree with them, but they lifestyle, like I said, I was down there with B, man, and I remember when he bought that first big house and shit, because he moved from Philly. He bought a house in Delaware. And this when he started making those millions and shit, start making that money. And you're not trying to go back. You wanna feel like you're evolving and advancing as a person. And when your life changed so drastically like that, they ain't willing to fuck it up, I guess. I can't be mad at them.
But I don't really have a problem with B-Hap. I got a problem with Floyd with the nonsense he be doing. That's the problem I have. Like when he's not promoting, he's putting himself on top of the fighters, he's talking shit about his own fighters. Like that's the problem I have with that dude. Or what he did, like at a certain age, right? You're gonna try to pour back in your community. When you start getting in the way and you see people protesting about shit and you just want to do the opposite just to get in the way, then it's like, man, what are you doing, man? If you want to have all the money in the world, that's got nothing to do with your money. That's just you being narcissistic and being in the way and saying, what about me? That ain't got shit to do with money. Like that stuff he did with that Gucci stuff when people were protesting Gucci, he decided to go pull up in Gucci and say, y'all ain't gonna tell me what to buy, I'm gonna buy what I want to buy. Like, come on, man, what are you doing? That's just you getting in the way.
Why can't he say that though?
If you know your people, like if you know your
All
people,
right,
man.
Did Max behave himself while I was gone?
Oh yeah, Max straight. Surprisingly, Max, if you know your people,
now we're about to be right now because we talking about why can't Floyd spend his money how he sees fit.
No, nobody said he can't spend it. Hear me out. I'm not saying he can't. What I'm saying is if Floyd seen these people protesting Gucci for whatever, he's not a dummy. He knew what these people was protesting for, and he decided this particular day to take cameras over there and make these statements in the midst of your people protesting. Why did you have to do that? That has zero to do with you spending your money. That has nothing to do with you spending that money. That's you getting in the way.
Well, you see that. Remember, I told you, like, when we had this discussion the other day, I told you, like, when it comes to that, like, you're not going to see very many athletes willing to risk their lifestyle the way Muhammad Ali did back in the 60s. You're just not going to see that shit today. That's a thing of the past. You're not going to see it. But the money, because the money is far.
Go ahead.
The money is far greater, and Lamar told you, I feel like that coming out of the revolutionary 60s, the 1970s. See, because I was alive then, coming out of the 60s into the 70s. The 70s ushered in, particularly as it relates to our group, I told you, a false sense of success in the Black community. So now you remember, because I think I told you, most Blacks don't understand this nowadays. You see a Black person that's ahead of some white corporation now, like a vice president, president. That shit was non-existent in 1960. There was no Black person at the head of Ford Motor Company. And people don't understand that shit. Like, so.
But that's got nothing to do with. But hear me out.
Let me finish. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'm gonna explain it to you. Let me. Yes, it does. Because when you start giving people getting opportunities that were not even available to them at all at one time, and you have people intermingling with groups of people that they would normally not have been able to intermingle with. You sitting there, you talking business with the actual owners of Gucci. Friend Floyd be cool with people like that. You understand? Be cool with people like that. When people it's not the same as, like I said, and when I say that false sense of success in Black America, like, because these things have happened, that people are not willing to put their shit on the line, because everybody not going through the same hardship the way a person like Martin Luther King, who was a PhD, was catching the same hell as a third grade educated Southern sharecropper. We was getting treated the same way. But it ain't like it. But the 70s, when the 60s ended, that ushered in a whole new wave of things with affirmative action. You have different things happen. That shit all plays a part of when you see people like Floyd do what he do.
But that ain't got nothing.
You don't see Black people. You're not going to see you won't see, because whenever athletes do that shit to make a point like that against like a big corporation like that, they should get fucked up. Muhammad Ali lost the 3.5 of his most prime years. You saw it most recently with Colin Kaepernick, and all he did was fucking take a knee.
Well, wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. The one thing is, listen, Floyd took that upon himself. Nobody ran up on Floyd and said, "Hey, what do you think about Gucci?" He took it upon himself to go down there and purchase all that shit and make those statements.
Yeah,
Nobody was looking. Now, if he would have been cool with Gucci and just stayed in the back,
but you listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Whatever the hell he wanted to do. Nobody. Colin Kaepernick made a stand against where he was playing.
Floyd is cool. Floyd is cool with the owners of Gucci. Those are his people.
He can still be cool with him. What I'm telling you is when he get in the way.
Okay, but why is Floyd the only one getting the criticism, though? All these motherfuckers in the hood didn't stop wearing no damn Gucci either. Nobody gives a fuck about that shit.
Listen, man. Listen. It ain't about like. Listen, ain't nobody talking about like everybody throwing down Gucci. What I'm telling you is that, like, when you say certain things and you do certain things and you're in leadership and you're not we ain't no dumb people.
Okay.
You know what that man was doing, and he knew why he did it. Nobody ran up on Floyd and asked him to do anything. If he was cool with Gucci, they cool with Gucci.
Yeah,
nobody asked him to do that. So when you make that kind of stand, expect everything that comes with it. Is what I'm saying. But you're in the way. You're getting in the way.
And he's cool with them. Those his people.
He got bigger money at play.
But he's cool with them. He's cool with them. He's already doing business with them.
So if he's cool with doing business with Gucci, why would he denounce them?
Because
other people want
Nobody asked him. I never said he didn't denounce him. Nobody said he denouned him. He didn't denounce him.
Huh?
He advertised for him.
He did not.
They would get pushed.
But he But y'all missing my point. He did not need to denounce them. He didn't have to say any fucking thing, is what I'm saying. He didn't need to do anything. Nobody was looking for Floyd to do nothing.
Yeah,
But
but
here's the point, though.
that's
If that's his
he's
business
cool with
partners
those
and they're
people.
taking a
So
hit,
yeah, that's
he
right.
puts his
There
neck
you
out
go.
for them.
There you go. That's exactly what I'm saying. He's gonna do that. Now, granted, I agree with you. Maybe he shouldn't have, but that's why obviously why he did that. He see them all taking a hit, and he's like, "Fuck that! I'm not letting my people take a hit like that, because I don't care what y'all think. They ain't racist. He might be wrong, but he don't feel that in his heart. That's why if you see somebody like when we talking about people, you see people talking about Donald Trump being racist. You see Mike Tyson, who was cool with him, like he ain't fucking racist, because they've been dealing with him. They done did business with him. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what that was a case of with me with Floyd. He's like, he's saying his people taking a hit. He stepped up for them because he got a
Stepped up.
relationship with
No,
them.
Floyd stepped up for money.
Yeah.
Everything with Floyd outside of boxing is about money, and
You
that's
know?
the biggest problem. So when money is that's your pinnacle and your peak, everything is money motivated, and that's the
Now,
problem.
now, if you're a person, which most are, many know people like that are, if you're already in business and in cahoots with groups like that, you're going to defend them. You're going to defend them. You understand what I'm saying? And Mex was, I think he was dead on. I think Mex was dead right with that shit. That was his people seeing him taking a hit. He stepped up for, oh, y'all going at my man. He's like, fuck that. Nope. Hell no. Nah, they ain't racist. But they do. I've been doing business with them for years. I've been doing business with them for years. So they not racist. And if they was racist, they wouldn't be doing business with me. That's probably that's more than likely, obviously, was his feeling. Now, whether he was right or wrong, that's a whole nother topic.
But you got your people in the street protesting. Is what I'm telling you. This ain't no article.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's a completely different situation. Yeah,
I
it's
agree
not
with
an
you.
article. Yeah, that's
I
foolishness.
agree with you on that side. I'm with you on that point because I feel that way. But when I have to look at why he would have done that, and then knowing what I know about the situation and him and that company and the people that own it, that they close. He in cahoots with him. He fuck with them. So I understand. I don't agree with it, but I do know why he did it. Although I don't agree with it, because I don't fuck with none of that shit anyway, and never have.
Yeah. No, I don't fool with it either way. But I'm just saying, like either way, like outside of boxing, that's what people have a conflict with Floyd. Is everything outside of boxing because everything revolves around money, and everything that he does that's idiotic and narcissistic is generated behind money, and it's excuse behind how much money is put in front of you. Like, look how much money he made with them people. Money don't like shit. We was being bought and sold because of money. So if money is your driver, you'll do all kind of crazy shit based off of money. You can always find everybody got a price tag if it's based off of money, but they can get you to do all kind of crazy shit. Hell, they was flying Instagram models. I don't know if they still doing it over to Saudi Arabia with them princes over there was shitting on them girls and pissing on them and giving them a crazy amount of money and fly their ass back, and the girls was with it because they was getting paid. Hell, if you got a price tag behind you, they can make you up. Somebody will pay you to do some crazy shit. So, I mean, and then we can't get mad when we got people like that doing that kind of stuff, and then these young people are lost because everybody ain't getting paid that kind of money to act like that.
But if you were, what decision would you have made? Tens of millions of dollars for you and your family and your future, or to stand on a political statement because of one article clothing?
But wait a minute, hold up. First of all, we're extrapolating where we are right now versus somebody who's a billionaire, not liquid, but a billionaire, right? If you're a billionaire, you're never going to spend that money, right? So at some point in your life, at whatever age, whatever financial goal you might think that you need to get to, at some point your morality and who you are kicks in, right? A person like that is who they are. It's not up to me to make that person like that or you or anybody else. When you get to a certain level of money, it just makes who you are more. It's like a person who drink who act like an ass. You're an ass anyways. Alcohol didn't make you an ass. That's who you are. Alcohol don't make you act crazy. That's what you want to do. More money you get just brings out more confidence for you to be, to me, in my opinion, to be the more of who you are. Because if you have a certain amount of money and resources and you're not allocating that to your family and people that you can affect, then that's what you want to do. That's cool. So I don't think the money part of it has anything to do with it at some point, because we're not. I'm not talking about him like as though it's me and you right now where we are financially. We're talking about a person who's a billionaire. That decision is completely different when you're in that kind of financial bracket. That decision where you are right now, and the decision where you would be if you're making, let's say, if you made $500 million, where you can get your hands on. That decision is completely different. Those are two different decisions.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, man. Because like I said, if you in that situation, like even with him being that, like and this is something I had to explain to somebody years ago, and she's like, even when you got all that fucking money, yo, it don't take much to lose that shit.
Yeah,
you just depending because when you live in that lifestyle, you're not living like regular people, yo.
It do take a lot.
Your cost of living is way fucking different. Now, unless you're gonna be willing to go back to a way lesser lifestyle. So that's why billionaires go broke. That shit don't just stay. You got to keep making that money, yo.
Of course.
Like everybody was shocked years ago. They was finding out that Michael Jackson was having some issues. I'm like, why? Why y'all shocked? You got to keep paying that shit, man. You got to keep making money. That shit don't just. Like my mom used to say, that shit don't grow on trees. You got to keep making it. So yeah, it don't take that now. It don't take that now, but plenty of billionaires and millionaires go broke. Go look at spend your money frivolously, make a couple of bad investments, and then you all of a sudden broke. So, and then your relationships are important when you get up there. So when they get up there with people like that, and they get in these relationships with people like that, those are what keep them in position to always have finances and shit like that.
No, but they don't though. They don't though. It's his spending. It's his spending that's the problem. Everybody that you naming that got those kind of problems, they overly spend. And because they overly spend, they're indebted. They're enslaved. Even Michael Jackson, he didn't have financial problems. He had a liquid problem, but he never was broke because he had those Beatles catalogs and a few other catalogs that was money generators. Every month he had money pouring in.
Yeah, those shits helped him in there, but still. And those were the things that was keeping his ass up there, afloat, was them fucking those catalogs. Yeah. But like I said, the power that be was doing, it was scheming and plotting every goddamn day trying to get them shits from him. And he was up against it. And he knew that shit too.
Of course, but he spent money like crazy too. He's another one. That's what I'm saying. Like when you spend money like that, no matter how much money you get, if you're bumping up on what you making, bringing in, it's simple mathematics. If you bumping up on what you bringing in and you got damn near the same amount of money going out, you're gonna have a fucking problem.
Hey, you can't have a goddamn amusement park in your backyard and you got animals and shit. Them animals gotta eat. Them animals gotta fucking eat.
Yeah, it's spending problem.
Yeah,
that's why he was on that tour. That's why he was doing that tour. That he was too old to do that fucking shit. And he had a spending problem.
So like I said,
when down here to Miami and spend money like crazy, they shut the mall down and he'd be running around buying all kind of crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
So when it comes to that shit like that, like I'm on your side. I don't think he should have did that, but this is what happens. The position that people in, when people make it and they get up there and they get to know certain people and things like that. Like I said, the motherfuckers not gonna sacrifice their shit. They're not gonna do it. Even though it may seem like the wrong thing, but if they know you knowing these people personally and they cool with you, and you're like, well, they can't be that racist because I'm black and they're dealing with me and they treat me good and shit like that. And you see, like Max said, you see them getting attacked, you gonna step up. I know what I'm gonna do for y'all. Don't worry about it. Check this out. Now I don't agree with it personally. Like I said, I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe, and I never really had to supporting those particular industries. I'm not really big on supporting. I've never really been big on supporting industries that don't give back at all to the black. Or at least, like, if I look at a sneaker company, like Nike or Adidas, I see them give young basketball players deals, even though they're individuals. They still give them deals. Like Michael Jordan was able to get that shoe from Nike when Nike was a small company. So Nike wasn't a large company at that time, like they became. I was when I was a little boy. My cousin was the first one in my family to get a pair of Nike, and we clowned that nigga for months over that shit. Like, what the fuck you got on your feet? But now they're the top company.
Well, the Jordans was Air. It was Nike Air Jordans back when the first
Yeah.
1 and 2 came out. They
So
wasn't Air Jordans. It was
when
Nike
I
Air
was
Jordans.
little, like when I was a kid in the
Yeah.
70s, Adidas was the big shit. You had Adidas and Puma. Nike was a small upstart company. Like I said, we used to be, my cousin Chris was the first one to get a pair. We clowned his ass for months over them shits. Fuck you got on your feet. But now look at them. You know, they became the dominant, damn near the dominant force in the sneaker industry now. So it's a matter of, but like I said, when a company like that, at least I see young black men able to get deals and sign deals with those companies and shit like that. So I ain't necessarily going to just shit on them. They could do more, but they do something. But these countries, these other companies like Gucci and all these other shits and East Long, any of them shits, they don't do shit in the black community. Nothing.
Nah, they don't do nothing in no community. Really, they take all the money from America and run that shit back where they came from.
Exactly, over in France and all of Italy.
Yeah.
So that shit, I have no like one iota could care less. Like that shit, almost like that shit is almost non-existent in my head until I hear somebody say that shit. Like it would never be a thought in my mind to purchase any of that shit. Never. You know,
See,
but
now,
he got, like I said, on his case, hey, that's what he do.
Now, see, now where I do on the business side, go on his side, is when it comes to the business with the PBC and the thing with Adrien Broner, you know, him saying he getting screwed over. You bear some responsibility when you sign those contracts. If you don't do your due diligence and getting your own lawyer or getting proper representation to explain that shit to you. You know, because once you sign that shit, you're not getting up out of that shit. They ain't gonna come back and give you no money. The prime example would be that Scottie Pippen contract where he was getting paid underpaid for all those years, and everybody knew he was getting underpaid. The owner knew he was getting underpaid. The GM, everybody telling him before he even signed that stupid ass contract not to sign that contract because he'd be locked in at a price where he would be underpaid for X amount of years. He signed it anyways. They got mad and wanted to get out, and nobody came to save his ass. You signed a fucking contract. You're gonna have to honor that contract. That's on you. You get mad all the fuck you want to. You outprice yourself out of the market by being, you know, by not listening and being so desperate. That's you. So I at some point, like with his contracts with Adrien Broner and the other fighters, yeah, I mean it'd be nice if they would share more of the revenue with them, but they don't have to. That's up to you to do business correctly. That's no different than a tile man or electric man or a plumber coming to your house as a contractor and them telling you some price that they could barely make money, and you agreed on the price and you paid them, and they're complaining later. You agreed to the price. You should have never fucking agreed to the price. It's not my duty to overpay you more than we agreed to. So in that sense, I think he catch undue heat with the PBC and the fighters themselves. I think a lot of people are just lazy when it comes to that. They just want to zero in on the craft when you can, because it's about money too. Because you're a prize fighter.
Yeah, that's pretty much sad but true.
So that part of it, I can't give too much heat. Some of the shit he does, yeah, but I think sometimes we live in this pie in the sky where we think everybody's supposed to be fair and they're gonna be equitable. That's not how they go. And most people don't have to worry about that because they work on jobs. Most people aren't business owners. Most people have jobs, and most people who have businesses, they're not their primary breadwinner. The average American. There are some people who have successful businesses, but that lion's share, that's not most people. And when you go on these jobs, most of the time, they have a progression rate for the most part of when you're going to get raises. You know, when they're going to put you up for a raise. So it's not so much as you going and negotiating with your boss to get a raise. You know what I mean? So I think people don't know how those processes work. So they have this fairy tale stuff of how this stuff goes. The business is always going to try to keep as much money as they can in their pocket and try to pay you the least amount of money to get the most output. That's your responsibility. Try to get as much as you can. If you're not getting compensated correctly, then you have to, move on and do whatever steps you need to do. So in that sense, the business part, I think he get a little bit. I know he get undue criticism when it comes to that because there's only what is it? How many promoters is it? Is it 3 or 4? You got PBC, Oscar De La Hoya, Top Rank, what's the other one? The Zone. It's not that many of them. Not that many of them. Is the Zone still got that channel? Especially they still got that channel where they had that subscription thing going.
Yep.
They still got that channel. Is that like that's a monthly you pay one time fee and then you get all the stuff they got on there, right? Then we fell off.
Can you hear me?
Fell off. There you go. Go ahead.
Pugilist. I was taking me a little nap.
Then we lost Pugilist. Is he on here?
Nah, check.
What'd you say since those think you falling off?
Backstage, nah, I didn't see him. Hit him up. Sure, he probably had to jump off for some reason. I'll hit him up. Hey, let me do this delivery right quick. I'll be right back. It ain't nothing but one word told. Hold on a second. All right. to the races. Oh man, trying to give me a little power nap in, man, while y'all was talking, man.
Yeah, we was talking about that same stuff we was talking about the other day offline, about Floyd and well we
Yeah,
tend
I
to
heard.
disagree on some parts of that. Yeah, you got his point of view. I get what he's saying. I know it's too many examples of people who got money. See, the problem with Floyd and them kind of people, they have a spending problem. So they gonna always be indebted to somebody because they really gonna feel like they running out of money because the motherfuckers spending up too much goddamn money. They spend way too
Mm-hmm.
much money. So they always gonna feel like they're gonna run out of money because yeah, it's quite possible he fucking
To
could
learn to.
at the rate that he spent money.
Yeah.
The rate he spent money, who knows? Anything's possible with that guy or anybody who spend money at that rate. And then you look at some of these other people, like what's funny to me is like if you look at the market and you look at these CEOs of companies when they sell their shares and they get out of the company and they still own parts of the company, they go away quite. They don't have no spending problem like that. Not to that degree where it's your identity. Like his spending is to his identity, and I think that's the problem. Or you want to make your identity that. That's not realistic for most people. Bad. Castle trying to get in, look like. Castle trying to get in. Santos, you still in here? Oh, we lost Santos.
Yo, everybody still here? Y'all hanging in now?
They all them pretty much fell off, DJ, man. I was waiting for somebody to come back, but it looked like everybody dropped off.
All right, bro, Cinto back. Cinto, let me know you feeling.
Okay,
Yeah,
came back. Okay,
Hey,
yeah, Cinto's
I
good.
think Pew's trying to get back in too, man.
people was trying to get in.
Let me know if y'all need the link again.
I don't know if he needed it. I think he said it was
Yeah,
backstage
'cause
for a minute, but
he dropped off, so I don't know if the link. He might need the link again.
he just got off the phone with me. He's supposed to be trying to get backstage. I told him DJ had just hit the board. So, let me see if I can get it.
I'll put the link back out there if y'all want to join the chat. Maybe y'all want to join the panel. Let me know. All right, there we go.
Hey, bro. Oh, you got it.
Oh, shit, bro.
Yeehaw!
What's happening, Picasso? All right, we back in full effect, man. I'm gonna slide back off. Y'all let me know. Cinto, let me know if anybody drop off, man. I gotta get back out here.
Okay. All right, bro. I do the same thing.
All right, bro. Y'all take it easy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
So, fellas,
What
Chilling.
it do? What it do?
hey, y'all give y'all opinion about that thing. Me and that's what we was talking about. We just said our piece about it.
Was it about
What you say, bro?
branding?
So y'all give y'all opinion about that situation with Floyd, him having money, and maybe that's why he not. Y'all opinion on that situation.
I don't really have no. I honestly really don't have an opinion on it because Floyd gonna do what he do, man, and the way he spend his money is his way. However, I understand what you're saying about it's like that was taken against people of color, but they, I see it about like Puget was saying, you know, they break bread with these people, man, and so they come into their rescue, man, to plead their case because they making money with these people. We don't know. Floyd may spend money with them, but he may be also getting a check from them. Who knows? You know, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey,
nah,
you know
yeah.
how
I said that he good friends with them. I seen the story with him. He cool with them and shit, like the owners of the company and shit like that. So you know, he got like shit he do with them. So that's why like it didn't surprise me. I could have been I wasn't rocking with it, but it didn't.
See, I know Gucci man got a deal with Gucci. He's getting money with him. So you never
No, I
know.
get
You
it.
never know
I get it.
which one
I
of these
just was saying
celebrities got
that.
money with these folks.
No, I get it. I was just was saying that. I mean, if you want to do that, then do that. Just, I mean, I have a problem when people try to jump in the way of people trying to do something. You know what I mean? That's what I have a problem with. If you cool with them, just keep your mouth closed. Get over there and get your check.
Yeah.
That's all right. Nobody's requiring athletes to be Martin Luther King. That's not a requirement. But we also don't need you to be jumping in the way either. You know what I mean? And nothing might
you know
not happen either
you know what
way,
I'm
but you
thinking?
definitely want to get in the way. Go ahead.
You know what I'm thinking? He was rubbing elbows with those billionaires. He even admitted it. He said, he see what they doing, and he learned from them, and that kind of paved his way. He forgot about the little people that got him there. He probably forgot about him, and he probably didn't. But he does help people around him, like his bodyguard being shot or whatever. He made sure that bodyguard family got homes and doing well, and massage therapists. You know, all those people that's around him, he have helped.
It's
And
not just them that he helped.
mhm,
He does a lot of charity work as well that he don't want publicized. So it's things he do good, just like he do.
mhm.
There's things he do that we disagree with. But at the same time, I don't know if I go as far as to say he forgot about the little man. I would say this. he's got money to the level where he's gotten arrogant and he's gonna do things where he see fit. I would say that. But I think again, like you guys are saying, he's rubbing elbows with these folks. He's making money with these folks. Uh, I don't think Floyd for any reason in my mind. I don't feel like he's ever forgot where he come from, who he is, or the little
But
man, because I know he
but
still does a
Santos,
lot of charity stuff.
let me say this, Santos. I'm attach this to what you just said. When he was on Drink Champs, he say, when I eat, and when he say when I feast or whatever, and whatever I'm done with, then y'all can have the rest, like we little peons or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
No,
I
well, you
feel
know,
like
he was talking about
That's
that in
his
the content of
narcissism.
when he's kicking it with a
Yeah,
female and he get done with her, whoever want her, she up for grab. I'm the same way, and I ain't even know floor level. Hey, when I get finished with a female, my homie used to ask me back in the day, "Hey man, your time, you cool? Do I need to step up?" I said, "Man, if she gonna get it till you hit it." You know what I'm saying?
is he
Well, I ain't
is
got
he
time
that
for
way
that.
with money?
He ain't talking about money though. He talking about women. He was talking about women, bro. I looked at that whole interview. He was talking about women. He wasn't talking about money. And he said
It didn't sound
he's a
like he was
king like
talking
the
about
lion.
women.
And like he said, the lion they eat first. When they
It didn't
done, they
sound like he
full.
was talking
They
about
do it.
women.
Yeah, you better go back and look at the interview then. That's exactly what he was talking about.
Because it sounded like the other way to me. I didn't even hear no part of woman in that conversation.
Yeah, he was talking about women.
well, what do y'all fall with the AB situation with him complaining about the PBC and how they're underpaying him and not promoting him correctly, like where he at in
Yeah,
his career,
that
how
was
the way
tripping to me,
they
but
handle it.
I didn't see the whole interview. I just saw the short rant. But I'm gonna go back and check it all out.
Well, he didn't. It was like a Zoom. They were supposed to be promoting the call.
Yeah, I
I mean,
saw
it's
that.
promoted.
Yeah, they had him on
Yeah, that's
Zoom,
all
and
it
yeah, he
was.
was
Yeah,
complaining
that's what
about
it
that.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
all it
all,
was.
that's all it was, Santos.
Yeah, that was it. That was it. That's all it was.
Okay.
He was complaining about why he on,
At the
that's
end,
all it
I
was.
saw the tail end. Is that what it was
Yeah,
at the end?
it was on like a minute. It's like a minute
Yeah.
rant.
Okay, I
Got on
saw it
there
then.
real
I
quick.
saw
Yeah,
it.
it was like a minute.
Yeah, he
Get
said
on there.
Espinoza and Al Hammond. He know they don't care nothing about him.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, at this point, yo, you just think that's what it is, nigga. You was the hot
yeah.
commodity for a while, but once you lost and you start losing, your value ain't the same to them.
Nope.
Yeah,
Unfortunate, but that's
he
just
got
how it is.
he got to blame himself for a lot of that stuff because
Gotta
of
blame
the way
yourself, man. At the end of the
he's
day,
gotten in the
yeah,
ring and performed, man. So
that's
He
right.
You
got
if he
know,
gonna
he
be true
got
to the
him.
craft, then you can't
Because
expect
I
that's
him to
what
think
it
do it
it,
for
boils
you.
down to.
I think every time they see themselves putting a dollar in his hand, he can do a tap dance. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? So if they put any more money in his hand, they know that he's gonna do a tap dance. So
Yeah, so yeah, that's at the end of the day, that's what it's about, man. What you do in that ring, you know, that's going to dictate how your business go. You know, you're not the
It's
star now.
what
They're
have you
looking at
done for
other
me
people.
lately? It's what have
Yeah,
you done
you're not.
for me lately? You know.
Yeah, you're not a star. You're not the star like that from boxing that you were. So yeah, they don't got
Yeah.
no. They're not obligated. They got other people they focusing on.
and Adrian probably came out and destroyed his own self because he was saying, "Y'all gonna watch me regardless." And look
Mhm.
at it now. He got to ask for clearance just to
Exactly.
get out there.
Exactly. So
Yeah, but I mean that ain't no different what Floyd said. Floyd said you can hate me or love me, but you're gonna watch me and you're gonna pay. You know what I'm saying? That's where he
yeah, but
pretty much got that from. But
yeah, but
at the
see,
same time, he messed himself
Yeah,
up by
before it
not
performed.
performing to the highest
but the difference
Yeah,
is.
ability that he possibly could.
Yeah, but see
yeah.
the difference is Floyd is a winner, man. Floyd ain't lost. Floyd been winning. He ain't lost
Yeah, I
yet,
know.
so he can
I
say
know. That's what
that.
I'm saying.
So he can say
Adrian,
that shit. Cause I'm gonna keep it a
Adrian.
buck. You know I love boxing. I ain't got no interest. Like Adrien Broner fighting, that shit means nothing to me, B.
Me either, man.
Nothing,
Me either. Because he
nothing.
don't
I'm gonna
do
keep it a buck with you.
he don't come correct. He come in half stepping every time, man.
Yeah.
He
Now, if
ain't
Yeah,
Floyd
Eric,
dedicated to
decided
the
to
game.
fight, I'm gonna watch that shit though.
What's
And
that
Floyd to
now?
win. But if Floyd decided to fight, if he came out and signed that he gonna fight next week, a real fight, I'm watching that shit though.
You know,
yeah,
Floyd don't
hey,
go in with the mindset I'm gonna lose this fight. He going with the mindset I'm going to win, and I'm gonna
You
give
know.
him my classes guy. You know.
but see
So
that
you know,
that's
Adrian.
what But that's what we kind of part ways as mutualists that he shouldn't be fighting if you're a promoter. You can't be a promoter and
Yeah,
be
yeah, of
fighting at
course. Yeah,
the
we
same
had that
time.
discussion last week. We already, I agree
Yeah,
with
Well,
you on that
yeah,
shit. I agree with
I,
you. I agree with you
I,
in that sense, like in the sense
yeah.
of
Right.
like if you like seriously looking to compete at a high level, but if you like
If you
at the end of your
promoting,
career, you want to take a fight here and there, you could do that shit from here and there. But if you're trying to be a serious promoter, no. But if you looking to still fight and you want to take a fight, you're a promoter, but you want to take a fight here and there, I could agree with. I wouldn't mind that shit so much in this era of boxing.
I
I mean, if I was,
I think Spence Errol Spence is doing an okay job for Frank Martin and whatever other fights he has fight. And Earl's at the top of his career, so I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I understand what y'all saying. One of the jobs gonna have a drop off. I understand that, but at the same time, if you got the right people in place, you can still manage your both jobs if you got the right
Yeah,
people.
but
See, like Leonard Elby, if he let him do what he's supposed to do, and Leonard was better than what he's showing to be, uh, TMT should be Mayweather promotion should be strong, man. They should be like De La Hoya's Golden Boy was back in the day. Right now.
yeah, but that wasn't because of I could see because that was Schaefer that was doing all that shit.
Yeah,
I could just
exactly.
pay for that
That's
shit.
exactly. And Oscar was still fighting. That's what I'm saying. If
Yeah.
Leonard Ellaby was on doing things to the level that Schaefer was doing, you know, and Floyd could count on that, and Floyd didn't have such an ego and stay out of the way. I mean, these guys would be killing the game, man. So
Mm-hmm.
it's been fighters that have been active and still getting that promotional money at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
but if you got like one
Maybe
of the top
maybe
fighters, you talking about a pro, you
maybe
talking
maybe
about
he's
one
spreading himself
fighter.
out thin.
But if you got a fighter that's at the top, where you would be like Javante Davis would be in the top of his weight class, and then you talking about Frank Martin, which is an up and comer. Those are two completely different, fighters. And then,
Yeah,
like
but
if
you
you're
got to
an up and
remember.
comer, you don't expect the same things that you expect when you at the top of your weight class. You
Yeah,
don't
but De
expect the
La
same
Hoya
expectations.
under his umbrella, Golden Boy had so many fighters, and a lot of them were top notch fighters, man. And
Exactly.
they were doing things in a successful manner. Matter of fact, that's what Florida was
Pigeonholed
doing.
it.
They were watching Golden Boy. So it's possible to do, but like I said, you got to have the right personnel in place. You can't do it by yourself. And Leonard Elby he ain't the right personnel. Now
They
Richard
doing a
Schaefer,
lot of pigeonholing.
he was the right. If Richard Schaefer was with Mayweather promote, you'll see a whole big different situation.
Floyd
Mm-hmm.
don't want to
You
Floyd
see what I'm saying?
had a level of respect for Richard Schaefer that he don't have for Leonard Ellerby in that
yeah.
space.
You see the pigeonholing going on, and then Floyd he's spreading himself out thin.
Mm-hmm.
He's involved in the strip club. He has his own those private or personal whatever gyms he got in different parts of California there, and
It don't
Mm-hmm.
probably
take that
other
much.
states.
It don't take that much to run those.
Yeah,
But
that don't. Yeah, yeah.
if
I
you
don't
got
think
the
that had nothing
correct
to do with it.
personnel in place, you can still be a
Not
part
saying
a
much to
part
do
owner,
with it.
CEO, or whatever. But all you got, I mean, your board meetings and stuff like that. Somebody keep you abreast of what's going on with business. You good.
Yeah,
Look
So
at
you
that
Trump.
good.
that that
You
ain't
know, remember
impossible.
Trump had to get in a helicopter and go from building to building, right? That's how Floyd is gonna do. He's a billionaire. He's gonna spread his stuff out thin,
But you
regardless.
know who has
Yeah.
who has the most business interest that I know of right now?
Who is
Shaquille
that?
O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal. And
Magic Johnson and Shaquille
and
O'Neal.
he's
Yep.
still Shaquille O'Neal killing Magic. And he's still buying
Is
business.
it?
He's still
Yeah.
buying business.
Mhm.
But he has the right people. Look at the dude from Amazon, Bezos. Look at Amazon, where it started off as a book company, and look at all the reach and the things that it's involved in. There's no way one person is running all that shit. So if you
No,
Yeah.
got a CEO,
you
he
got
would have to have the right people running that
infrastructure.
shit because there's too many
Infrastructure is the
people.
key, man.
They got they got the
Yeah.
cloud, they got
And
the
infrastructure.
online shit, they got music, they got videos, they got their own
Everything, man.
production studio
Mhm.
where they
I
making their own
remember when that shit was just booked.
video shit. So it's too much stuff, like you're saying. Floyd just don't have the right people running that shit.
Exactly.
I mean, that's just what it is. It's the
All these
results
friend,
speak for themselves.
all these business
the business that's running all these franchises. Is everybody, the part owners and all the infrastructure that they have underneath them that's running this stuff, but they still getting money at the top, laid up to them. So you can have yourself invested in a lot of different businesses. You just got to have the correct staff and infrastructure to run your business for you. If you just head it
But
up,
it
just
can't.
make sure you keep things in place the way you you want to make sure your business flows the way you want it to flow. You just got to make sure that's happening and make sure the books are right and all that kind of stuff. Other than that, you're good. You got the
But
right
it got
people.
to be profitable. But it got to be profitable. So that's where the problem roll at.
Oh,
You can't
absolutely.
have a
It
yeah.
ain't
You can't have
a
like
business ain't
you can't
if a
have a
business ain't profitable, it ain't running right. Period.
no.
If,
But there's a lot of businesses that run for years that aren't profitable. Netflix ran for about
yeah, but
6 years that weren't profitable.
let
That
me tell
wasn't
you something.
profitable.
Let me tell you something.
Tesla ran for
The
about
automotive
five,
manufacturers,
6 years.
they business was they business was operating the wrong way for years, man. And that's why they
No,
made them restructure. That's why they made. I was there when it happened. They made them restructure, and they became profitable ever since then.
Look
but
at
it's more than
They
Dazzler.
that.
had to restructure.
You got Netflix, you got Tesla, Amazon, Apple. A lot of these companies when they first started,
They're
they weren't
profitable, and because
profitable.
they're run right.
Now,
I'm just saying
now they
if
are.
they run
Now they are.
correctly, they'll be profitable. That's what I'm
Look
saying.
at
No, no.
Dazzler. How they put all that money in Hearn's hands, and he was failing here and there. Remember, couldn't get the
But
Charlos. He couldn't get.
their business is safe though. They ain't hurting. They still
But
Well,
I'm
they
yeah,
still
saying,
profitable.
it's
but you
it's
should.
pocket change for the billionaire, but he can keep it going by keep digging in his pocket, but
He didn't have
but he's
he
not
didn't have a
profiting.
but see he didn't have
You
they didn't
should
give him
invest.
$1 billion to blow right then and there. He had $1 billion budget to gain fighters and get the subscription level
Is
up and all that kind of stuff.
is the zone in debt?
The zone is doing, from what I understand, they doing all right. I ain't heard nothing about them hurt financially.
But you should.
I,
But Central, you should.
We can't go with everything we hear out here on this YouTube because these are people with
No,
their
no. But
opinions. We gotta go by
but
factual
Central,
information.
but
but
they
what I'm
failed.
saying
They
is,
failed with Deontay Wilder. They failed with Luis
They
Ortiz. They're
never
not.
had Deontay Wilder. They never had Deontay Wilder. How they
I
feel if
know
they didn't have him?
because they was offering him 120 million, right? He turned it down.
That
That
don't
was
mean
one of the
that's a
biggest
bad. That doesn't mean
contracts
it's
that
a
they would have
bad
had.
business though,
Who
because
else
we t-
did Canelo did somebody offer Canelo some money 360 million and he only did so much?
that doesn't mean that the whole overall business is bad. Let me tell you something. Every corporation, every small business, they set a projection of a budget. They set up a budget, and you have to work within that budget for that
Not
particular
that they're
fiscal year.
bad, not that they're
That don't mean the
bad, but
business is
are they
bad.
profiting? Are they profiting? Is what I'm saying.
but look, most businesses when they start, it takes them. Most companies, it might take them some years to work their way into profitability. But you should be working into that. Every quarter, you should be losing less money. You shouldn't be at that same level. And then your employees, all that stuff should progress. Like if you look at some of these promotional companies, they haven't progressed. Some of them have degressed. They've been peaked out already. They're going backwards. With the promotion stuff things they doing. And some of the old schools still there, like Top Rank ain't that. It just is what it is with Top Rank. Love them or hate them. That shit is what it is with them.
I don't think if this pertains to the zone, I don't see where we have any evidence that they're failing. If
I
anything,
don't know if they're failing.
they
I don't
changed
know if they're
the pay level from the beginning. But all promotional companies that I know of in the recent 30 years have come in offering more money than the ones that are already out there on the market, just the lower end fighters.
I'm gonna
And
give you
That
this
don't mean
Santos.
they. That don't mean they
I'm gonna give
good
you
though.
this.
That just mean they over.
I'm gonna give you this Santos. In business, debt doesn't necessarily mean bad. Uh,
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Don't believe that. If you pumping out more money, if you're losing more than you're making, at some point you're gonna run out of. You're
it's
going.
bad.
That's what they call
Exactly.
cash
You can't
burn.
keep
That
because you're
cash
bleeding at
burn.
that point. You can't keep bleeding
Yeah,
out like that.
you're burning. They call it cash burn. At some point you're gonna burn out. You're gonna burn up all your money. You only got so much
Yeah.
resources that you're gonna be able to get. You only got so much money that the bank gonna lean you out. So much money that your primary shareholders, people running the business, gonna give you to go out there and burn up. At some point, it's gonna stop. You only got so much leeway with that. You got to turn a profit at some point. You might get a year,
Yeah.
you might get 5 years, but at
At
some
some
point, you
point.
turn a profit. Yeah,
So during the
If you
time
if
that you
you,
are
you
in
got to
debt
get to the point
doesn't
where
mean it's bad.
you got to get to the
I
point
mean,
where you can pay that debt back, and
if y'all are
if they
conditioned,
start over or something, that's okay. But
if y'all
I just
conditioned for
don't
that,
believe in creating more and more debt when you can't when you already barely have your head above water.
I see what y'all saying. If you're spiraling down, yeah, you had a
yeah.
what you call it, a free fall. So, but if somebody like go out and create a debt for the main purpose of making a profit, I can see that debt
Yeah,
used in that way.
I got to unload this.
Gotcha.
But it's yeah, but that's most of them businesses. Like
Hmm.
Tesla was like $40, $50 a share for a long time, and people could see the future of it, but they weren't making money for years.
Hmm.
So people figured it was uninvestable. They were losing crazy amounts of money every quarter. They were just losing money, burning money. They were losing, they're spending more money than they were making, spending more money than they're making. So at some
Hmm.
point, they became getting closer to losing less money every quarter. They're still losing money, but instead of them losing $1 billion, they might lose 900 million. The next quarter, they're losing 800 million. Next quarter, they're losing 700. At some point, they whittle it all the way down to where now they're making money and they're making a lot of money at one point. But when you
Hmm.
lose money like that, it's hard to get people to buy it into that. You should be making a progression. I only brought up the money to say that you should be able to see the progression at some
Yeah.
point. You should be able to see it. With your product itself, you should have more money spending your product and advertise. A lot of shit should be changing. It's just very stagnant. Maybe that's just the way that boxing is, with the way that they do shit, because you don't really see much. And
Hmm.
Broner got appointed to a certain degree, but he got to take responsibility for that because when he was in his prime, he should have had his people looking at the contracts. He should have got when he went and fought when he was fighting Madonna and all them dudes
Hmm.
around that little time period when he was hot. He should have been making as much money as he could make at that time period. But he was doing all that nigga shit, doing too
Right.
much nigga shit. He couldn't focus on it.
He
Should have
damn
had him.
near did it to himself, right?
I mean, when they give you a contract and you sign it, that's on you, man. That's
Yeah.
no that's no longer nobody's. Even if they gave you the worst fucking contract in the world, unless they hanging your ass over a damn balcony with a gun in your mouth, you signed it.
Yeah.
Signed it. That's on you, man.
Yeah.
So I mean, they think that these people won't come back later and say, "Hey, man, you made me so much money. They go an extra $1 million." Business don't work like that.
Right.
It don't.
He,
Even if you're a salesman for a company, and let's say you getting paid per hour, and nobody else. You are a car salesman. The only people selling one car in a day, and you sell 10 cars a day, but you're still getting paid by the hour. They're not gonna give you no extra money if they don't have to.
hmm
That's not what they're doing. You agreed to work by the hour. You didn't agree to work by commission.
Yeah.
Now, if
And
that's
they
what
wa-
you agreed on, yeah,
and they watching him because if he show any money coming in, they child support court and all of that, they was looking for him to pay like that $800,000 they was asking for, and he claimed he was broke.
yeah, he had to, But he did that to himself too. That's
Yeah.
part of the self destruction that he did to himself. See, he did a lot of that to himself, man. He burned a lot of bridges and did a lot of shit to himself. I
You
mean,
know,
it,
but
hmm?
up to that Maidana fight, where we realized that those gloves can be manipulated for a person to hit harder than with the straight knuckle. Up until that, Broner really just kept his hands in his pockets. Since then, if you ask me.
Well, look at the Pacquiao fight. He had the first shot at Pacquiao to knock him out. Before anybody had a chance to get at him, he had a chance to get. He got in there with Pacquiao, and he put his hands in his pocket during that fight. He wasn't letting his hands go. So, like when he had them big fights, he necessarily let his hands go like he should have let his hands go.
Right.
What he got paid, I don't know. But performance wise, it wasn't. Everybody, people expected more performance wise out of him than what he did.
I wonder why he didn't get a shot with Keith Thurman. It was because he was out. Keith Thurman
I
was
mean,
out.
but let's say he didn't get he got the shot with Pac-Man. If he would have beat
Yeah.
Pacquiao, he'd have been the man. Even if he would have just had a good showing, where let's say he
Hmm.
lost in a close decision, he would have been the man.
Right.
You know
I
what I
can
mean?
see that.
Like just even if he would have lost and he would have won, he would have won at least half of the rounds where it could have been debatable. That shit
Mm.
wasn't even close.
See,
So
and
he had
I got a little excited when he dropped Porter. I said
yeah,
he's back.
yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something though. You know what? Broner actually started showing remnants of not letting his hands go way before that Madonna fight.
How far
Oh,
back?
before that, how far back you
Uh,
believe?
a few fights. I can't give you the exact number, but it was before that. He really hadn't let his hands go since he beat in my opinion, since he beat
Mhm.
Marcos. What's his name? I can't think of his full name.
Maidana?
Marcos. Not Marco.
Maidana?
Not
Oh,
no
that
no.
Marcos guy that he dropped. Yeah.
It was in a lighter division. And
Yeah.
since I ain't seen him really throwing his hands since then, he coming out trying to pose too much before he went up in weight. You know, doing the shell defense and just pop shotting in the beginning before he started throwing combos. And I'm gonna tell you
Okay.
something else. If you think back, think about this. Floyd Senior told it a long time ago, way before he faced Madonna, when they was trying to compare him to Floyd Jr. He
Hmm.
says, "Nah, that boy ain't no. You'll see. He ain't gonna mount to nothing. He ain't gonna mount to nothing. See, he don't want to train right. He ain't dedicated. No, he's not. He's not." And Junior just tried to tell Senior stop saying that, but Senior knew what he was talking about. He saw it the whole time, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Bad
So see,
habits.
during that time,
Hey, look,
du-
when you've been around the fight game a long time, you know what it takes to be great, man.
see
And
during
he
that
was
time,
showing what it
Brunner
that he wasn't trying
Brunner
to be
took
great.
on Brunner took on everybody that was coming at him. That's what fooled me.
But well, he was a good fighter. He got great talent and everything. But the problem is he was so good, so quick that he didn't think he had to train as hard as the rest of the guys.
In the
It caught up
pocket.
with it. It caught up with it.
He had them hands in the pocket.
He could have been the second highest paid fighter at this point, man.
Yeah.
He was
He,
Or,
do you think?
or,
Do you really think Floyd gave him an alley hoop?
yeah, he did. He put him in the big fights. He got put in
he
front of the
did
big fights that a
he
lot of them
he
did. He got
he,
put in
he
front of
was
those. Yeah.
he gave him an alley oop, but I like Adrien Broner came first, him being like Floyd, and then him and
Mhm.
Floyd hooked up, and Floyd started mentoring him. But he had already created
No,
a
but that's,
persona about himself already.
yeah, but that wasn't Floyd's fault. That part, that's his fault. See, when
No,
it's like
I ain't
boxing,
saying
when
his fault.
yeah.
I'm talking about the persona that helped gave attention to fans
Oh, you talking
about
about
him.
Pisano. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I got
You know, his daddy brushed his hair, him talking all that stuff in the ring. That wasn't
you.
Floyd.
Yeah, yeah.
That was
No.
all him.
Yeah, yeah.
You,
But that's
you,
what
do,
got him to the dance. And once he got there, it was up to him to perform. And he did.
Exactly.
do y'all
He
remember
did.
that? Do y'all remember them phone calls that people were making to Floyd, and they was asking Floyd, "Hey, why is Broner doing this out in public? He doing this out in public, that out in public." And Floyd was trying to make an explanation of it, but it was like they just woke him up at now about I say about 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was like, "Man, I don't know what's going on with him, but when you try to tell somebody something and they don't want to listen, and da 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 da." I think they were done with him.
But if you
Floyd
win,
was trying
people
to.
if you win, people excuse a lot of stuff. Right? If you win, if you're a
Yeah.
winner, you're gonna get treated fairly, but you're gonna get treated differently when you win. You know, the level of stuff people put up with is completely different throughout all sports when you win it and you prove that you can win. When you don't win and you're mediocre, then you need to fall in line like everybody else. You ain't special. You need
Mhm.
to get right
But
back
you
in
know what?
line for everybody else.
Yep.
That's true. But when you dedicate yourself to your art and your craft, and you really want to be that great winner that you were. Now he's going to Hall of Fame because what he accomplished, with multi-division champion. I think 4 division champion, stuff like that, early in his biological age. But the thing is, if you he was destined to be much greater if he had did what he's supposed to do. When you truly want to be one of the best, one of the greatest, you dedicate yourself to your craft, and you don't have time always to get in trouble in the streets. And so you gonna probably have some problems if you come from a similar environment that that breeds problems, but you don't want to always have consistent issues. Look at the likes of Devin Haney. Devin Haney has dedicated himself to his craft, and he is doing his thing, man, so far.
Well,
You know,
well, I mean,
and then
sport. Go ahead.
and then you got the likes. Think about all the different athletes that have fully dedicated themselves that are not perfect, but at the same time they ain't have a whole lot of consistent drama with the police and different folks in the streets and stuff like that. They might have some instances, but they're not having a consistent situation like that, and they're being very successful at their craft.
I
So
heard
you got
Tank
you
got a
got to
whole
have
lot of
you got to
stuff
be
going
dedicated.
on. I heard Tank got a lot of stuff going on.
But yeah, but Tank hadn't been always 100% dedicated either. Tank had one foot in
Tank
and one
win,
foot out in the streets.
but Tank win. No matter what Tank
Now,
do, Tank
yeah,
is
he
winning.
went. Now he's back.
Right.
Win.
He's back. He's trying to dedicate himself fully to his craft now.
Hmm.
But
He win though.
he didn't get that far gone as Adrian did.
No,
Adrian,
no.
you see
But
another thing. Adrian was he basically borderline. He's a drunk man. I mean, that boy been seen drunk several times out at
Hmm.
fights, out at clubs. Man, I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah.
That stuff ain't no
yeah,
good when you're an athlete, man.
nah.
You put
But that's
you
what I'm
putting
saying.
extra
Like
wear and tear and miles on your body that you don't need.
somebody said in the chat that Broner is overrated. Solid B level dude.
When he
Yeah,
was
I
a
mean,
fighter, he was a fighter because he was really he was. But Broner was hungry before he started getting the real serious money. When he was hungry, he worked and he stayed in the ring fight and he gave great performances. When he started getting them big checks and he got more arrogant, he started doing what he wanted to do. He wasn't in the gym as much. Want to be rapping half the time. Want to be in the club, drinking all the time. Not in the gym as much. Picking up weight, all that. That's when it started falling off for him, man.
Hmm.
I mean, but I can see the argument for him being B level. I can see the argument because when you put him in front of that top tier group, he just never. It just wasn't competitive. It wasn't even that he lost; it's the way and the manner in which he lost.
Well, he didn't start losing until he wanted to jump up to welterweight. You can't go up there playing. You can't go to welterweight playing. Then he jumped back down to 140 or 144, and he losing those fights too. Uh, he did. He should have been more competitive against Mikey Garcia, but he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So he the boy accomplished so much so early in his career, man.
Hmm.
He lost slight of focus. He wasn't as hungry anymore. He wasn't as
And Mikey
interested
beat
anymore.
Mikey beat Robert Easter too, didn't he?
Yeah,
Because
Michael did.
Robert Easter,
Mikey did what?
yeah, he beat Robert Easter. Robert Easter wasn't using his height and his length.
Yeah,
Yeah. And Robert Easter is under AAB.
yeah. I figured Robert Easter would be the one to be more give Mike a better fight because not because he's so much better than Adrien Broner, but because Adrien wasn't focused. I mean, he lost the weight to get in that fight, but he didn't throw them hands at all. He
That
didn't
was
throw them at
always the
all.
problem.
that was his problem. That's what I'm saying. That's like when somebody say he a B level, when you really look back at him, when he got to that high level competition, he never really showed up on that level.
I, I'm, I'm
It
yeah.
wasn't really
I heard when
competitive
y'all.
like that.
I
I can
understand
see the
y'all
argument.
on that,
I can see the
but
argument. Go ahead.
I can't too, and I understand y'all argument about that. But when the boy before he came up to welterweight and before he started jerking his career off, the boy was all everything of an A fighter. The boy was putting on great performances, putting butts in seats. That's why his ticket sales were like they were, because people wanted to see him fight because he was that's showing that greatness before he started falling off.
Now, where he did excel at. Now he's an excellent promoter. So when you get these dudes that are like the Crawfords and some of these guys who don't do the interviews and they're not promoting, that's where these guys lack. I mean, right about now, it's like a NBA player. You need to be a complete package with that where you can market yourself. And if you don't, you need to be taking some classes, some coaches, and go to that level. It's almost like you signing that contract where you need to go check and make sure you're not getting screwed over. You need to figure out how to market yourself. It's like having one of these YouTube channels and nobody know you come on, but you pop up and one person show up. Like, what's the point? You be the best thing in the world and nobody know about it. Because really, if you can't get the casual fans in there, you know, it hurts your brand and what you're trying to accomplish, which is maximize as much money as you can make, because nobody want to take the punches and get hit upside the head and they're not maximizing their money. See, if you start that early, as you get better later on in your career, when you start peaking, your money should start peaking if you're doing that correctly, you would assume. But when you just think that your craft is just going to do all the talking for you and a couple people running around the internet, you know, trying to promote you, that's probably not going to be the best means of promotion. Now, Broner promoted the hell out of his shit. That's the only way he got on those big fights was the promotion, the self-promotion, or whatever you want to call that. What he did, he got himself in a lot of big fights. A lot of big fights. I don't know what
Broner
he
did
made
what
on
Ali did. He talked the talk,
a lot
walked
of
the
big
walk,
fights.
and he gave a great performance every time. That's why he got what he did. Once he got there, that's when he dropped and fell off. He did a great Ali. He did a great Ali is what he did. He talked it, he walked it, and he showed it.
I mean, he
Hey,
promoted
y'all,
it. That's what I'm saying.
He
Like,
started declining.
while y'all was talking, I was thinking about how Keith Thurman, well, Polly was the center of attraction. Attention, where Keith Thurman told her, "Don't duck me, son." And then when he fought Broner, Broner took his girl and beat him in the ring. So it was a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I just thought about that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a whole. Which I think about
And look,
Robert Garcia, like history too. You know, Robert Garcia had some shady shit that he had, some racist shit that he did towards black people that ain't really. Remember that press conference where he brought the fucking banana to the shit? For the who did he fucking fight? God
He
damn.
brought a banana so he can eat it.
No. He had made some crazy ass comments to her. I think whoever Mikey was fighting. I
Was it
have to
during
look.
that time the soccer player out there when they had that I don't know if it was the finals and something and they threw bananas on the field for the black player?
It was something related to that. He had made some, you know, Robert Garcia done said some racist shit here and there. Some shit that you kind of insinuate and some shit very direct. That banana shit, I mean, that is what it is. I
Hmm.
mean, that stuff been in boxing for a long time, and a lot of these guys get passes with that stuff that they be
Hmm.
doing. They just hang around for a long time. Ain't he Anthony Joshua's trainer or co-trainer or some shit with Anthony Joshua?
I think he went over there, but he left.
Oh, so he was just helping them out for a little bit.
Yeah, he was out there interviewing. Just kind of like going from camp to camp to see who can help him get better to fight with Ugas. Usyk.
Usyk.
Oh, Usyk. That's Joshua next fight?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a rematch.
Oh, okay.
He almost
Versus
got knocked out. It's like they gave Usyk the call and don't knock him out yet.
Oh man. Usyk is what? He a cruiser or he a heavyweight? What Usyk?
He went up to he was unified undefeated undisputed
cruiserweight.
and he went up to
Undisputed.
heavyweight.
He was
Oh,
undisputed
okay.
at cruiserweight. He went up to heavyweight.
What you know
Joshua
that what
Lee.
they they guy that fought Dillian White that where Dillian White had a suspicion of the third glove and that drug
Oh,
PD
oh, you talking about what's that guy name? Uh,
Rivera some
yeah, yeah,
Rivera.
something.
Yeah, Rivera.
What happened to him? Cause that dude he damn near, he put them hands on what's on Dillian
I
while
ain't heard.
Dillian was cheating.
Dillian always cheating though, man. That ain't nothing new. That dude, he's just cheating. Can't help him.
I want to see that Rivera. I want to see that dude come back and fight somebody. Cause just like
Yeah,
Otto Wallen, when he put them hands on Fury, them dudes right there not getting no attention.
yeah, but Otto Wallen ain't where he fight. He fight at what country? Like some little small country where. Yeah, what country he fought out of? He fight out of.
That make them fight more harder. you,
Yeah,
you, you if you broke, you gonna go out there and put it all on the line.
Oscar Rivas. Somebody said Oscar Rivas. That's what it
That's
Yeah,
was.
him.
that's right. Oscar Rivers. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
what's up, best feelings?
What's up, Picasso?
All right, all right. You was already here. Or you just got in here.
I was
Yeah,
here. I was just letting y'all rock.
Oh,
yeah. Oscar Rivas. That's the guy back in.
I
Yeah,
think, yeah.
but those dudes that cheat, it's too easy for them to cheat in boxing because they don't have that testing that's universal as they should have. It's too easy for them kind of dudes kind of linger around. And then when you got like people like Victor Conte, you got them programs hanging around. It's real easy for them to do it because remember Victor Conte, he was part of that Olympic team. He was like the nutritionist or some shit. One, I think was it Russia? It was one of them Olympic teams where them motherfuckers was beating the Olympic drug test. So all that VADA and all that shit, man, some of them dudes, they know how to pass off, beat all that crazy shit. He had a
You
whole
know,
country behind him, but he didn't. He did beat it though. He
my
had
doctor
plenty of
told me.
athletes to beat it.
My doctor told me. I told my doctor, "What do you think about health those supplements? Vitamins and stuff like that." He said, "It's that's just a pile of. Just imagine a pile of dirt on the floor, and you take those capsules and just fill them up." He said, "That's all it is. But that's the thing. If you take a vitamin B liquid or capsule or whatever, you feel that. That ain't just no dirt on the floor. So
Nah,
I don't listen to everything a doctor say. Uh, I know the Victor Conti guy. If I'm not mistaken, I see those infomercials, and I think that's him on there, but he's younger,
snack,
and
yeah, snack, snack.
he's helped. Yeah, but this one right here, they don't advertise snack. It's an infomercial, and I think he's younger. On the grit, like the cowboy Indian shows, they have those infomercials in between, and he's giving out advice about some kind of stuff that like it's probably PEDs, but it helps older people get their mojo back or whatever. So I think that's what's keeping him um, relevant on that on that end from that perspective. And then when you come over into the sports, I think he was able to bring up something new uh, to bypass what they were looking for. That's already in the books. And then when they caught it, they have to do it before the fight and say that this is illegal. But they have to do it before the fight. Once they catch on to it, they it's like they're chasing him. And every time they see him put this in there, that he come back around and calibrate it to here, and then they go back and say, hey, that's too much of that. You can't use too much of that, and they just keep chasing him, and he just keep on everybody hiring him. Give me some, and then he give him some the new stuff, and then that fighter, I don't know if that fighter's been held responsible for taking that stuff, even though I don't know if it's foreign either. Uh, so that I tell you the education that I have on that, but I do know that it enhances a person's ability to fight even harder and longer in the ring.
I don't understand. But the thing with Victor Conte, I don't understand is why some of these big reputable fighters, why they take the name to attach. They take the time to attach their name to that guy. I mean, I just don't get it because his name is so dirty. I don't like if he's selling regular supplements. You could buy regular supplements from anywhere. ZMA and the shit he's selling. So why would you attach your name to anything that dude is doing? I just don't get some of these dudes that's doing it. It's across the board. The fighters that's attaching their name to that stat program.
So
You buy
Andrade and
uh,
Haney, they went over there, but I can't remember everything they said. Hmm.
quite a
You know,
few
some
of
of
them.
these
It's more
guys,
than that.
some of these guys are working with what's his name, Larry Wade. And he endorses it. And
I'm saying why
you know,
though?
fighters
That's what I'm
fighters
saying
are
why.
probably some fighters are working with certain strength and conditioning coaches, and they're endorsing that stuff. And that snack is Victor Conte. He
That's what
created
I'm saying.
that surplus
I know, but why would you attach yourself to somebody like that? That's what I understand about boxing. That they
he's
not in
working
there like that.
he's working for the police now. He's working for the feds and working for the sanctioning bodies and all that kind of stuff. He don't move to the other side now. He's like a defense attorney that turns to a prosecutor, or a prosecutor attorney that turns to a defense attorney.
Nah,
He switched
nah, but he's
sides.
still selling. But he's still selling his products, and so it's not necessarily true
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he's still
because he
selling.
can, because his product is legal. It's not. There's nothing
No,
that he's used that's on the ban list, and that's why
you
they're
don't.
endorsed, because he was one of the best. He was the best on both sides of these nutritional supplements that these fighters were, not just fighters but other athletes too. He was the best
Yeah,
at
It
he was
won't.
doing something with the
It
he
won't.
government,
was, he was
though.
doing what's the
Doing
best
something
at
with the
it.
Nah,
government.
Now that he's
When he
working
but
for
got
the
in
government,
trouble, when he got
they're
arrested,
giving the pass to that.
yeah, he working
listen,
with the government and shit now too. He worked for them. He working with
Yeah,
them. When he
and they
he
got
been
when he got
working with
arrested,
them.
when
He
he got
been working
arrested,
with them since
they said he
before
know
Barry Bonds,
basically
man.
they
yeah,
said he knows what to do not to get fighters in trouble.
yeah, he working with the government. He made like a deal with like he working with them,
Yeah,
like he one of their spokesmen and all that shit now.
and
So
apparently the
on
stuff
that
is
side,
working.
man.
Nah, but
Mhm.
he ain't. Listen what I'm saying, Santos. No other sport lets a person like Victor Conte in their sport. That's what I'm telling you. Boxing lets those kind of
You know,
shady ass people in there.
from what I understand, he
I
don't
don't,
just have boxers in his program.
Mhm.
yeah, he do. Yeah, he do.
He got more.
He
He
got
No, it's
got
people.
not
more than
just
just.
box. It's
No,
not
he
just
got
box.
more than just boxers in his program. From what
It's
I
not
No,
just
understand.
no,
box.
no, no, no. But what I'm telling you is like, let's say boxing. No other sport is gonna let him in there like that. Nobody else is gonna let him in there like that. That's what I'm telling you. It's not gonna happen. We don't want the NBA ain't
He's
gonna
not
let
in
him
the
in
sport.
there. NFL. Say it again.
Now
Say
he
it again.
working
Not
with
in the sport.
he working with other athletes as well. The snack company.
Oh yeah, I
Cause
know his
he,
company. That's what I'm
cause
saying.
of that, cause of that shit he doing, so called
Him.
doing with
He's
them.
outside him.
Yeah, he's like that. They using him as they outside helping shit. You know.
And
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't get why. I'm just saying I don't get why athletes would tie their
go
name up to
go
that
to
dude right there.
they go to the best crook in the business, in the history of the business. They go to him.
Yep.
Like Bob Arum.
He's supposedly on the other side now. That's why.
What you saying,
He been like
Pittsburgh?
that before
It
Barry
don't
Bonds
make
though.
good sense, the common sense. It don't make good common sense. But guess what? Uh, when law enforcement want to figure crimes out and how people getting away with this, that, and the third, they solicit one of the best thieves or one of the best drug dealers or one of the best whatever a crook was a part of that's willing to work with them, and they figure out how to learn how to other people are doing what they do out there to catch other crooks. That's what Victor Conte is to the government now and to the
Yeah.
sport.
Oh, I get the government part. What I'm saying is, you as an athlete, he's not doing nothing that's that
He's
fucking
that crook.
unique. Where you need to, yeah, I'm talking about the government. I get the government part, but I'm saying you as an athlete, when you get all these different people out here that's doing the same shit, it doesn't make any sense to associate your name. You're not doing nothing that fucking exclusive where you got to associate your name with him. So what I'm saying, that's the part where I don't get. I get the
But
government's
if but
interest
if
in him. That makes
but if the
100%.
but if the people that you trust if the people that you trust that you're working with are telling you this is the best thing going right now, he's
But that,
gonna follow his folks that he trusts, and they gonna lead him right to snack or something like it.
say wait, say it again, Santos. You broke up. Say that again. Say what you just said.
All right, you got an athlete, right? Okay,
Mhm.
Tom Brady. Tom Brady.
Can y'all hear him?
That
It's
he
just me.
says making him feel that's making
Breaking
him
up.
feel.
Santos, you're breaking up bad. Hold on. Can y'all hear him or is it just me?
Oh,
Nah, he's breaking
he
up
went out.
bad.
Yeah.
He's
Nah,
breaking
he's
up.
breaking it bad. Yeah.
Try it again, Santos. You're saying something about Tom Brady.
Yeah, he came in here. I can't even hear him right now.
Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear me now?
Now,
Yep.
right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Perfect example. Tom Brady's with this program that his folks have let him know that this is probably the best program for him and his body type to perform at the highest peak at this point in his time and career. You know, and so he's doing the program conditioning wise as well as the supplements that they give him. And he's playing football. He's winning. He's performing at a high level. Oldest quarterback I know out there doing it. You know, same thing with these fighters. If you got people that you trust and that you're connected with, they tell you that this product that this guy has is the best. You ain't got to worry about him doing no ban stuff because he don't went through all that with the legal side of it. And now he's working with the government. This is the best. This is gonna help you get to the next level. You ain't got to worry about being on him up with PEDs, this, that, and the third. Shoot, what you gonna do? You gonna trust your folks, or you gonna say heck with it because that dude he did this and did that? Shoot, every fighter,
I wouldn't.
every athlete.
He's breaking up again. Y'all hear him?
Nope.
You're going in and out, Santos. See if he can come back.
Last thing y'all heard me say.
There you go.
There you go. Every fighter, and then you went out.
Yeah, every fighter wants the edge legally. Every
You went out again.
trying
Every
to
fighter
get it
wants the
whichever way they
edge
can.
legally. Yeah.
I get the gist of what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, if you got all these options out here at this
Get
point,
him on the phone.
I just don't see the benefit with associating your brand with a person like that as an athlete. No matter what nobody tells you, you as the athlete, you're ultimately the CEO of what's going on with you. So
But see,
I get what you're saying.
when you got top end athletes in your sport endorsing this guy, he can't
That
lose.
doesn't that don't mean a lot. Because remember, like the dude, the Grover guy who was Michael Jordan's trainer, that followed him throughout his whole career, through basketball, through baseball, through all of that. He wasn't at that level till he started working at Jordan. So everybody wanted to work with him. You got to be somebody's first at some point. You ain't gonna always, at some point you're gonna get to be somebody's first or something. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like
gonna
you're
tell you.
not always gonna find.
I'm gonna tell you about Victor Conte. Before he even got busted years ago, and before he was considered the bad man,
Breaking up, Santos.
athletes.
There you
He
go.
was already
Boy,
considered that. So he already
Yeah,
he's always
you gotta re-say that. You gotta re-say that, man, because you went through that bad area. We didn't really
okay.
hear
Okay.
nothing.
yeah,
Okay. Can y'all hear me okay now?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I was saying is one thing about Victor Conte, he both sides
Yeah, you going in and out.
Yeah, you're
of
going
the
in and
trigger
out.
kind of stuff for the
It
body.
must be the area.
And he
Must be the
also
area again.
hold on. I'm actually just backing up trying to park.
You trying to park in the woods or something? You got a big old oak tree blocking your signal.
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you now. Try to stay
Y'all
on.
hear me?
Yeah.
Up before he got in trouble. That's one of the best with those supplements and nutrition and all that stuff. And also, it's not just the supplement and the nutrition. He also had programs for athletes to come in and do all these different type of
A
doing that.
dietitianist.
But the thing about it, he did some stuff. He was giving some of them some illegal substances that was getting around the ban. It wasn't on the ban list and all this kind of stuff. It wasn't being detected. And then found out what he was doing. That's what got him in trouble. But now he's vowed not to ever do none of that stuff anymore. And he's still one of the best out there. He's always been one of the best at it. So, he's doing what he do. And I
But
mean,
what I'm
they have
saying,
to
since go
being that
ahead. Keep
being that
saying, 'cause
being that the government has co-signed for him, and it's been known that he's working with them and he's doing all these other stuff to help the entities out there that's against all that stuff. He getting that pass on it, man.
no, but what I was saying is that it's not like he doing nothing so exclusive where only he could do it. So why put your name on, attach your name to him is what I'm saying. Victor Conte ain't doing nothing. It's not like cybersecurity where you go break into the Pentagon and you hack some shit and then the government comes, give you a slap on the wrist and hire you because you that exclusive. He's not no exclusive. Nothing he doing is not like he's the only person that can do it. So why risk your name is what I'm saying. It's not like he doing some shit that can't nobody else do. So why attach your name to him when he got that kind of air on him? Why do it? That's all I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying if you're a top level athlete, you got choices. Did we lose Santos again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be in a bad area.
Yeah,
But
he'll come back.
I get what you're saying though, bro. That's why you see Errol Spence.
You got a
Errol
choice.
Spence barked at him, barked on him. When he tried to say some slick shit about Errol Spence let him have it.
I just don't see the advantage of like getting a person like that. I mean, I get if you're a young fighter and you don't know no better, and this with your camp using, and you're like not even you're on the undercard, and that's all you got, and I get it. But if you're like a top level fighter, then you got choices, man. That's not the dude, cause his name gonna tarnish your brand so much.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see the point. I
Yeah,
haven't.
yeah. I understand. Should I overstand exactly what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's not like he don't. Now, if he was doing some shit that nobody else could do, then I get it. But he's not. He ain't doing nothing nobody else can't do. I mean, they got science behind all this shit now. Ain't nothing like that they doing now that's like where nobody else knows. They done studied all this shit. They got studies on all the steroids that they ever got out right now. Ain't none of that shit new. All the HGH, all them supplements, all that shit's been heavily studied. So ain't nothing like that exclusive. But I mean, everybody got a choice, and they got the if they want to ride out with that dude, they want to attach their name to it, they got to take everything that come with it. Got to take it all. And depending on the era, like baseball, I don't even fault them dudes in the '90s when they tried to run them dudes in the ground for using steroids, because they was all using that shit. The fucking pitchers was using that shit so they could recover and get back and not miss so many games. Everybody was using that shit. And it was only still out of all of that, it was only a few players that rose to the top after. Let's say everybody, even if you wanted to do real crazy and say everybody was using it, there was only a few dudes who really was rising to the top with that. And it wasn't a problem until Barry Bonds got to break that record. That's when the shit hit the fan. When Barry Bonds went to break the Great White Hope record, that's when it became a problem. That's when all them congressional hearings and they started going to Victor Conte and all these people trying to find some dirt, because it had to be something like that. They had to tarnish that, and that's his fault for doing it. I don't even know why he did it, because he was such an amazing. And that's the thing with most of these athletes; they're such great fight. amazing athletes, they don't even have to really do that. I think it's like a psychological crutch that they do that shit. But then
Yeah,
Tyree in
because
college,
what happens is it becomes the culture of that sport. Like everybody, like you said, everybody doing that shit, trying to find ways to heal themselves and recover this and that, and so on and so forth. But then you find out when you in a sport, you know, you find out what's going on, the lifeblood of the sport, what's keeping the athletes moving and grooving, and you know, it just becomes what everybody is doing, like you said, like so many just, but not everybody became so elite just because people always have this terrible misconception, like just because you do that shit, you're gonna automatically go from the bottom of the barrel to the top. It don't work like that. Only the very elite of the elite be able to perform at those high levels. Like if you like Barry Bonds was already great before he started taking that shit.
yep,
You know, that shit didn't make him a great player. He was
yep,
already a great player. You know what I'm saying? So that's what ends up happening. It just become a part of the normal culture of the sport. So in each era, you will find that the athletes do what the people of their era do. It's just different shit. You know, you
yeah,
take somebody like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like when Arnold Schwarzenegger was doing Mr. Olympia, steroids was legal
yeah, yeah.
the whole time
But
he competed.
they went to doctors to get that shit done. I ain't for
Yeah,
y'all. Conte has a state of the art facility with a team of doctors, but he's not the only person that got a state of Conte. Victor Conte is not the only person that has a state of the art facility with a team of doctors. That's my whole point. Like if he was exclusive and he was the only person doing that, then you would have a point. It's like these kids when they get drafted at 18 to go to the NBA draft. Once they get drafted from college, they know they're going in the draft. They sign up with an agent. They go to a facility where they training them just for those workouts, those combine workouts. So they're
yeah, I
doing,
agree. Just like my man,
they're doing
what's my man name? He been around for years and shit. He was around for years. He the one who helped Roy Jones go from light heavyweight to heavyweight, and Michael Spinks too. He did Michael Spinks first. He got famous,
yeah,
but he worked a lot of athletes like that. He got that training facility. I got his video. I got the shit with Roy Jones from his last when he had the fights with Tarver and shit. What the fuck is his name? That's my man. He funny as hell. Right guy, but he does that shit too with the
yeah. But
specialized training.
that go
With
back to what we
specialized
were
training.
saying a couple of days ago. Like dudes is just lazy. They want somebody just to tell them, hey, go over here, and they don't want to do just a. If you just do a little bit of research, you'll find out that you got way more options than you believe you have. And if you exercise your options, like a lot of the bullshit that you can kind of find yourself in the middle of, you won't be in the middle of it because it ain't there. Like them sketchy ass people, like people who uber
Yeah, I agree
successful,
with you.
they don't have them sketchy people around them. Like the
Yeah,
Elon Musk's, like the Warren Buffett's, Bill Gates, you name it. Them people do not have sketchy fucking people around them. Even Mayweather, he ain't gonna have no sketchy ass people hanging around him and his entourage. Now he might know some people, but you won't see them people publicly endorsing them people like that. People who are super successful do not fuck around with sketchy people. That is bad for you, your brand, everything that you're trying to accomplish. Because everything that sketchy person can do, somebody who's legit can pretty much do the same thing. There's no benefit to that. I don't get that. I never understood that part of it. Because with the internet age, if you start looking some of this stuff up, like you're saying, you'll see facilities that people have built out in places that you don't even know that they're built. But you didn't know because your ass wasn't looking. You could be in your own fucking backyard. And you don't even know because you're not looking. All you're doing is going like monkey see, monkey do, where everybody else goes, you going over there. And if you do like everybody else do, I mean, what kind of results you think you're gonna get?
yeah.
I just
I won't make a counter either. If I had a fighter, I'll just stay away just for just to keep their name uh
clean.
clear. You know.
Yeah, clean. Yeah, they're clean. Even if your fighter, it's like if you get a person that do taxes for you, right? And you go get your taxes done and they legitly done, you ain't putting no shady shit on your taxes, right? If that person prepare taxes, if they are notorious for fudging them numbers and fucking up and putting shit that they're not supposed to put on taxes. When the IRS audit, they're gonna audit that ID and they're gonna run through and every tax that they have prepared, they're gonna run through each goddamn person whose name that they prepared taxes for and audit each one because you're attached to that person. So those kind of people, it just doesn't make. I'm just saying the benefit, it's just not there. I mean, people can do what they want to, and then when they get caught, those same people gonna cry wolf and say, "I ain't do it," but now you in the middle of it. Why you put yourself in that situation to begin with? What was the benefit of that? It just didn't make sense. If you're going somewhere to get your taxes done and you doing the shit legit, why are you going to a shady place? It don't make no sense. It's the same principle. Because you see these dudes now that only thing they'll do, some of them now, even the basketball, they expert dunkers. They can dunk any kind of way you want them to dunk, but they can't really play basketball like that on a professional level. But as far as dunking goes, they can do shit you can't even believe these dudes can do because that's all they specifically work on. But they can't really play basketball on that kind of a level where they need to play it. You know, because have you watched any of those clips of the Drew League with LeBron and some of these pro players go over there to California and play in the Drew League that they recently been playing?
Yeah.
That's recent. And see, all them dudes who be on
Yeah.
YouTube doing all that stuff, and when they get up against somebody like that, it's not even a fucking comparison. It's not even a comparison. Like the idea that LeBron will have to cheat is just fucking crazy. Why would he have to cheat? Why would Michael Jordan have to cheat? Why would Kobe have to cheat? Like when you think of it, like when you start getting to the levels of where these people are in their craft, there's no need for that stuff. Tom Brady, just certain people, it just wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Tom Brady had a little situation with what he was going through. You don't remember that program he had? Was a little controversy behind it, and he separated himself from that shit real quick. You don't remember that?
TB, when he started that TB12 shit, came out of that shit.
There you go. And now and what he did when the controversy hit, he got up out of that shit. He won't even fucking mention that shit no more. He don't want his name.
But he still fuck with that dude though. That's still his trainer though.
Yeah, but he won't mention that TB12 shit.
But that's just like his little personal program shit, that TB12 shit. But he still fuck with that dude though.
Yeah, that's a dude. Yeah, but his dude also ain't get like he wasn't doing nothing, but it just was some shaky shit.
Yeah, it was
so
some
to
shaky
avoid
shit.
to avoid all that, he stopped mentioning it. But Buddy ain't never get arrested. Nothing really controversial. It just looked weird, it looked funny. So they kind of like, they just kind of got a hush on it. It's almost like that thing with Deshaun Watson. I don't know how you feel about that. I kind of feel some kind of way about that because I think all that shit is bullshit. The way that they handled that and they doing that dude, the football player with the massage shit.
Yeah, I think they set my nigga up. I don't give a fuck. Because it's very ironic to me that the owner of the Texans is friends with the lawyer of those girls.
Mm-hmm.
But how? Yeah, that's not. I don't think that shit is no coincidence. And you got these many so-called women that's coming out of the fucking woodwork, and supposedly the team knew about it. Something ain't right. Something is just not right with that shit, man. There's some shaky shit going on right there.
But they just released a statement. I don't know if you looked at it, but go look it up. The NFL just completed an investigation where they couldn't find any evidence of anything that these women were saying.
Yeah. They just did that shit because they had to make a determination of whether they're going to suspend him, how many games he's going to be out for the upcoming season or not.
Couldn't find no evidence. Now, they got a whole bunch of accusations, but the mere fact that you got accusations, that doesn't prove that you did or didn't do something. The accusations don't, like if we walk down the street and we both look to the left for 10 seconds and keep going straight, we both going to see two different things. Our perspectives are going to be two completely different things. And then when it's money involved, you got an incentive to look a certain kind of way and to say a certain kind of thing. And all these women, just by mere virtue that they're all saying the same, that doesn't mean that that is true. It doesn't mean it's not true. Problem I have with it, I'm not even trying to litigate if he did or didn't do it. My issue is that just because somebody accused you of something, they're voiding that man's contract off of accusations. They're not paying him what they're supposed to pay him off of accusations. And then even when they had an opportunity to litigate him within that state, they chose not to because they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute him. So if they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute him, then you should not make that a standard of you voiding the contract that you signed. Because we always want athletes to hold up their end of a contract, but when it comes to these teams, we want to let them out of it any way they can. They sign a fucking contract and you pay the man his goddamn money. It's accusations. It ain't nothing that's been proven. They should have a fucking video or something to prove it. These women don't have anything. And I'm not saying that they did or didn't, but that can't be the reason why you able to just void somebody's contract like that. And then not only that, he should have a case against them because now what they've done is they've voided his brand. They put all this shit out there about him. You know, they tarnish his name in the media. And then the media get the shit and they just run with it. And like you said, it's too
I
many
just feel
things.
like
Right.
I feel like there's some bullshit going on. He wanted out, and then all of a sudden, all this shit coming out. You didn't hear none of this shit when he was willing to stay with the Texans and was all in. But the moment he decided to want to leave, all this shit coming out. I think it's some bullshit going on, man. I really
Blackmailing.
all of a sudden. Now all of a sudden, all this shit coming out. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's stupid.
Nah,
Trying
man.
to
But
get my nigga to the world.
black people be down for it though, best specialists, man. They be down for it, bro. Look, the R. Kelly shit, we led the charge on that shit, man. We be down for it. We get a narrative. We be the main ones with the bullshit, man. These people be to pump you up with a bunch of bullshit and you don't even really look at it. And you know what they convicted R. Kelly of that fucking what's the name of that charge? It was the same one that they hit up the heavyweight fighter, the one that was
Jack
what's his
Johnson,
name?
the
Jack
Man
Johnson.
Act. The Man
Man,
Act.
yep, that's that Jack Johnson. The same shit that they were saying Jack Johnson was transporting white women. That's what they convicted of R. Kelly. It wasn't of no rape. It wasn't of nothing else. That's what he got convicted of. That was the main charge that he got
The Man
convicted
Act.
of. Yeah, which was the prosecutor of the guy. What's his name? I can't think of the prosecutor name at the time. But that's what he got convicted of.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Look at OJ. He didn't go down for no murder. He went to jail for going to try to get his stuff back.
That shit's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, that was crazy, man. That shit was crazy, man.
They see you can tell that that's a racket. The lawyer, the judge, and whoever, but they set you up and put you in the mix, and it's like a spin room, and they spin it and then they decide your destination, a destiny. I mean,
OJ didn't do that shit though, man. I think we talked about this a while ago. OJ didn't do that shit. Look, they got this they have a unit in LA because back then, you know, the LA police was so corrupt. They used to have this unit. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Where they used to come in and before every like major crime that happened in like the Richie area, they used to have this team. They used to come in and videotape the crime scene before anybody walked on that shit, just in case something came up missing. So when that team shot the video and they came back to look at it, the same location that this Mark Furman was supposed to find his bloody glove, it wasn't nothing there. When they shot the video before anybody came in, a lot of the evidence disappeared after these motherfuckers went through. Security team, that's what it was called. They had a security team that used to go in to make sure that these motherfuckers didn't steal shit. So a lot of the shit, the evidence that they had, they just produced that shit. They just made that shit up. And even that fucking glove, that glove was the same size as Mark Thurman's hand. And then they went back later on, and what they did, figured out that particular group, whatever little gang unit or whatever unit that he was part of, they were so corrupt they had to let out like over 150 people from all the bullshit that the motherfuckers did. They did so much crazy shit. They had to let a whole bunch of dudes. They had to overturn their cases because they were so fucking corrupt.
Mhm.
That's that LA
You know
shit
what I
though,
think?
man.
I
The
think that.
LA,
Uh-huh.
the LA,
I think that
the
that.
police.
Oh, good,
Go ahead.
good. I was about to say. I think that police are so racist over there. To like you said, they have their own little group inside of the police department, and they. And back in the day, yeah, they tarred and feathered the white people that were they call them like nigger lovers, right? So uh, those type of people are still around today, and that was Mark Furman and his group inside the police department. I think they did a whole. I think they took a role in trying to frame OJ by murdering the white woman and then putting him as the only person to have seen her alive, making it seem like you know what I mean. He did the murder, and the Goldman, Ronald Goldman guy. It's like
I
this
don't
big
think.
black guy. And,
I don't know if the OJ. I don't think police or OJ had nothing to do with that. I think the OJ. I mean, the police took an opportunity to try to frame his ass. But remember, that lady got. They got a Colombian necktie, man.
a
The
drug dealer.
motherfuckers got cut from ear to ear. They got cut. They got their throat slit. Like ain't no average person doing that shit. There ain't no regular like I'm gonna kill a bitch. I'm gonna just you made me so mad. Let me get my knife. I'm just gonna cut your throat like that. Most people ain't doing that shit. That's some real gruesome ass shit, man. That's a lot of blood. I mean, that's real personal. The average person ain't gonna know how to do that shit. Even if you wanted to do that shit, how the fuck you do that? What kind of knife you using to do that?
But what would they what do you think they could have done to upset some Colombian drug lords?
I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just saying that the idea that OJ, a football player, or the police force did that, it just it wouldn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? Just think about it. Like, if you're a regular person and you're an athlete, right? Let's say you this athlete, you could be the strongest dude in the world, the offensive lineman, right? You want to cut somebody from neck throat from from ear to ear with a blade. What position do you get in to do this?
Behind them?
How you- No, I'm just saying, like you in an argument, you fighting, and you finna do two people. Now you finna do one, and then you finna do the other one. Now how you do this by yourself?
Mm. You got to catch them coming out one at a time or something, and then you get
No,
the
I'm just
weak one
saying it's
first.
not. It's probably not. It's probably not logical. Is what I'm saying. It's probably not
Mm.
logical for one person to do it. You know what I mean? Now, why they did it? Who knows what the people had going on, man? Chicks. I mean, rumor is that woman. You know that. Who knows, man? Who knows what it is? It just everybody knew that he was framed. That's why everybody was celebrating because they know in LA that shit is what it is over there. Them police was framing up people all over the place, man. And they gonna get back. Look what they did to what was the dude name that got beat up with the first videotape?
Uh,
Where they beat the guy
yeah.
on the highway. What the fuck was his
Rodney
name?
King.
Rodney King. Beat the shit out of him. And they didn't even convict the police. They had their ass on tape and let them go.
Hmm.
That's what the rise was for. Had him on tape. And you know he ended up killing himself at the end. He ended up supposedly killed himself.
He went to that daytime court. What's that fake court? Like uh, you know, the fake court shows.
Oh, did he? He was on one of them court TV shows.
Yeah, he had loaned some money. He was loaning out all his money.
Yeah, he ended up killing himself though, man. I think he won the civil case, and he ended up killing himself. Supposedly, he killed. Allegedly, that's what they say. That shit.
So,
After he got the money, he ended up killing himself at a pool or something at one of these hotels or something, which
in a
don't make
swimming
no
pool.
goddamn
Yeah.
sense. Why would you do that? That don't even make any sense, man. But just saying the police gonna get it. The justice gonna get that get back. When they feel like you got away, they gonna try to get that get back on you, man. They ain't gonna let you walk like that. They gonna try to get the get back.
That's why I felt like OJ went over there to Florida because by the rules or the law that Florida has, they're not connected with the rest of the United States, where they can just go grab them up and bring them back in.
Oh, but
So
he was
he lives
comfortable
right
down
there.
here. I used to bump
Uh-huh.
into him every now and then down here. When I used to deliver down in that area. He was comfortable down there, man. He had like a little routine. You know, he had all the little chicks he was messing with. They looked like that. The lady that he was messing with, they all looked. He had a type. They all looked the same. White lady, blonde hair, same shit, same type of. It's like if you could cut a model out and just keep reprinting her, it'd be the same thing with slight similarities.
Like the girls trying to be like Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, but I mean, I imagine if you love your woman so much that when you're not with her no more, you're gonna get somebody that look like her. The idea that you're gonna kill her, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's some crazy motherfuckers to do it, but I just don't see a person like that wanting off his woman like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would think that'd be a little bit off. I wouldn't think that'd be. Oh, Reggie Owens said he married the lady from the jury of the civil trial. His family thinks she did something. Probably.
Oh.
I ain't know that, Reggie. That's a possibility. That OJ trial, it disrupted a lot of shit because it was on a national stage and it exposed everything from the judge to the fucking prosecutor to the damn police force. All the motherfuckers got exposed with the bullshit they was doing. Because you remember the prosecutor, like you ever watched that OJ when they did that series and they showed how fucked up the prosecutor, the black dude and that lady, I can't even think the motherfucker's name. How fucked up they was, and they had that Chinese judge. Like that whole system was just, they was just out to try to. They knew they ain't had no case, and they still was going with the bullshit because they had to. And the way they prosecuted it didn't make no sense. The charges they was trying to file didn't make none of that shit made no damn sense. But that LA shit, and it's a good thing he had money because his ass would have been in jail if he'd been a regular ass black dude.
Yep. I think they specifically take you. I mean, they take you to jail. If you got the money, then you can pay the court fees, and that's what they really want. That's a business.
But that Kardashian dude is her daddy was part of that case, wasn't he? Wasn't he part of that particular case?
Yeah,
he
he was
was.
a part of. Yeah, he was a part of OJ's super team of lawyers.
Yeah. He was a real beast too of a lawyer, man. He
Yeah,
has some serious ass lawyers over there.
Down with Johnny Cochran. That was one of Johnny Cochran associates.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
They still around. After he died, they had the Cochran group, which was like his team of lawyers at some point.
Yeah, because he had some young lawyers he was doing some things with. And they had actually already started. He had some little young lawyers he was doing an association with, and then when he passed, then they just kept going with it and took it to another level.
That case was interesting, man, because it put everything out there on Front Street, and then it did it to the whole world. It wasn't just U.S. People was watching that shit, and all across the world they was watching that crazy ass case. That case, another one would have been the Michael Jackson case. Remember when they had them allegations, him touched them little boys, and they had that long ass trial. He got up on top of the SUV and dancing, and they couldn't convict him. They couldn't do anything because it was all bullshit. It was just money grabbing ass parents trying to get money. Because they couldn't even.
Then you have
Supposedly
Bobby
he
Brown.
had sex with you. Which one?
Bobby Brown.
Oh, with the Michael Jackson? No, remember the Michael Jackson? The little boy said that he was having sex with him, but
I remember that.
at some
Public.
point they had to take pictures of him they had to make the man get naked and take pictures of him, and then they had to go and talk to the kids and see if they could describe his genitalia, which none of them could.
And then he got with Priscilla Presley. All kind of stuff going on with Mike. His ties with Oprah. His ties with what's that older white lady? She's a singer or something, I guess.
White lady. No, you talking about the actress Elizabeth Taylor.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mark.
that's yeah.
Somebody put it in there. Marsha. That's the lady, the prosecutor. Marsha.
And then his doctor, and then Sony. Man,
For
that
the
dude was
OJ,
tied to a lot of stuff.
yeah, for the OJ case, the prosecutor lady name was Marsha. Somebody put it in the chat.
Hmm.
Marsha, I forgot the lady first name.
Was it Marsha Clark, or some shit like that?
Was it
The-
something like that? That
yeah,
sound
I think
about right.
that's it, Marsha Clark or some shit like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I remember. I
Yeah,
remember
that
that
sounds
lady
about right.
face.
Yeah, them people, man, they did
Oh,
a number.
somebody
They did a
named
job.
Star. Remember somebody named Star? Or was that the Bill Clinton?
No, that's the Bill Clinton thing. That's the Bill
Oh, okay.
Clinton thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
talking about yeah, that's the guy that investigate. Look at that stuff like that, right? I don't
Yeah.
want to get too far into politics, but look how much money they waste whenever they had them things like this thing they got with Trump, which is the second time they investigated him. Look at what the bill gonna be when they get finished with this stuff, man. They throw a lot of money away with that craziness, man.
And then on top of that, when he came in, he was spending all his money traveling. They say Obama spent probably, man, there's lightning out here. They said Obama spent like 8 million in 1 year, but Trump spent like 80 to 90 million
Yeah,
in 1 year
yeah,
traveling back and forth for nothing, golfing.
yeah. But that's the government, man. They can blow up money, man. They don't really. It ain't no. I don't know, man. The justice system, when you start getting from the lower levels to the higher levels, that shit don't. It don't. It don't really. It don't average out the right way. Because if you got money, then you got access. If you got access, you're not finna be prosecuted a lot of shit. When you ain't got no money, every little thing become a big thing. They just take shit, just start stacking charges on top, and you get stuck. That's why that OJ, that Michael Jackson, all that shit was important because it exposed the fucking justice system and how unjust that shit is. And then they put these stupid ass prosecutors. Um, was that Chinese guy? He was part of the OJ case, right? The Chinese judge. It was a judge that was Chinese. Was that
Oh,
OJ or Michael Jackson?
Japanese. His name was Oto. Wait, Kiko. What the fuck was his name? Judge Odo. It was somewhere that
Some shit.
Ah, yeah.
Okito, some shit like that. Judge
Some
Odo.
shit.
Yeah,
But
Japanese guy.
he had been
Odo.
around for a minute too, man. He had been around. Like that judge wasn't. He wasn't no rookie ass judge. And he did some questionable shit too, man. And see, those dudes they get treated better than the average person because they celebrities. They're not gonna get treated like how we get treated. They still trying to railroad their ass. I want to see what they do with this dude from Deshaun Watson, man. See if they try to bring up some more crazy ass charges on him. But they've already tried that shit one time. I don't know what state he was in when they tried to get him, but the prosecutor determined that they didn't have enough to push forward. They saying now they got 66 new women.
Mm.
66. Like, think about that number. Like, goddamn, you would think this motherfucker raping a bitch every day. Shit.
Man.
Fuck.
Yeah, they
60
just go over the top.
66.
Yeah, they always just go over the top with that shit too. Like always.
Yeah, bro. So I'm saying, like, them numbers are staggering, man. You ain't talking now 1, 2, 66 new charges. The judge's name is, what do you put? Oshikia. Oshiki. God damn. Fucking name right there. Yeah, but them charges that they had on this dude, but they ain't really got no charges. They just got a bunch of women that's saying stuff, man.
Hmm.
And they so dumb. If they were smart, they would have let the man get his goddamn money, and they could have sued and got a civil case. But now his contract voided, Shit, you done fucked up your own goddamn money. You can't even really, you know what I mean? Because just signed like a $200 million contract or something crazy.
Mhm.
So now you done messed up your own goddamn money being foolish.
And messing up the money.
Yeah, you messed that money up. I don't really get it. But like you said, we'll see what happens with it, man. I don't think much is gonna come of it because it just seems like they don't want to pay him for whatever reason. I don't know what he did or who he said what to. He might have said something crazy. Where he was at? Texas, right? The Texans originally. He was at Texas, right?
Yeah,
Who is that? I
he
don't.
played for the Texans.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson, the Texans.
Oh,
Maybe he said something crazy to the owner at first, and that kind of to get his ass back. Who knows,
a
man?
lot of times it be the players. These owners of these teams. They're not necessarily uh, you know uh where they a lot of them don't worry about who you messing with or whatever, but but that's something that if you messing with like a black guy messing with a white lady and the owner of that team is one of those type of guys from back in the days where they didn't believe in that, they're gonna look at that some kind of way, and they're gonna have this thing against that player probably, if you- in my opinion,
Most
you
of them
know.
old though. They not young men. Those dudes are up there. Are they old white men? Them not no young dudes that own them teams, man.
Freaky, yeah, freaky old white men that probably like messing with babies and stuff.
Oh,
Uh,
look at the dude from the New England. He got caught down here going to the goddamn massage parlor, getting a happy ending. Y'all remember that shit? You don't hear him saying nothing about that. Kraft, Robert Kraft. You don't hear him saying absolutely nothing about that shit.
I don't see nothing wrong with the happy ending part. It just but I do see something newsworthy. What's the guy John Travolta when his massage therapist dude came out saying that he John Travolta was begging him for to let him suck his dick or something like that, and and he wouldn't let him because he said he owed him money.
Lance Allen. Lance Allen. Who's Lance Allen? Trial
That's
judge
crazy.
and call for the case for OJ case. Oh, the trial judge. I
I'm
mean,
gonna
all
go
those dudes.
silent real quick.
I mean, all those dudes. They be doing some different kind of stuff, man. And when it comes to that money, when you don't play that game with them, and you start getting to the end of that career, man. Especially football, they good for tarnishing your name, man. They can't just let you go to another team. They got to tarnish your name. Look what they did to Terrell Owens when he left. They ain't let that man go. They tried to run that man's name in the ground for a bunch of stuff, but when he got on that football field, that man showed out. And you look at these guys now, it's not close.
I'm here. I'm just on silent. I'm making a bunch of noise.
Nah, you good. I'm trying to pass it. They drive so damn slow, man. Get out of the way. Yeah, sports and court and the media, all that stuff kind of like it tie hand in hand. But the media now it's kind of funny now because these guys now they actually have more outlets where they can get on ex players YouTube channels and say their piece. But before they just had to get on ESPN and they had to do those interviews and they'd chop up like a 30, 40 minute interview into some stupid soundbite and the guy he get demolished, he gets steamrolled with a narrative that they run. And then when you go back and talk to players from those areas, you just find out a lot of that stuff is complete bullshit that these dudes don't. They do that a lot with football players. Basketball players too, somewhat to a point, but it's mostly football players and basketball players. Remember how they did Carmelo Anthony like 2 years ago? They were saying that he needed to embrace a role to just have little limited minutes and not really play. Maybe he could be somebody like a third, like a assistant coach or some shit. He just need to embrace not even playing, and then he ended up balling out for the last couple of years, man. That was like four. I want to say that was about four. It might have been longer than that. Might have been 4 or 5 years ago. That's a pretty long time ago. But they just was like he was washed. He couldn't play no more.
Yeah, that was like 3 years ago, actually. That's like 3, 4 years ago. And they were saying he was like washed and shit, and then he got white ball for like 2 years, man. You know,
Yeah.
he like white ball for like 2 years. I don't say black ball, so that's why people say white ball. I don't say black. I don't use black connotation like that. But yeah, for 2 years, man, he couldn't even get on the team and shit. And then then he got a chance with Trailblazers.
Oh, that's right. You went to that was Trailblazers. You're right. With
Trailblazers.
Damian Lillard. Yep, you're right. Yep. Balling out of control when he went back.
He ended up on LA. LeBron last year.
Yeah, but that LeBron team, man, them dudes. See, LeBron, like, you know, to me, I equate LeBron to he more of people have unrealistic expectations, man. That dude been playing 20 years, man. And they think that they get on them old ass players that they supposed to be. LeBron is like the exception to the rule, man. You don't get nobody playing that at that age, at that level, man. He's more the exception than the rule. So they end up getting all these old ass players and think they can still play. They can't play like that no more, man. Just because LeBron can do that shit to somewhat of a high level, them dudes not even gonna be close to that when they get past a certain level. They on the downslope.
Yeah.
That's the problem. In the NBA, they let them dudes hang around too long, man. Like,
I had these two big ass mosquitoes in my car. I killed one of them. Shit, I gotta get the other one. Shit.
I'm back at it again. Do, do, do. We got Rashawn Taylor. We got Picasso in the building. What's up, Picasso? We got Pittsburgh T in the building. The boxing section, TBS is over there. Yes, sir. I'm over here trying to see what I can do about the. I don't want to hang up one phone and then throw myself out. Let's see something right here. I bet. What was that? No, Pittsburgh T. Uh, on the phone. Be back in a few. Okay. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh yeah, let's go over here and look at. Let's see, chat, chat. Okay, Dre Finesse, what's going on? Somebody fucking the young white girls, or is it those owners of the team? Oh, fucking a young white girl. The players on the team probably, right? Um, uh, they lose 15 in Jupiter, Florida. Jupiter? They shut down a lot of coverage of this. Okay. Jay Finesse said the owners, fuck the owner's daughter. All of this some bullshit charges to fuck his career, right? And they lose 15. Lance Allen, uh, uh, Ito, the trial judge in Cali for OJ case. Oh, okay. Oh, the judge's name is Oshiki. Uh, Oshiki. That sounds like a freak name. Oshiki. Not no porn name, but some kind of freak name. Oshiki. Yeah, it's a storm over here, so I'm over here trying to see if I can plug up this other phone and see if I can track down where this storm looking like. And yeah, oh well, I gonna take off anyway. We're gonna have to run through it. I got some coffee. I put some kind of cinnamon in it. It's Colombian, the Colombian coffee. I put some cinnamon in it.
What's up, fellas? Back on now.
What's happening, Captain? Hi.
Bro, fucked up, man. What y'all talking about?
Oh, I was talking about the storm out here. I don't know where it's at. I had to plug up my other phone in attempts to download that weather app to see what's going on before I take
Oh,
off.
which one you use?
Weather channel.
Oh, you just be on the straight weather channel. You know, black man, what's his name on that shit? What's the dude name? Byron Allen. Is it Byron Allen? I think it's Byron
Oh,
Allen.
Byron Allen. He the billionaire.
Yeah, he owned the weather channel. He bought that shit a couple years ago.
Damn. Know that.
Yeah, he bought it a couple years ago. He was trying to get merged and buying some other shit, but
Look
he
at
had like
that.
a federal lawsuit going.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had a federal lawsuit because he couldn't grab up a lot of the little small markets. They wouldn't sell to him.
You know what I heard? What he said? He said that not enough of us are spending our money with him to get him. to give us some kind of shows to be forerunners of whatever shows that we want to have out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't pay that no attention, man. So if you
Hmm.
got the right business, you ain't got to beg nobody for none of your business, man. You need to get your business together. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That's like me going to a restaurant and you don't got the right stuff I want and I don't come back. That's your problem, not mine. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go. I'm spending my money. I spend my money how I choose to be fit. Like, you need to get your product together.
yeah.
Get
you
your
you know
product together.
you know are you like a business person?
Nah, I ain't no business
No.
person. I just know, yeah, I value my money. I invest in the market. I value my
Mhm.
money. I got a job like everybody else.
Mhm.
I ain't finna act. A lot of these dudes get on here act like they making so much money on their
Mhm.
private business, or it's such a bad thing. Whatever people do, they do. I just know when people have businesses and they just expect you to just come because you're black. That's not the way shit work. You need to have something that I want that make me come. Just because you
Mhm.
black, I mean, of course I'm gonna come because you're black, but you need to have something to keep me there. Damn, that dude rolling. This shit here.
I'm gonna tell you what I did. I I I asked. I typed in black owned business. I said I want to support, and I had to put I was putting a new roof on my mom's house, and and so I called this guy up, talked to him and everything. I said, I looked up black owned business. I said, is this the black owned business? He said, yeah, man. I wrote the dude when he got to do the check, so half the price of the roof, and he next thing you know, he had to make sure that he had got the money right, and next thing you know, a whole crew of Mexicans pulled up.
Oh man. Oh my God. Yeah, he's black old in his pocket, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Centos trying to get back on. I don't know. I ain't heard from Centos. Let's see.
um,
Centos
oh,
off of
okay.
there, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
he was
think
in the
Centos off.
mhm.
In the backstage.
He was in the warehouse for a minute doing one of his
Oh,
drops,
okay.
and I think he ended up dropping off. But uh,
Yeah,
some kind of way he'll get on. He'll text or email or um, CJ or Kyle, cause Kyle's supposed to be
getting
well.
up right about now. He might be getting ready
Uh,
for work.
yeah.
Yeah. Man, that black owns that when they be talking about support, I be looking at them crazy, man. I don't support Walmart. I go shop there. I don't
Hmm.
support Amazon. I shop there. Ain't no support, man. Get your business together. Get your
Hmm.
business acumen together, man. Support me like charity. I just gave it to you.
Hmm.
And then the problem is, like most of them, they not big enough. They only hire themselves and a few family members. So I'm taking money out of my household to support your household, and then you're not even keeping it going. You're taking that money, and what you're doing is you go to Walmart to buy your products, and Costco to buy your products. So you don't even have an ecosystem to really keep that whole black system that you want to keep going. You ain't keeping it going. You just taking my
Right.
money, taking care of your family. Like, nah, man, I'm good.
Hmm. You know, we buy all these little things. Screws, bolts, nuts,
Great
and
finest, tell you, Picasso salute, great
hmm
finest.
oh, salute Dre Finest.
Yeah.
That's Dre Finest. Um, Dre is BFTB's uncle.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Is it? Are you joking? Or
And,
are you for real?
hey, I'm going off of what he said.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, probably is. We probably told him. That's a smart brother. That's a sharp dude right there. That BFTV dude, man. He's sharp.
Mm-hmm.
You go up there trying to debate something, you better have your stuff together, man.
I always say um, that he does all the stuff that a lot of people wouldn't do.
Oh
But
yeah, 'cause he let anybody come up there and just say whatever you gonna say. Just go ahead. He put the link in there and be calling them out.
you
They
know
don't be
how
taking it. They don't take debate though. They don't go up
you,
there. They know better.
you know how like when I started seeing the LDBC farming, um, or they was already farming, and then uh, I was watching them. I was watching some other guy that was on there, uh, the lion with the gloves on or something like that,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then I fell off of that, and then I started seeing like more of the LDB blood boxing, something like that.
But is
So
BFTB part of the LDBC stuff? I don't know if he part of that.
yeah,
You part
he
of
part
that?
of
You
it.
think he part
Yeah,
of that? Part
hmm
of it?
and this is the thing. When I was watching them, I was watching everybody. I was mostly watching the 5150 with Corey Holcomb and other shows. You know, just floating around. That's what I was doing. And I wasn't really a normal YouTube watcher. I just, I was on PS4 just playing that little army game where you could just shoot people and stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
So, so it got to a point to where, um, I would be trying to get all the special effects and all this stuff playing the game so I could actually feel like I'm in a war zone. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
because I was prior
You
military and stuff.
don't resurrect it. Boy.
Oh, there you go. We came back, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, you sound like you in a better spot, Santos, man. Go while you still got a
Resurrected me. He
chance.
raised me from the dead.
Go ahead, Santos. We can hear you now, man. Go on, say your piece, man.
Man, what the hell y'all got
I just
going on in here, man?
What's up,
been
DJ,
listening.
man?
What up,
Is the
DJ?
DJ?
Man,
I can't get it right for nothing.
man. People mix me and Cinto up all the time, man.
Hmm.
We did what now?
Yeah, it's all. I was saying people mix us up all the time.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
hey, DJ, I got to ask you the hypothetical that we got floating around today. What you think about Floyd fighting either Arrow or Crawford?
When?
Well, both Prime and now. Prime Floyd versus those guys, and a now version of Floyd versus those guys. What would be your opinion on those two situations?
Whew. Man, oh man. Now, if he fought him, he'd get fucked up. But
That's what I think.
back in this day, we talking chop Corley Floyd. We talking we talking De La Hoya Floyd. We talking them Floyd. Man, it's whoo. That's tough.
He would have schooled him back
Solid
then.
fight.
That Floyd would
Solid
have
fight.
schooled him.
Yeah, but I think Crawford. I think he would have schooled Errol. But I think Crawford's length would have gave him trouble probably the first 4 rounds. It would have gave him trouble the first 4 rounds, and then after that, it would have been a dog walker.
Okay, so you think Crawford would give more problems than Arrow?
Yeah, it's just because his length.
Okay,
Crawford can scratch his ankle standing up. So
yeah.
I think Floyd would find his way around that length. I think Floyd would find his way inside of that length and make Crawford, because Crawford and Errol's biggest problem. Crawford and Errol's biggest problems is why this fight is going to be such a good fight. They both dogs. That's why that fight between them two is going to be such a good fight. But in particular with Crawford, that I want to get my lick back shit that Crawford do, that ain't going to work against Floyd. Floyd ain't going to be there.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So Floyd going to pull counter Crawford so many times, man. So I think just a style matchup, Crawford would give him more problems because of his length. But
he dog walks both of them in his prime. Prime Floyd ain't nobody fucking with,
What about
and that
Sweet
just
Pea?
is
What you
what
think
it.
about Sweet Pea and Floyd? What you think about them two?
It would be the most boring fight anybody would have ever seen because nobody would have got hit.
That's what I thought. Yeah, they two counterpunches, right?
Nobody would have got touched in that fight. That would have been a hard fight to judge.
Might as well
But
play that hand slapping game.
right,
And slapping.
right. Yeah, man, that would have been a hard fight to judge, bro. But yeah, I'll
Everybody
back
said the
back out,
same
man.
thing.
Y'all keep going. Y'all keep it going, man.
All right. Everybody said the same thing outside of Max. Max, the only person to believe that Floyd would beat those dudes right now, that they at right now. His right age that he in now. That's the only Max thing.
You know, originally I was thinking that Earl is capable of hurting Floyd today. Back then, I think he would barely lose. You know how
I'd
somebody
like to
a
see the
young,
fight though. That's a good
oh
hypothetical
yeah,
to
yeah.
say. Maybe you get a video game to do it up. That'd be odd. Those saying both of those fights would be good. We ain't gonna never see them, but I mean,
Because when Floyd turned his shoulder, Earl he's throwing like a straight left. You know what I'm saying? Shoulder or not, you're gonna get hit in the kidney with that right, and
well,
you're gonna get hit with a straight left, or the left hook can come in on that jaw if Floyd ain't. Even if he got his hand up there, just like when Peterson fought Earl, he's still gonna hit you right there on your hands and try to move your guard just an inch out the way and catch that. Catch a little bit of meat on the forehead and kind of set off the equilibrium, and then come back and with a bunch of Ip Man punches to the head. You know what I'm talking about?
Dre Finance say I disagree 100%. Man, what
uh,
you disagreeing at? You should have asked DJ to drop the link so he can come up here and say his piece. Come on up here and say your piece. We love to hear your piece and what you disagreeing at. Everybody that had took that shot at this hypothetical match that ain't gonna never happen, but everybody got a different take on it.
yeah.
Yeah, them cage matches, man. Them things is things a little different, man.
Would you ever do a cage match if they match somebody to you?
Nah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't never do it. Not unless I got paid some good money for that. I mean, it had to be some real good money for that crowd.
You know,
You know,
back in my training days, I would have took 300,000.
yeah, now I don't know if I do it like that because if you're not training like that every day, man, your body is gonna break you down so bad doing that crazy stuff, man.
I was training. Um, Actually, I was training in all the Muay Thai, the judo, the wrestling, the um, jujitsu, and the boxing. I was doing all of that in one gym, and then each one of the trainers went out and got their own place. So at that point, you're not gonna go jumping gym to gym just to get that. So you would have to meet with somebody that you knew that was already working out MMA and spar with them.
Peace, Dre
I,
Finance. He said he got to get back to work. Dre Finance got to go back to work. Peace, my brother.
yes, sir. Good to
Uh,
have that outside. Uh, that you know the thinking that somebody will have different from what everybody else is thinking.
nah, I'd be
Is
interested
it?
to hear what he say. 'Cause I don't think it's no
Yeah,
wrong answer. It's just your opinion,
yeah.
It's your
Sometimes I
opinion,
get
like,
my, sometimes I get my words don't come out right. I don't know if it was because been hit in the head so many times, but What I think it is that I'm not, I'm sitting up in the truck a lot, and I'm not talking with people all the time. So my language, the only way I can fix it is to talk slow. And
Yeah, but I think that's tiredness too, man. Because me and Centos be talking. Sometimes we be talking gibberish to each other, man. Because you get tired.
mhm.
Yeah, you know me. When I get sleepy, anything have to come out.
My brother get on me about that. He say, say something, stop mumbling. He just go off on me. You ain't doing nothing but mumbling. You know, and I do be tired. You know, right now I'm supposed to be wide awake. I just came to work at one. You know, so um, but when I'm trying to think and when I'm trying to talk and think, my thinking sometimes it ain't right there. You know what I mean? They ain't connected. So it's like I got to go real slow. But you know what though? I go slow and I try to get my words together because if I don't know if you know, but people that curse a lot of times they can't put their sentences together to um, say what they want to say or what they're thinking. If you understand where I'm coming from. And the best way I can do that is to just kind of just slow it down. If you trying to type your code and passwords in the computer, but you keep going real fast and stuff, and you keep missing something, and somebody got to come and tell you, slow down, stop, 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 slow down, and think about it, and type it, and then you get it right. This coffee I just got just like water. This ain't this can't be that sneak up on your coffee. This is like water right here.
Hey, Centos, you still on here, man? How far away from Mississippi State are you?
Yeah, I
How
don't even
far
know the
away from that?
mileage, bro.
You know where the college at though? Is it in
I'm
Mississippi or that's just the name of it?
which one, Mississippi State or Ole Miss?
Nah, the one that Dion coaching at. Is that actually in Mississippi?
Oh, Tuscaloosa, Alabama,
Oh, that's
University
where
of
it's at.
Alabama.
No, no, no. The one that Dion's coaching at. Is that actually in Mississippi or is that?
Uh, Deontay Wilder.
No, no. Deion Sanders, the
Oh,
football
Deion
player. He
Sanders.
coaching.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He coaching at that Mississippi State. I know he. You know where he at. I thought it shouldn't be that
oh,
far away.
with the purple and white.
Is it Mississippi State or Jackson State? What college he coach at? I want to say no, Jackson State. See, I had it wrong. Jackson State. That's where he
I,
coach at.
I thought he was still in Texas.
Is it Texas? I don't know what state it is. College team he coaching at.
Yeah, I thought he was still in Texas. He was at Prosper, Texas. That's where he lived at. I don't know if he still got a house there. He was in Plano. He had prime time on his front gate, and then he moved to Prosper, which is further north. And then that's when that news guy kept uh, bothering him, trying to get him on something, saying that he's only trying to come up with a all black uh, football team or whatever, and then you know he, you know how people are, they don't want you to do that, but then they'll go do it and won't nobody complain about all Hispanic or all white or all Asian, this and that. But when the all black football team, little league or whatever, high school, somebody got to play about it. In this case, with Deion Sanders, that news reporter, he was going after Deion Sanders, trying to say that Dion did this to him, or because he get it when he get right there in front of him and start confronting him. Did they try to say you hit him or something like that? I think this guy did all of that just to try to do something dirty to Deion Sanders, and it ended up making Deion Sanders move around, and Deion's kids. Uh, he was training his kids or whatever, and they grew up, and they're on somebody's team or college. One of them went to college recently, I think. So, and then he's teaching at he's teaching at college team. Not college. I don't know if that's college, right? Is that a college team he's teaching? Is that a? Are y'all there? Are we there yet? Yeah. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I think y'all are right there, but I just can't hear you. I might be in a bad area. Do. All right, all right, all right. Yep, 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 yep.
Still in here. Back in here. Santos, you still in here?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, man.
Who else we got in here? Brandon. Can't even see
Yeah, I
this
keep
thing.
on. I'm been knocked out like Humpty Dumpty, sit on the wall.
Hey man, that's what we gotta
Got
do,
3 or 4
man. We
great
get
balls.
that what happened, man, working this late stuff. Either that or you be in the ditch in the bushes somewhere, man.
Yeah, I already know.
You ain't got much choices around here, man. You ain't got much choices.
Yeah,
Hey,
man.
what's up with that dude that Adrien Broner fighting? Is he any good?
Well, oh my, he, he's
Man,
decent.
he's
You
tailor
just
made.
do
He's
the
tailor
lighter
made for
weight class.
AB. He's
Yeah.
He
tailor
tailor
made for
made.
AB. He a fuck up too, and he ain't got no defense. So
Now, but I'm gonna tell you something.
he,
If he feel good when he get in that, if Omar feel good when he get in that fight, and he ain't afraid to take them punches from AB, AB got a fight on his hand. But I don't
AB,
see.
is he
Hey,
gonna let
AB
his
about
hands
he
go?
about. Hey, Figueroa, Omar about as done with boxing as AB is.
Oh yeah. Oh, so he ain't no new dude. He been in it
No,
for a minute.
this is Brandon Figueroa's older brother.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah, he
okay,
used to be a bad
okay.
boy, but
That's the
he ain't
same
throwing
one that
his
got
hand
that
in it.
bad. That got that. That's the same one that got that fine sister. Is that the same
Yeah,
Figueroa?
they got
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
that,
yeah,
Camel toe.
that's the same one.
yes
Everybody know
sir,
about her.
yes
Oh
sir.
man.
Everybody know about their fine ass sister.
Oh
Everybody.
yeah.
Yeah, you know she have trained him like strength conditioning, I think, or something.
Yeah, I seen her holding the mitts, man. But I mean, don't nobody really, whatever. She looked the part.
Hey man, listen here. You can
Yeah.
bust a roll of quarters on her ass. I'm telling you.
Hey, when
Yeah, she was
everybody
up
started
there.
noticing her, they did a little. Somebody did a little video on her, man, showing them goods, man. Yes,
Oh, did they?
yeah, they was showing her little figure.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
was
Uh,
what's her
supposed to be
name? Oh,
nutritionist for
her
one of
name
them.
is her name is like
she was
Amara
assistant
or
coach.
Amara or some shit like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, she bad, man.
sir.
She fine.
Yes, sir.
She,
Yes, sir.
but she
And
fine
she
as
got her
fuck, yeah,
15
man.
minutes. She got her 15 minutes too. Yeah, she
Yes,
can
sir.
get it.
That's
I don't know.
yes,
Man, that
sir.
song I
Is
was just
that?
listening to, like, Fizz, I want her here with me. I want you here with me. I want you in my arms. Here we are, talking on the phone for hours.
When
Listen,
that
man.
fight is? That's November. Is that October or when that fight? Because he was complaining about fight day kept getting changed on him.
I think it's September. I don't know. I gotta look it up. I think it's September though.
Nah, that fight August 20th.
Oh, okay.
It's
Somebody
August
fight.
20th. It was
Somebody fight in
supposed to be
September too.
this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was supposed to be this weekend, but it got pushed back.
Ah,
Oh, so that's why he mad. I got you. I didn't know he was fighting like that. I didn't know he was fighting.
he said, "Man, I don't care nothing about me, man. They got me doing a conference. Got
Pacquiao
me doing a
versus
conference on Zoom."
DKU. Y'all heard that? Pacquiao versus DKU exhibition official for December. What man? I know about that one. Y'all heard of that?
What was that again?
Pacquiao versus DKO exhibition for official for December.
Oh, no, that's the first I heard about. Let me go ahead and do this delivery.
Yeah. I look at Pacquiao exhibitions the same way I look at Floyd exhibitions. Fart on them. I don't care, man. I don't care. Hang it up.
Yeah, they ain't fighting
Pacquiao
nobody,
got
man. It's money.
to find something to do since his bid for president fell through.
Oh, he didn't win? He didn't win the
Hell
presidency?
no, he ain't win. Hell
Oh,
no, he ain't
man.
win.
Man, he
Lost
burnt
in a
up more money in
landslide.
that country. Yeah, he burnt up more money in that country than a little bit. He was supporting a lot of motherfuckers.
Right. Gave away, was giving away half his purses.
That's what I'm saying. How they ain't vote for him? He was just giving away his fucking money, man. A lot of
Man, we
money.
let you be the senator. You think we finna let you be the president? Hell no. Bro, it wasn't even close. He lost in a landslide.
You for real?
Dead ass. Yeah, that
All that
election was
money?
talking like all that money.
God damn, that motherfucker burnt a lot of money over there, man. He burned up a lot. And he was carrying salaries of motherfuckers for years. A lot of people. He had like an MC Hammer entourage was the rumor. Like he had an MC Hammer entourage over there.
Man, he took care of everybody in the Philippines, man. Especially that little village or neighborhood he was from. He took care of them. And shit, like I said, he became senator. Goddamn, we gotta stop it somewhere.
He said, "Get your ass back in the ring. Get up out of here. You're not grown people business."
Pacquiao, we love you, but nah, bro. It wasn't even close, man.
That's best of, man. Dude propped all the people up for all the years, but he gave away his money. Took his purses, just gave them away.
Bro, wasn't he giving away like 20 or 30% of his purse?
Where you from?
The Philippines.
Yeah, for a long time, over like a decade.
Yeah.
Philippines?
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
But he's a devout Christian, and that was just a Christian thing to do, just take care of people in need. He ain't really do it for the vote. But goddamn, I can't be president.
Yeah, man.
Many of y'all out and fed and helped keep your lights and water on. Goddamn, I can't be president.
He built like a 1,000 homes or something. Over in the Philippines.
Say it again, Santos.
I thought he built like 1,000 homes or something. He built like quite a few homes for some less fortunate people.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Because he had a lot of people on payroll too, man. He had a crazy payroll, amount of people on payroll besides the money he was giving away. So majority of his money it was in one hand, out the other.
Mm.
Yeah, shame. Because he made a lot of money.
Indeed he did.
A lot of money. I hope he ain't broke over there. You never know. But if he going to China, that's where all the money at anyways. Who knows how much the motherfuckers paying them over there, man. They got stupid amounts of money over there.
Yeah, China got some money.
I'm going to tell you what you do. You Google the exchange rate just off one of his purses, $100 million, and do the exchange rate for the currency in Philippines to see how much money that is. Pacquiao living like a damn king over there, man.
Should be. Yeah. Should be. But why you doing these exhibitions, man? I don't get these dudes where they still want to get punched upside their damn head.
It's something they love to do, but these exhibitions allow them to do it without going too extreme in training and going too extreme with the competition.
They'll get punched upside the head, Santos, man.
I said
a lot of other ways to make money. It's at that point, man.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I said it's something that these guys love to do, but his exhibitions allow them to do what they love to do without going through the extremes of training at the top level, and it also allows them to not have to compete against the extreme top level opponents and get hit, worse than what they would if they were fighting, a well-oiled machine on the other side of the ring.
Well, another year or two, we got to look forward to Jake Paul doing exhibitions, man, because he gonna be Hall of Fame material quarterbacks.
Yeah, yeah, he gonna be the best. He gonna be the greatest thing since sliced butter. When it comes to boxing.
Oh my goodness!
I tell you what though, if he get in for him and his brother get in for their promotional results, if they continue to do a good job promoting, I support that 100%. Because I mean,
Oh yeah,
I thank them for what they did, man. With bringing more light to women's boxing and putting the money there. Because they when they gave Serrano a raise, we all knew what was up at that point. Everybody got a raise when they started fighting again. And there's more eyes on them now than it ever was on female
what the
boxing.
women's boxing? Think the women's
Yeah.
boxing got more eyes on it?
Oh yeah, now it does. Since Jake Paul gave your girl Serrano, made her a co-main event, gave her
What they?
$500,000 bonus, $500,000 bonus. She went from
Did it?
42,000 to 542,000.
Damn, are they promoting her? Or they just gave her for the undercard for that particular particular card?
I some big person. She made a big person her last fight against the fight I felt she won.
No, he's her actual promoter now. She signed with him. She signed with him after he did that. He's her actual promoter. I'm gonna say this: as a promoter, I am a Jake Paul fan because without him, that Katie Taylor Amanda Serrano fight does not happen.
Right, exactly. Then on top of that, the money, it made the money easier to pay Clarissa and Marshall. But these women persons are gonna be better than what they ever been before.
But they got to be an undercard to the male events, though, right? You mean like standalone by themselves? She getting paid more money?
Man, if they mix these cards like they supposed to, put these women on some exciting fight cards, it would just be more attention. Just like they did with Christy Martin when she was fighting on the undercard for Mike Tyson. And then Layla come in, and later Ali, just her name alone in her fighting ability made her. Shoot.
Yeah, Layla, that's phenomenal. Yeah, that's phenomenal. What's up with Muhammad Ali grandson? They still trying to boost that dude up. Anybody seen any recent stuff on that dude?
No, they still trying to boost him up, They're still trying to boost him up. I mean, so far he's safe.
Yeah, he ain't having a couple fights.
I don't think
he's gonna tell you to compare his fights.
I don't think he's gonna have a career like his auntie had though.
Oh, what Layla? Nah.
Yeah. Layla could actually fight. Layla used to love fighting the streets, and she been wanting to fight for years. So when she started boxing, I tell you what, for her not to have had an amateur career, man, she has some decent boxing skills, man.
She was knocking them down though, man. She put people on their back.
Knock them out. Yeah, she used to knock them out.
Yeah, she putting them on their back.
She's a big girl, man.
She
She's no little girl.
Yeah.
She ain't no little girl at all. She's a big girl. But she also has some good boxing skills, though. As far as, putting them on the back.
Now, they criticize her for people she fought, but, I mean, you can only fight the people in front of you.
Yeah.
Can't do nothing about that.
Hey, let me get this delivery in here. I'll be back.
Yeah, they gonna build Nico for a while, man. Ain't nobody gonna touch Nico. Especially the difference between him and his auntie, man. There were no 168-pound women at the time. They were trying to build that weight class around Layla. Like, there just weren't enough girls at that weight. Everybody was, 135, 140, 147, 154. A lot of the girls that Layla fought came up from 147, 154, and 160. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it wasn't Layla's fault, but she did exactly what she was supposed to do. She was knocking them out, and she was beating their ass, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't Layla's fault. There weren't a lot of girls her size at that time, so they had to try to manufacture a weight class for her. But now it's completely different. Now it's completely different. Like Cinto said, there was no Olympics for women back then. So how else are you going to build a weight class? How else are you going to build a weight class and try to build a fighter? It's Nico Ali Walsh, but a lot of guys in our chat just call him Nico Walsh. But
Nico Ali Walsh.
Yeah, Nico Ali Walsh. They threw Ali's name in there, but his mama's last name is Walsh, and his daddy's last name is Walsh. So I can't hate on him for using the name. Like, it's nothing against Nico, right? We all see what it is. I met Nico. Nico's a humble kid, man. All he wants to do is fight. He enjoys boxing. He's not doing it because people pushed him towards it. The kid been in private schools all his life, so he genuinely loves boxing and wants to box. And he got with the right trainer. I don't know if he's still with Sugar Hill. He was with the right trainer. You know what I mean? And so he was able to make some things shake, man. But he's improving with every fight. But they're gonna take their time with it, because eventually he's gonna have to run into guys in his class. And the guys in his class are the Xander Zayez's, the Troy Isleys, those guys. Eventually, he's going to run into them. So they're going to take their time with him.
I mean, yeah, you can't blame him for that. That name will just carry a lot. Like, if LeBron's kids continue on, they go pro, or whatever they can say, or Shaq's kids, his son now playing, I don't know what his daughter's going to do, but when you carry those names mean a lot. That's a lot of pressure. Everybody can't handle that shit. A lot of pressure.
Absolutely, it's a lot of pressure. Absolutely, it's a lot of pressure. And we're about to see it with this next wave of kids that are guys we grew up watching, guys and girls we grew up watching, right? Like, we just saw it with Sharif O'Neal in the Summer League, right? We're gonna see it with Cayenne Anthony. We already saw it with Jeffrey and Marcus Jordan. They panned out not to be shit. So that last name comes with a lot of pressure. We're about to see it with J.C. Horn in the NFL. A lot of these guys that grew up with their dads in the league, or their moms and dads being professional athletes that we know, a lot of pressure that come with that, and a lot of these kids can't handle that, man.
Well, and then it depends too. Like, I think if they're at that uber top level, and your daddy was like LeBron or Kobe, or you at that top level of stuff, comparing that kind of a player following their kid, following that legacy, versus somebody at that uber top level, that just don't happen at all. It just ain't there. Baseball got more examples of that than anything. But they even actually play each other, because you can play baseball for a long fucking time. I think that's one of LeBron's goals, but I don't know if he's gonna make it that far.
Absolutely, man. And you're about to see it now that Carl Crawford's son just got drafted in the first round. Andrew Jones' son got drafted in the first round. So, I mean, yeah, man, it just continues.
Yeah, and they can prop them kids up. Like down in Florida, California too. They have those leagues that play all year round. And the park leagues ain't even no good no more because those leagues outside of the park is where all these kids is going now. It take a little bit. You got to either get some kind of scholarship or some kind of money to go to these leagues. 'Cause they ain't free. I know somebody pay like $125 a week playing one of them 7-on-7 football leagues or something crazy.
Yeah, dang.
So you got to have some means to do it. So them professional athletes, they got some means to do all that crazy stuff. We gonna see though. Garrett Payton, son, look pretty good. He got a promising career. Get out the way. Let's get out here early in the morning, driving crazy, man. And since you done seen a lot of accidents over the last couple of days, man, I done seen 3 deaths. Wait, 1 last night, 2 the night before, Friday 2 more. Like they dropping like hotcakes around here, man. Santos, you back? He ain't back.
I can't hear anything. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but I can't hear.
There you go. What'd you say? Hey DJ, what you think?
I know it's loud, man. This playback is gonna be terrible. But what was you saying, Pittsburgh? Oh, he cut out. Oh, hell.
There you go. Hey, DJ, can you hear me? There you go.
I can now. Go ahead.
Okay, how much slack do you give Jake Paul for the rehydration stuff? I don't give him that much slack for it. For the rehydration clause in that contract with Rockmont. DJ, you hear me? I'm cutting in now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Give me a second.
Okay.
I can hear you. Give me a second.
Yeah, I give him a little slack. I ain't gonna give him too much because that's what the person who got the leverage do. They just manipulate that stuff. They all do it.
Can you hear me, Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, Santos.
Mine, my Bluetooth disconnected or something.
Oh, your Bluetooth kicked you off?
All right, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm straight tablet. My Bluetooth on disconnected for some reason.
Oh, won't take you.
Yeah, I'm gonna put myself
Yeah,
on.
or
Give me a second, Pittsburgh. But to answer your question, I think it's kind of crazy that he put in a rehydration clause because, and now for one, I don't blame him, but I think it's kind of crazy because nobody put in a rehydration clause on him when he was, 20 pounds heavier than the guys he was fighting. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So all of a sudden, you fighting a guy who's bigger than you. You want a rehydration clause so he don't get bigger than you on fight night. Because Jake
yeah.
Paul naturally walks around at about 220 pounds, right? So
Oh, okay.
he walks around at that weight. So what are those bins over there that you about to grab? I know one is 61. I know one is 61, 76. I'm sorry.
Man, something ain't right with my system. I can hear you, Pittsburgh, but when DJ talk, sound like a little gerbils and stuff.
Oh, you can't hear him?
Yeah, I can't understand nothing.
Try to try a different
Man, it's my
Wi-Fi.
it's my headset, man. I'm about
It's
to
going in
I'm
there.
about to fall back, bro. I'm trying to finish
I
up
can't
shit.
hear.
I'm trying to finish up stuff at work, man. I'm trying to finish up stuff at work, man. So I can't really talk.
Man, I wish I could
No, I can
record
hear him though.
this.
I can hear him though. I can hear him though. I can hear you though, DJ. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
it's me.
maybe she'll yeah. Since try to use Firefox or Chrome, man. Try to use different browsers
Yeah, I'm about to do
for
something
that
different.
StreamYard. Yeah, try to use a different browser for that StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, I think you got to come in here through StreamYard just so I can get on a different browser, but it's still gonna be
Yeah,
StreamYard.
No, but it's different. Like I use Firefox now. When I was using Chrome, it wouldn't take my headset. It was janky. Like they did an upgrade on that Chrome stuff.
I'm on
I
my
got to use
Safari.
Firefox now.
I'm on Safari with this tablet because I was using Google, and I hadn't tried
Yeah.
Chrome yet, but
Try Firefox. I use Firefox. Like Safari don't really work
I don't think I have.
good for mine.
I don't think I have Firefox on
Okay.
the tablet.
Oh, okay.
Let me go ahead and mess around a little bit.
It's cool, man. I think we're gonna go ahead and just wrap this one up, man.
Okay. All right, fellas.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's just I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up.
Hey,
Thank everybody. Thank everybody for coming through, man. I appreciate everybody coming through. Everybody who hopped on the panel with us tonight. Next, Best Pugilist. My guy, World Combat Sports came through tonight. Of course, my guy Pittsburgh T. Who's this on here? I think that's All Positive Network on here. Been asleep for hours. But yeah, man, appreciate everybody for coming through, man, as always. And we'll be right back here tomorrow, ready to talk some more shit and swallow some more spit, man. So, we'll see what happens. All right, everybody. All right, Sento.
I don't know what you said, but maybe you sign. Are you signing off?
Yeah.
All right, bro. I think you signing off. I don't know what you said. It sounds, hey, it make me laugh over here when I hear you, even though I know it ain't your fault. It's on my end.
got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch